that's the story. 5 in the morning, until you hear my calling. Waking up in the morning, in case I miss you yawning. 5 in the morning,
Welcome one, welcome all back to the Proving Ground Circuit 2 group stages. My name is DJ, joined once again by my partner in, I guess, justice in this case. Can't really say partner in crime when you are Kenobi. Doesn't really work that way. You're a good guy. You got the blue lightsaber, proves it.
Yeah, I gotta rep the Jedi, you know. The Sith are evil. We're definitely here for some good games. We're about the power of the light, the power of the Force, and today, between No Team and between Wildcard Aces, dude, we have a great show to start with you. But DJ, I mean, I'm ready to just get going. It's a best of 3. We've got no more one and done series anymore. It is now a lot to play for, especially going into this group stage.
I'm as thrilled as you are, Kenobi. And as he's already alluded to, right, we are no longer in the OQs here in Circuit 2. We are in the group stages where every series will be a best of 3. And remember, this is the second of our 2 circuits if you did miss the OQ. So this will be the last one before our first Proving Ground tournament. So the last opportunity here in groups for these teams to get those critical points needed for qualifications, the top 10 of which will be qualifying into the Proving Ground circuit from the amateur side of things to join up with all of the academy teams. And we can look at our current point distribution after we did have our first set and now our OQs. You can see 100 Thieves next, still in that first place position.
Surprise.
Surprise. I know, right? After winning PGC Q1, Immortals AoE right behind them because, again, Golden Guardians Academy did participate in PGC Q1, finishing second. They're automatically in as an academy team, so they are not going to be on this list. Winthrop University rounds out our top 3, but of course, a lot more to play for. And as you can see, of course, we do have that 5th seed in No Team starting us off here on the day. But to explain all of what's going on and the remainder of this tournament, we're going to turn it over to our colleague Jolly to give you the details.
Welcome to the Proving Ground Circuit Qualifier number 2, presented by Unified. 32 teams will face off in a 5-round Swiss Open qualifier to decide who will advance to the 16-team group stage. The Swiss format matches teams with the same record against each other as the rounds progress, meaning in round 2, the 1-0 teams will play each other while the 0-1 teams play each other, and so on. The 16 teams to reach 3 wins by the end of round 5 will move on to compete in groups where they will be seeded based on their records and play in a best of 3 double elimination bracket to decide who will advance to the playoffs. The playoffs will be single elim best of 3 matches up until the grand final best of 5 series. Teams will earn points based on their overall performance. Here's how the numbers break down. The top 10 amateur teams across the 2 tournaments will qualify for Proving Grounds. Got it? Good. The action starts soon, so make sure you catch all the games at twitch.tv/academy and the Unified Twitch channels. Which of these aspiring champions will rise to the top in 2022? Come see for yourself.
Thanks again to Jolly, as always, for providing such a clear explanation. As you can see, we already got the action started yesterday. This is day 2 of group stage, and there are the results for you on the board. Immortals AoE taking a very close 2-1 series, as we'll see here in a couple seconds in 2-1 fashion. Ginger Turmeric also taking an extremely close 2-1 over EG Prodigies, and then the other side of things, a little bit more convincing from both 100X and Bogged to get their group started. Kenobi, it was quite the exciting day. I mean, a really exciting day of group stage on Group 1. What were your thoughts or kind of your takeaway moments?
I mean, you said very close between IMT AoE and between Redbirds. I think that's actually slightly a disservice. It was like, when we say close, you don't understand how close that game got. It was at the end a base race between both of these teams. It was literally pixels of difference between the 2 teams, and IMT AoE were able to just squeak it out at the very end. A heartbreaker for ISU. That was definitely my highlight of the entirety of the day yesterday, because, oh man, could that...
Fortunately, we can show it to you here. So let's roll the clip just to show you how, like, we can't express how close this actually was. So let's put it to the test here. Show it to your actual eyes. You can see in this clip how close it was.
Fully committing to the end. Anime Girl up in 20 seconds. That is the mid lane inhibitor turret dead. Ezra ultimate used into the base, Desirux.
Oh, here we go. Call
the
the shot goes
minions!
off to going after Shochi, able to get the knockback on Shochi. Shochi falls before getting the shockwave off, but the minions are taking down the base. The minions are doing work. Redbird have to do work faster. They're going after the Nexus towers, but the Nexus towers are
TP!
healthy. Trevor doing
Anime Girl's doing
going
it!
after the Nexus tower number 1. It will fall. There's Anime Girl. He's
Anime
teleporting
Girl!
into the base. He is going for the back door. Structures are getting destroyed.
No way!
Some way! Immortals AoE Backdoor Redbird!
I can't believe what I just watched!
And of course, a big thank you.
It's
Shout
all
out
there.
to Desirix and Smacks for an incredible call on what was an incredible play there, Kenobi. I mean,
I want to also point out, we didn't see it in the clip, but the other side of where it was happening on the other side of the base race, the rest of the Nexus house was like this much. Like, it was literally like an auto away. Like, we're talking literal milliseconds between that ending completely differently, but Anime Girl comes in super clutch and is able to take that victory for Immortals AoE. I mean, could you have imagined being in a position like that? It's got to feel heartbreaking for ISU, who were in a position where they actually did that to someone else when we were casting them playing Wildcard originally to even get into this top 16. But ISU, I mean, Collegiate's kind of popping right now. They made that one very close. It was also winnable for them. I am extremely impressed with what I saw from ISU and Immortals AoE in that series. An absolute banger. Everyone should go back and watch it, I think. Casting was great also. Shout out to Desiro and to Smacks, who did a great job making that one feel even more important.
Yeah, I was gonna say ISU's been giving us some pretty exciting go at things. Even we got a pretty good shout from them, Kenobi, when they did qualify against Wildcard. But speaking of Wildcard and speaking of qualifying teams, let's take a look at our action today, because we actually do still have a Wildcard team in action to start our day on this stream, when we have this No Team versus Wildcard Aces matchup here on Unified Live. On the other half of the early day action, we've got Maryville University taking on Nameless Randoms over on the Academy stream. So make sure you've got both open at the same time. I know you guys can do it.
Double
We've all seen the
monitors.
SpongeBob meme.
Yeah.
You can look both ways. You got 2 ears, 2 eyes. It's just fine.
And it's interesting because Wildcard Aces is, if you would have asked, it's like, oh, Wildcard Aces and Wildcard made it. No. It's just Wildcard Aces for, it feels like, the first time in forever during a lot of these circuit qualifiers, where Wildcard has always been kind of that stalwart, always there, guaranteed to get in, and now they're not. And it's up to Wildcard Aces now to kind of continue as the little brother flying the flag of Wildcard as we go into these group stages. And they definitely have a tough task ahead of them, facing No Team at the start.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough task for the starting matchup. But of course, we know how the excitement was coming off of that win that you mentioned, right? It was wildcard, the main roster, normally the stalwarts. This is the first time we've seen wildcard aces. Their coach even telling us that Jeremy, their AD carry, was the loudest one in the comms as that series did finish up. Jeremy was a little more muted about it, even though he was currently getting a pentakill, which I think we'll see it a little bit here, Kenobi, but they will be very excited to be taking on No Team. But as you mentioned, No Team is one of the tallest tasks you could possibly have right now. They have been rolling in the early season of Academy or of Amateur, through the PGCQ1, through the PGCQ number 2 OQs, and a lot of that has come out of their star Zoomer jungler here, the 15-year-old in Griffin, and we actually have some numbers to put up to show just how impactful he's been.
Yeah, I mean, these numbers are going to be kind of incredible, but that KP percentage is what stands out to me here, DJ. Over half of the kills are off the back of Griffin here. This jungler is absolutely insane in how they play this game. Not only are they just like incredibly mechanically gifted, one of the things that I am really, really impressed with Griffin is just their ability to understand the game and their smarts, understanding where the enemy jungler is, reading them. It feels like he's so cerebral in the way that he plays jungle and has that carry potential. I mean, you can see the picture that we got up. It's Hecarim. Hecarim is a carry jungler, and if Griffin gets hold of these carry junglers, we even saw in the one game we casted last week, DJ, the Viego almost was able to essentially 1v9 that matchup, but just at the very end wasn't able to do so. But there are times when I see Griffin and I'm just thinking to myself, this is a star in the making right now, especially for any junglers.
Oh yeah, star in the making, and star really of the present, Kenobi. He really has been doing quite a bit for this No Team roster. He's not alone, but really one of the massive contributors. And speaking of massive contribution, right? We saw how many stats there were on that one. Let's look at the other side for Wildcard Aces, because again, while this is always a team game, Jeremy has been a huge standout for this Wildcard Aces throughout the OQs. And the one stat we have to highlight in particular here is that kill participation. I mean,
three-quarters of the kills. Three-quarters of all kills for this Wildcard Aces side go through Jeremy. Just think about that for a minute. How many kills have actually been had? They played 5 games already. It's actually kind of insane how much Jeremy has impacted this team. And we're saying Jeremy a lot. Get used to us saying it throughout the entirety of the series, because it feels like for this team of Wildcard Aces, it's just, get in the backpack of Jeremy, right? There are other really good players on this, but Jeremy is the one who they're going to be able to win through. And I think that they are someone who we really need to keep an eye on going through the entirety of this series. Are they going to be able to get these very high priority carry potential ADCs like a Caitlyn, like a Jinx, like an Aphelios? Those are, and scale to oblivion and carry fights from the end, because that's kind of what I think Jeremy is the best at, is playing those very high impactful late game scaling ADCs.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. And when you do have a KP like that, you want to get all those resources onto Jeremy. So we'll have to see how Wildcard Aces can play that out throughout the day, and to kind of see how I think a lot of us expect this series to go, or whether we think Wildcard Aces can pull it off. We can take a look actually at our caster predictions here, see what we've got on the docket, Kenobi. Let's see what we both said here. We're both going to be on here, and it is both
we're
for
pretty
No
close.
Team. So maybe not quite enough faith in Jeremy today, Kenobi.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like anyone else has any either. It's very much just like a No Team differential. It feels like right now, everyone, you and I are sitting at 2-2 here towards the bottom, but hey, we're going to start making our way back here. I feel it, DJ. This is when we make our return. We do differ a little bit on that third party versus Maryville Saints, but we'll talk about that a little bit later when we get to that one, because that's a very interesting series that we have following this. But yeah, I mean, Rebel Fox over there, perfect yesterday, sitting as the king.
Yeah, perfect yesterday. Good start for Rebel, as we're all hunting the shadow of Orbital at this point from PGCQ1, Kenobi, but we will this time at least have to hunt down Rebel Fox in the early stages of our predictions. Of course, I think it's not just us that can predict. I think we might actually have a video here of some other people that have been interested in the amateur circuit thus far, with a couple of, I believe, pet predictions.
Okay, this one is No Team. And this ball is for Wildcard Aces. So whichever ball he goes for will win. Okay. Oh, Wildcard Aces. Oh, boom!
Who I don't know. I mean, I feel like there was a little bit of flip flopping there from the dog. The dog needs to make a stand. Okay, it's either Wildcard Aces or no team. We can't have any of this.
What is this waffle? I mean, I know that dog is absolutely adorable.
That's hedging
Kenobi,
your bets if
like,
I've ever seen it. That's real hedging your bets.
Yeah, you can be as cute as you want. I think we have to go with what the first grab was, right? He went for Wildcard Aces first, right? That's the instinct. We gotta have to. So the dog is the gut feeling for Wildcard Aces. The gut feeling is there, even if no team somehow like kind of swiped him away at the end. So we got at least one prediction on the board for Wildcard Aces, even if the casters did not predict it. But have been informed that draft has started, so we are ready to bring you the action in this best of 3 series between No Team and Wildcard. No Team, of course, starting off on the blue side. Kenobi Wildcard Aces going to be starting off on the red side, looking for some of those counters. You can see 3 bans already on the table here. Karma, Jarvan, Caitlyn taken away from the bottom side of Wildcard Aces, and then Gwen, LeBlanc, and the Hecarim, Griffin's Hecarim, are banned away.
Yeah, very smart ban as well coming out from No Team, knowing that Jeremy's kind of tried and true is that Caitlyn. Pairing that up with Karma is really miserable, but No Team, they are going to be able to get that Zeri in that first pick. Zeri incredibly strong still, that we kind of, do have to mention that they are a power pick. Could be flexed as well. I know it's been played in 3 different lanes, but this does mean that Wildcard Aces will be able to take that Jinx, possibly combo this along with a Thresher with a Lulu, get a very strong bot lane at the start of this, and don't let No Team have that support pick in their back pocket.
Yeah, we mentioned, right, getting Jeremy on one of these hyper carries, Kenobi, and now we have it, right? We at least have him on this Jinx, but I have to say, I'm pretty interested to see how the Zeri goes. We've seen Scooped on a lot of Jinx, right? We've seen him on some hyper carries, but this is like kind of the hyper carry of hyper carries in that, unlike Jinx, it doesn't really play for lane. It really does play for skirmishes and late game, and this has been a team that has been quite a bit about early game fighting around the power of Griffin.
And it looks like Wildcard will be able to take out the Xin Zhao, which is good because I think Griffin getting Xin Zhao would be very scary. Getting him Olaf is also very scary.
Yeah, that's
in
pretty
the
scary.
Early game. And that's a Soraka. That's a Soraka mid. I'm calling it right now. I'm putting my feet down. That's a Soraka mid coming out from No Team. We saw this a little bit. The church is still around. This Olaf might be unkillable towards the later of the game.
You can't. It's too soon. It's too soon, Kenobi.
It's still here. It's still with us in spirit.
The remnants, the ruins of the church are still around.
They're still with us in spirit,
Apparently, Pukar and No Team have been dabbling. I know Pukar, he did inform us beforehand that they had been dabbling with some strategies. Of course, did not tell us which ones, but maybe we are going to be seeing that here, Kenobi. I still think it could be a bottom laner. I've seen some Zeri Soraka bottom lanes before, but it definitely is a flex pick at this point.
It's not as fun. I want to see the mid laner. I mean, this is also opens up the ability to play a lot of these other enchanters. Like I think Wildcard Aces potentially might have to ban the Yuumi, obviously, because you don't want Yuumi, Soraka on an Olaf. It's just going to be awful to play against. So now this does open up a possibility as well for No Team to, if it goes through bans, you can pick a Seraphine as well. Sona's still an option if they want to go just like completely raise the puppy on the Olaf. And if you're going to give someone that type of resources, who better than Griffin on an Olaf to do that to, right?
I was going to say, I preempted this with saying, I wonder how this draft will go. Will they play around Griffin or will they? Well, yeah, no, they're playing around Griffin.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, this is a good counter matchup in the jungle, right? You can outclear the Xin Zhao, which puts pressure onto Rapid to really get some things done in the early game. And of course, you got the ambulance coming in behind you. So really, really powerful stuff, and just showing again how much this team does trust their very young jungler to carry them. Now though, into the phase 2 as we had Yuumi and Zillion, some of those late game picks, the help again for Olaf taken off the board. Corki and Camille, much more kind of standard solo laners taken away, and I'll bring a very non-standard solo laner this would be for Wildcard Aces. Of course, you could flex that if you wanted to, this Lux, but will it be locked in?
I don't see it yet.
Ooh, okay.
So I do think Veigar is very good right now. The issue I have though is that you're playing it into Olaf. Now, Olaf later in the game is just going to hit R and just walk past Cage. So that is something that we do have to kind of account for later on, is that Olaf at some point, if he is as fed as I think no team wants him to be, he's just going to walk past your Cage. So while I do think it's good in isolation with whatever the mid laner is going to be picked out from No Team here, I still think that I am a little bit worried about the fact that Olaf's just going to be able to run through Cage and just no one's going to stop him. Like, he's just unstoppable at this point.
A blind pick Aatrox. So I guess my big question, right? I think I definitely agree with you, right? We know how much like Cage slow champions like Ashe, they just hate Olaf because he just says absolute nope to your entire kit with that Ragnarok. But can anyone else follow up? Right? Like, I mean, at this point, you got a Zeri. She can try to find a clever angle. Aatrox will definitely struggle to get through
It's
a cage.
mid.
And Nautilus, it is mid, Kenobi. Your wish
Let's go.
has been granted, pun fully intended.
So, I mean, this is really good. I do like the fact that this is Soraka mid. They will be playing like that ambulance comp, or I don't know if that's the name of it, but I just like it where it's just like Olaf goes in and just gets all the heals from Soraka. And on the other side, Trendemir picked up in that top side. So I guess one of the ways to sustain is just not to be able to die, and that's what the Trendemir is going to be for. Now, one of the things I do worry about for no team is that in terms of side lane, it's a little bit of an issue. I don't know if into the later game anyone's going to be able to match the side laning of Trendemir. But I think in isolation against the Aatrox, it's fine. I think Aatrox, the thing that he struggles with the most is champs that just like walk at you, and if you're Trendemir, you just E into him, and what's Aatrox going to do? He just has to run away, pop his ult, get that movement speed. So I think it's a good pick in terms of just countering that Aatrox in the top side for wildcard aces, but no team's comp. I love what they're going to be able to give to Griffin here.
Yeah, I really do too, right? I kind of questioned where we were going to go with this draft with the Zeri. Well, it's right out of the no team basket of let's give Griffin the power to carry this early game, get that snowball going, and get us to where we need to go. You know, questions later can be answered, but the question now is, can we get Griffin fed? Checkbox, no.
Yes.
Move on to next part of the box that says let's do it anyway. So definitely a very, very enabling composition for the star jungler. But on this side, I think Wildcard Aces will be pretty happy with what they've gotten as well. I mean, we have the hyper carry onto Jeremy, which is what we highlighted. We must have this thing, right? We must have Jeremy on a hyper carry, but they do have this Trindamere on Min to play in a side lane. And of course, Rapid will have some playmaking potential on the Xin Zhao.
And I think as well for Wildcard Aces, the thing that I am worried about for no team's sake is that if this game gets to like 35 minutes, I really do favor Wildcard Aces composition because you do have that Jinx. And how many times have we seen, DJ, where a Jinx in the late game just hits like 3 rockets and just blows up a team fight, right? We see it a lot. So I think in terms of scaling, I do like the fact that Wildcard Aces did get what they want in terms of getting Jeremy that high scaling champion. But again, the thing that I worry about is Olaf, even though there's like that meme about Olaf being kind of not a champion after 35 minutes, right? If he's got like all of this healing from the Soraka and just being able to walk at you because you can't CC him, it is still a little bit scary for Wildcard Aces to deal with because they can't just stop this guy running at you. And there is a lot of dive on no team's comp. Like if you know, Aatrox, Olaf, Nautilus, they all go in together. It doesn't matter how much CC you have or how late it is. If you're getting popped and getting CC'd, you're just dying. So, and Lulu doesn't really have that much peel besides just you have the wild growth and you have the polymorph, but you can only do that on one person each. So it is going to be a little bit of a scary situation. I think late game team fights are going to be incredibly impactful if we get to that point. But I think if you're no team, you want to smash this early game very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right with you. You look at all the mobility, you look at all the heals, all the shields, everything that could come through. Yeah, let's smash this early game. And really, part of it is, even compositionally, we just don't want this Wildcard Aces team in the late game, right? Because that we know that is where they thrive. They are going to thrive behind the power of Jeremy picking this pick, and the Vanguard's just going to add to that for Toasty Alex. So the carries of Wildcard Aces very much where they want to be. The question now is question we asked quite a bit, Kenobi. Can you hold on? Can you stop Griffin from running you over? And the answer, most of Amateur so far has been no. It really hasn't. I'm actually kind of fascinated, right? We were talking before these matches to the coaching staff of No Team, and they actually mentioned that, one of the things that they were saying is they actually don't think they've been that consistent in Amateur, which was shocking to me because I feel like they've been so good. And that just makes me think that this is a team that kind of knows their identity and is thinking and acting like a team that is way more experienced. They're playing and thinking as a more experienced squad than what we would expect from such a young group of players.
Yeah, I'm wondering as well if they kind of like if they think that they have like this other gear, which would be interesting to see, right? Is there like, if this isn't even their final form, like what does that final form look like? Because if they think that they're inconsistent, I am scared to see what it's like when they are consistent, because they've been playing really good. But DJ, we're here on Summoner's Rift, starting it off between No Team, between Wildcard Aces, and I cannot wait to get this one going.
Yes, underway with day 2 of the group stages. Kenobi, No Team again loading in on this blue side. We've got Wildcard Aces, their first representation in this year of PGCQ in the group stages. They'll be on the red side, and Kenobi in this early game as we see 3-man stack here. Griffin's looking for someone setting a ward. A little bit of scouting there pretty clearly, I would say, but not going to net them anything.
Yeah, I think they're just making sure there's no shenanigans going on that bot side. They can just realistically walk up here.
Oh, they're going to.
On like a level 1, it's like you don't want to be screwing with an Olaf or a Nautilus like that. It's just an instant death. So they're gonna just push him out. I think Jin Zhao, they're gonna drop a ward, so they are gonna drop that ward by the Gromp, so that way they do have eyes on where Jin Zhao is starting or isn't gonna be starting, depending on where. Looks like Rapid will be going. It looks like he is pathing towards that bottom side, so they should have eyes, No Team, on where that Jin Zhao will be, so those early game shenanigans can't really happen.
Yeah, and this will be really important to know, Kenobi, mostly because, right, something we mentioned in the draft, but I think can be emphasized here is this Olaf is sort of a soft counter pick for a lot of junglers into Jin Zhao because he does out-clear the Jin Zhao. He will get those camps down faster. So if Griffin, who already is known very well for his jungle tracking, right, for his intelligence and his pathing, knows where Rapid is, and they know where Rapid's trying to make plays, it's just kind of free tempo on the clear for Griffin.
And especially with where you can see now the bot lane and the push that's going to be coming in from No Team, they do have a little bit of priority since they didn't have to leash, so they can push up a little bit here, but realistically, I don't expect too much scrapping to happen in this bot side because it is Lulu, Lulu Jinx against Nautilus Zeri. Zeri does take a lot of time to ramp up into like being an actual champion, getting those items, getting some levels. So I think unless something disastrous happens towards this bot side, like a hook hitting, which doesn't end up hitting there for Jujuka, it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Level 2's on the top side, but only the spin in. Min doesn't even quite get an auto in. That's Sad's Tryndamere. You got to get the auto. You got to flex your muscles there, right? Like when you're on, okay, hold on, hook gonna land. Level 2's are in here for the No Team bottom lane. They will get a good chunk onto Pockets, but still going to be just fine. A little optic BM there from Jeremy, returned with the B-mote.
Nice little trade there, and you can see actually there is a ward on that top side by the jungle again. So it looks like what No Team really wants to do is just understand exactly where Rapid is at all times, and they know that he's on that top side. He's actually going to be pathing down towards the bottom side, so it would be interesting to see because of the fact that No Team does have a little bit of advantage with how they've pushed this wave so far, but Griffin knows. Griffin is very aware that this is a possibility that the Jin Zhao is going to be down here.
Oh yeah, he's already here. He's just already covering. And again, this just goes to show what we were talking about, how intelligent they're actually looking for a dive. He's popped Ghost, and now it's Rapid who's actually here. Level 2's are in. TP. Defensive TP is in. How is this going to play out? First blood going over to Scoop, but can they get away? Griffin is headed for the hills, and this looks like it's going to be 2 kills traded back. Toasty will pick up the first. He will pick up the second, and while they do shut down Jeremy early on, it's 2 kills under the scaling mid laner in Toasty.
That felt a little bit like it was just very telegraphed right there. I mean, even like Griffin ghosted from so far away that they knew exactly what was happening. Look at them go in. Griffin ghosted like a while ago. So the defensive TP is so good here. Rapid also has a nice read on getting down towards this bot side, and it ends up actually hindering completely what Griffin was trying to do, and that's 2 kills, like you mentioned, onto Toasty. And if there's someone you don't want to get accelerated in a lane like this, especially because against Soraka, Viger just gets a free lane. So now getting 2 kills on top of that, it's even scarier, DJ.
Yeah, that is really, really scary on this little Yordle, and the defensive TP just working wonders. You really want to make those defensive TPs pay, right? Because if you show up and you don't get any kills, you don't get any assists, it just feels real bad as you fall behind in mid lane. But instead, Toasty only going to be 6 CS behind with those 2 kills in his back pocket, and it's going to be Wildcard Aces feeling real good about things in the early games. Rapid now looking for a play in topside. There is vision, and Dragoon will be aware of this, but the wave really not in a great spot for him.
One of the things I do want to mention, though, about that dive that is a little bit of a boon for no team, as actually we might see an engagement rapid.
He can't.
Just hovering. He had vision, so it's going to be coming down. But what I wanted to say was that because the dive worked in a sense where they killed Jeremy, Jeremy is significantly down farm because he missed all of that wave and wasn't able to CS it, as I don't think Wildcard wants this fight against Dragoon right now, especially with Conqueror proc. Like, yeah, Rapid needs to push this in and then just leave.
Yeah, they are looking for resets. There has been no base yet from in. He actually, they are going in. He's still only level 5. He's outside of turret range. A flash in would kill him. The wind becomes lightning is all it takes. Ghost from Min, wind becomes lightning from Rapid, and they're just going to take down Dragoon.
I don't know about that one. If Dragoon at 6, then like definitely yes, go for that. But I think he thought that he was way more powerful than he actually was in that scenario and tried to just brute force his way into a 1v2 there, but it just didn't end up working out. And no team kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit right here. Jeremy is getting zoned off all of this farm. Look at the CS differential right now, and it's kind of perfect because we talked about Wildcard Ace's way into winning a lot of these games is that 3/4 KP for Jeremy. And Jeremy is so stunted right now because of the fact that he's not getting any of the CS. And that dive that did look a little bit scary because the Vigar got 2 kills has ended up working out in the sense that Jeremy is kind of just out of the game now.
Yeah, I mean, 17 CS, right? Like that is just horrifying. Like that is not what you want to see. And again, very little of that his fault. They just kind of forced upon him, took him out of that dive. It came at a price, right? But now you're kind of looking at Toasty like, what can you do? Because you've got the lead, right? It's going to be so long before Jeremy is a part of this game, Kenobi. And you can see kind of the knock-on effects here. You can't contest this with Griffin at 6 with your 80 carry with no power in the lane. It's just a free Drake.
Yeah, Olaf doing what Olaf does here. Soloing Drakes early in the early game. Hextech going to be counted over, and I think, again, I mean, look at just how miserable it's been for Jeremy in that bot side. Finally, the wave's going to start pushing to him, but he's down 40 CS. Like, this is the part of the game where it's just like, I am so worried as... Actually, I mean, Wildcard Aces, or no team rather, they can just force this. Jeremy's not really going to be a problem anymore. So if they decide that they want to dive into this, they can't because the wave is pushing out, but it's a very, very scary situation to be the Jinx in this position because Jinx scales really heavily with items as well. And the fact that you aren't getting the amount of gold that you need to be that carry, I would be very worried if I was Wildcard Aces. Even though you do have a 3-1 score lead, you're down 6k gold. Not 6k.
Yeah, you're down a decent. You're down a little bit of gold here. 500. There's still some to be picked up, Kenobi. But I think really what we got to look at is kind of the pregame plans that we were talking about, right? I think you've already highlighted this Jeremy situation for Wildcard Aces is not where they want to be as a squad. And while we've seen what I think were maybe a couple overreaches or mistakes from no team, look at what it's done to accomplish their plan, right? 73 CS on Scooped in the bot lane. He's way, way ahead on a late game scaler. And Griffin, the player you want to empower with this composition in the early stages, he's 40 CS up, right? He's got a free back, and he's already on 2 objectives that have been earned by the time that Rapid took to gank Dragoon in the top lane.
Yeah, it feels very much like that quote from, Lord Farquhar. It's just like, some of you may die, but that's the risk I'm willing to take. Is what it felt like in that bot lane, right? Where it's like, we're gonna sack some of our deaths, and we're gonna go down, give to the Vigar. But now, Jeremy doesn't get to play the game of League of Legends, unfortunately, and neither does the jungler as well. So, all in all, while it did look like it was a little bit of a messy situation, just in terms of the macro of the game, it ends up working out extremely well. Now, the counter to that is that Toasty still does just get a free lane and 2 free kills. So Vigar, it can at some point be the carry for this team. However, again, you're going up against a lot of healing, so the burst might not be the greatest in terms of just being able to 100-0 people, especially with Wish being up, and Olaf. And Olaf just walks through your cage. So the best thing about this for no team is that you really only have to focus on one person.
Yeah, you really do. It's kind of Toasty Alex right now, right? It's going to be a while before we're looking at Jeremy as a big threat. I gotta say, Kenobi, I'm very proud of him. That reference could not have been better. That was like 100% spot on. I've been thinking about it since you said it, and I literally could not think of a better reference for this situation.
Thank you. I appreciate. Hey, you know what? Sometimes, old 2000 animated movies come in the clutch for good quotes.
Those are always the best quotes, man.
Yeah.
Mostly because I'm a little old at this point, so I remember all those movies very well. Get some trading in here onto Dragoon. Going to be caged up, knocked back, and that's just good stuff by Dragoon. And oh boy,
Rift
had a bit of a
available
situation in the bottom lane. 4 members. Ghost has been popped.
Oh,
for Griffin,
Jeremy.
doesn't even
Oh.
care. Here we go. They're going anyway. Even the defensive TP coming in. 1 kill already going over to the side of No Team, but it's Griffin falling down, and for the second time in a row, it's going to be a dive that's turned around by Wildcard Aces. Toasty Alex is 4-0-1, baby. Keep feeding me.
They really do not. They're bullying Jeremy at this point, but it's all coming at the cost of Vigar is starting to become a problem at this point. And these 2 turret dives, like, while I think they are good in the idea of just like, you know, let's take out Jeremy. Jeremy's the one who's the carry on this team. Jeremy's the one who we really need to, they put all of their resources in, as we're going to see a replay here. They go for this like so early, and Jeremy's in no man's land right now, about to die, knows that their life is going to be forfeit, but the TP comes in.
Yeah, I mean, there's the wish, right? But it's just not even enough. It's almost like deja vu, Kenobi. Right? Like, I mean, there's 1 extra member in this play, but it's almost exactly how the first dive worked out. Jeremy dies, and Toasty picks up a double kill.
I also want to give props to Rapid, who was kind of like hovering around there, who has also sacked a little bit of their, you know, ability to farm by trying to play kind of babysitter to this bot lane, because Rapid was hovering there. And if Rapid isn't there, you know, able to get some peel off, use that ultimate to zone some members away, that fight looks probably even worse. And it actually kind of ends up being even realistically for Wildcard. This Vigar is going to be a problem in the late game. Like, if anyone steps out of line besides maybe Olaf, who, you know, just hit R and walk through it, they're gonna get annihilated. He's got a Dark Seal right now. They want the book. They want to just pummel and not let No Team get to that late game.
Yeah, they really do not want to let them get to the late game, but I mean, at this point, right, this is, for late game, this is just the Toasty Alex show. Like, it's gotta be. I mean, we're literally 50 CS up on Scoop, right? Like, he is so enabled here. And again, Jeremy will provide damage over the top with the rockets. He has long range as this game goes on, but this really has to be the Alex shot. I mean, more bowling. This is just cruel. I mean, this is a camp and a half. This campsite's the size of like the size of an entire mountain range at this point. But Griffin's actually gonna get locked up. He's gonna go right into the Ragnarok. It's a 1v3. Does he have enough?
Oh, wishes.
The ambulance coming through, and Griffin is still alive. The turret's gonna fall down. There is Toasty getting the trade kill back onto his counterpart in the mid lane, and now they got.
I don't think they can continue.
Okay, yeah, there is no Ragnarok, so Cage would be devastating. Griffin's stunned up. Tashuka, a little trouble. They're going back on Griffin.
Oh,
Griffin's
no!
so strong. They can't do enough damage. Toasty now trying to run him down. He's got blue buff, but he will just call it off. Knows there is the threat of the hook, and again, it's a little bit scrappy. There's kills on both sides, but it just continues to be Jeremy put 20 feet under the ground here.
I mean, it's not 20 feet. We're talking like hundreds and hundreds of feet right now.
1,000 leagues under the sea. I mean,
this is just been the most brutal. Like, if I'm an ADC at this point, it's FF. Like, I don't have the mental to withstand this, but they just dropped the Rift Herald here.
Like, it's just brute force.
They go so aggressive too. Like, I don't know if they could have just waited for the Rift Herald to go. And like, I get you want to just take Jeremy out of the game completely, but you know that turret's still going to be here for a bit. Vigar can rotate down, and yes, they take the wish is really good, but Toasty's going to 100-0 this Soraka. And the fact that they continue to chase this actually could have been a lot worse. Like, if Rapid gets back in here with this Wind Become Lightning, it's almost a completely different fight in late tournament.
And we can see the gold there, right? The result of all of these plays. Scoop, given the, enabled in the bot lane, given the power in the bot lane, he's at 6,600. Toasty has been the recipient of all of these scrappy kills at the end of these dives. He's at 61. There's Griffin at 59, about to be 6,000. And then there's everyone else.
Look at the scrap coming in here. Shuka's going to be able to get out, but Aatrox is in the area, and Jeremy fires that rocket, but it does no. That's got to feel so bad. It doesn't even have a mythic yet. No. This is a poor jinx right here. But speaking of kind of scooped in the position they're in now, where they are a carry potential champion, as well as the Olaf alongside, the thing that is a little bit worrying for Scoop is that Scoop does not have cleanse. So the fact that he has to have flash in these scenarios where like Vigar's going to be able to walk up and cage, because Scoop does lack a tiny bit of range. You know, does have a decent amount of range with Q, but there is a position where Viger can just walk up at you and just take you out and cage you, and you have to either flash or you're gonna die.
Yeah, probably have to play the fight a lot more kind of like an assassin that we've seen, right? You're waiting for that cooldown to go down, the one that'll ruin your engage, and then you can kind of E over the wall, pop the ulti if that cage is not available. But like you're saying, right, as long as that cage is up, we've seen it so many times against any kind of mobile champion. If you don't have cleanse, if you can't get away from the cage, you kind of have to wait for it to be thrown down, and that's where all the zone control comes in. But another kind of big issue for Wildcard Aces. Again, they still lead at the kill score, Kenobi. They're 3K down, and a lot of it is because on the back of these plays, back of the power from Scoop to Griffin, they've just taken every objective.
Yeah, I mean, this has been Griffin. While we've been talking about, you know, the bot lane being so volatile and Scoop being in a good position, no team right now, Griffin is 50 CS ahead. So Griffin has just been doing what Olaf does, farming objectives in the early game, basically running Xin Zhao around the map because they have to be so incredibly worried about these dives, and Rapid just always has to be there to kind of just sit and babysit, and with that, he's behind in terms of his EXP, he's behind in farm. It's just, right now, Rapid's kind of just a champion who is going to be there to try and peel or CC the best they can and make sure these fights are a little bit more elongated.
Right, and we did kind of mention that this... Okay, hold on here. Jashuka, a little bit of trouble. 3 Talent Strike not quite going to proc. Turret goes down, and Jashuka's going back in, trying to start the fight. They're going over the wall with the Zeri, going to pop the stopwatch at the right time. Griffin's in the back line. Rapid going low. Can't get onto Toasty, though. That's the critical member. Wish comes out. Griffin in the Ragnarok, but Griffin's going to get shut down. Toasty is the one to carry the fight, and it's, again, an overstep from No Team.
Oh, no, and that's a shutdown onto Toasty. Did have to pop a lot of sums, but you can see Wild Growth is being used onto Toasty. Wildcard Aces understand where their bread is buttered now. It's all in Toasty. He's going to be the one to carry them, as there's no way that No Team can hold this because they have to be so incredibly worried about Cage, and Vigard will absolutely annihilate them. But that's a objective bounty going down, and Wildcard Aces starting to slowly creep back into this game. Yes, the gold lead is down, but there's a lot of gold on Toasty, who's looking for more here. What? Scoop will just get out with that E.
Yeah, that's yeah, mobile AD carries, fun times. You know, half the map just gone in an instant.
Just skate over the wall. Skate over the wall.
I'll get off my soapbox here as the as this turret does fall. I know we had a pretty big soapbox last night about Gwen is immune, so maybe we can start a Zeri's mobile kind of anti-chant here.
Just do Zeri's OP. You know, that's all you got. Zeri is very, very overpowered right now. But as we kind of look at the game state, Jeremy, this is going to be your life for a little bit here. Just, you know, farming up as much as you can. But, I mean, even at the same time, it's like, just give most of this to Toasty at this point. Like, Toasty needs the ability power to absolutely annihilate people. And while, like, Griffin is going to be going up towards this Spirit Visage, which I think is actually a fantastic buy in this scenario, gets a lot of MR. Also, Blaze is just going to be able to throw all of their cooldowns onto Griffin, and he might not die even through all of the burst of the Vigor, because realistically, there is the only heal cut is going to be coming from that Lulu and also from the Xin Zhao, who had to buy Executioners extremely early, so they got to be very careful.
Okay, Griffin, he's going to pop the Ragnarok. As you mentioned, he's going through the cage, but he will be turned around by all of the members. Wish still available. He'll get healed up. Still healing up. Min's in the backline, buying a lot of time.
He can't kill anything!
Dragoon on the other end. There's the knockup from the Nautilus. Dragoon trying to flash engage on the other side. Scoop will get the first kill, but he's locked up in the cage. Toasty still alive, going under the turret. They are fearless here. That's a double for Scoop. That's a third kill. They're trying to grind them down. Toasty's a critical member, but Toasty will fall. There's no resistance remaining from Wildcard Aces, and this might be the straw that breaks the Aces back.
I mean, there is just so much healing, and the burst damage is not enough just yet. Toasty can't do it all by themselves, and it feels like they have to, because the focus on the bot lane early for No Team has been so impeccable. That Zeri was pumping out an insane amount of damage, and on the other side, there's just not enough. It feels like a wallet diff a little bit here, especially when it comes to the ADC department. Wildcard Aces, they're basically broken a little bit, and that's going to be a third Drake in the back pocket of No Team. As we go to the replay, I mean, Toasty, I think, doesn't really respect the damage, like the Olaf going in. And there is still Wish available. There's still all the healing, too. It just feels like it's a little bit of disrespect coming from Toasty's side.
I mean, you could just see how bold, right? We've seen it all game. Just look at how bold No Team is, right? They could call this off with 1 kill, but instead they go back over the wall, Kenobi, to hunt all of these kills. The heals really starting to come online for them. And again, once Toasty goes down, once they finally find him, there's no way Rapid can get anything done here. Finally, a very convincing team fight, an ace coming through from No Team. And with 3 Drakes now, a 4-minute timer on the next Drake, you feel like time is very much running out for the aces.
And it's weird because we're also, because of the fact that No Team had this extremely good early game and took Scooped out of the game. I mean, took Jeremy out of the game. I mean, look at Jeremy right now for...
oh my God.
This just shows how good No Team's play at the start was. Like, while it did look a little bit shaky, and even in the moment I was like, that's 2 kills over to Vygar. Oh,
okay, Rocket.
Okay. Scoop is...
Ulti trying to get the move speed. Oh, and my God, Zeri's so fast. Just too fast. It's not right. It's so wrong. Kosti was just desperate. He was just trying to get into range, to press that deletion button, and he just couldn't do it.
Yeah, and I think that now this is just going to be a Baron going over to No Team. They can take this very easily as well, because I believe Toasty did back, but has TP to come back into this. They don't do it necessarily that quickly as like a traditional ADC with the Zeri, but that's a stun. That's a lot of damage incoming.
Okay, he's just going to heal up. I mean, literally, the ambulance is like right here beside him. Are they going to call it off with him half HP? They will. Are they going to look for a fight is the question. Blaze is actually continuing to aggro. They will finally back on off, and Ace is doing enough to dissuade the situation, but keep in mind, again, 3 minutes, 15 seconds until Infernal Soul is available for No Team, and that Baron is now on the map. Will always be a threat as well.
That'll be the next big cooldown as... I mean, for Wildcard Aces here, what you really got to do is just continue to try and just give more CS over to Jeremy, who is 0-4-4, has had a really rough game so far. Not to their own fault, just because of the fact that No Team has targeted them so effectively, and we talked about it. I mean, this is someone who has 75% of all the KP from Wildcard Aces, and now is 0-4-4, and they are solely relying on Toasty. There's not really another carry on this team for Wildcard Aces that you can hang your hat on. It has to be all Toasty, and as we saw in that fight previous, where Toasty can just get run on by Olaf, who now has Spirit Visage completed, won't die even harder than they were before. So it becomes even more of a tough challenge for Wildcard Aces to take down Olaf. And even if you do, guess what? Zeri's 4-2-6 on 2.5 items, and will just melt you from the back.
Yeah, it really is getting dicey. I feel like No Team might have had like the same stats card we did, and they looked at that 75 KP and they were like, this man dies. This man does not get to play League of Legends today. Anybody else can carry but this man's Jeremy. And Toasty's done a really good job. He's 7-1-1, but as you mentioned, only so much you can do with 1 carry, while No Team still has 2 available to them. And unfortunately, they haven't really been able to get one from mid. I think Dragoon's done a pretty good job of neutralizing that initial laning phase, and with all these towers gone, right, 5-1, there's nowhere really for mid to work. Meanwhile, Jashuka, he's going in. There's a 2-man knockup. Jashuka's going low. Doesn't even matter, though. Does it even matter? Scooped with a double kill, helped out by none other than Griffin, and with 3 members from Aces wiped off the rip, this Baron is free for No Team.
Love that from Jashuka. The aggression there, just seeing that Lulu out of position, use the flash, secure the kill, and because Toasty does it, they were just really immobile in that fight, and again, we just saw what Olaf does. Run through Cage, doesn't care about it at all, and just takes down the backline. Wild Growth is not enough to save this Vygar. Baron is going to go over to No Team, and I feel like it's falling apart a little bit for Wildcard Aces here. They don't... the way back for them in this game is... they secure some vision around like a Dragon Pit for Infernal or something like that. It is back up in 45 seconds, and they are in a decent position to set up their vision, but it comes off the back of like Vygar Cage. You take out Zeri immediately, as we'll see. Shuka able to find Pocus right here. Nice flash. Love this. And Toasty has to try and just bail it out, but look at Olaf. Goodbye. You don't get to play the game anymore.
Yeah, it just runs right through the cage, and of course they're scooped right behind. The ultimate actually doing a lot of damage after the depth charge was able to lock Toasty Alex in place, maybe just a little bit too close, trying to bail out his support. And of course that just means this Baron takes those down really quick. I guess we're in a little bit of a nature documentary, watching our poor Baron fall down, and I think Rapid's gonna share his fate here. Crescent Guard trying to buy him some time. We'll keep him alive for now.
Wait, he
The
went back
cage will drag him back, and there's Griffin going in the Ragnarok. Going through the cage, he will get shut down. Toasty absolutely deletes him, but now it's Dragoon to the front line. Jeremy cannot get a reset. He just does no damage. Min flying away. Scoop blocked up in the cage. There is no primordial burst, though, so Scoop is not afraid of anything with the ambulance behind him. Toasty will get one more cage in the fight. It'll lock up Dragoon. It'll buy some time and space, but the base will still be collapsing. First inhibitor down. One member down. Two members down. Is this just the end?
There's just not enough damage here from Toasty. I mean, Dot's going for the end. No team is going for the end. I don't think that this is a good decision. 2 kills over. And that's actually going to be Infernal Drake going over to No Team. That's a little bit disrespectful, I think, from No Team to go for the end there. They should have just backed out, gotten Infernal Soul. Very easily could have just walked back in with those Barons. But now you've given Wildcard Aces a little bit of a way back. I mean, Griffin's going to be here in time for the Drake to spawn. But is there really going to be a fight here? This should just be a free... I mean, to be fair, it is level 14 to level 12 on Rapid, so this is very stealable for Griffin.
He does have the backup of Kashuka, but not much else. He's just going to go right into the Ragnarok. You know who he's going for. He's going for Toasty, but he doesn't have the ambulance next to him, and he will fall. Toasty alive with 10 HP remaining. Dragon in the objective bounty will go over, and Wildcard Aces still have 1 or 2 left up their sleeve.
I mean, this is an 11-2-3 Vigar now, DJ. I was saying that this game was, like, over, and it still does feel a little bit like it's going to be incredibly difficult for Wildcard Aces to get back into this, but if they're going to keep giving outs to Wildcard Aces to come back into this, I get more and more worried, and this might be a little bit of that inconsistency that we've heard a little bit earlier, where it's like, you know, this game should be over, right? I think going for this, especially when Vigar is still alive and all the other 2 members are there with full health, like, there's no reason to do this. There's just no reason to do this. You have Baron, go back and get Infernal Soul, then what are they going to do? They can't really get to you because you're going to be bursting their health bars so incredibly quickly. It just feels like a little bit overzealousness from this No Team team.
Yeah, maybe finally a little bit of the youth, right, that we might expect coming through there, just walking right at the camp. I mean, 2 people died to turret there, right before we see the rest of this play, just because they were locked up in range. And I mean, again, you see how strong Griffin is. He gets so close to killing Toasty, but it's not quite enough. And Wildcard Aces, they will stay alive. Again, as you mentioned, though, still a lot of work to be done. They are only a couple K gold down, and they do have Toasty in a super powerful position on 3 items, but again, doesn't matter. Here comes Ragnarok. They are just going straight for Toasty. He gets slowed up. He will get away for now. Nice stopwatch from Rapid to buy the time they need. And again, there's no Ragnarok remaining. Rapid's going to go down, but look at the cage. Look at the cage.
Oh my God.
Look at the damage. 1 going down. Toasty trying to be the carry. Scoop. He's actually taking a lot from Jeremy, who's starting to come online. Griffin, he doesn't have Ragnarok.
They have to back.
He's going to fall
What are they
down.
doing?
Is this the beginning of a comeback here, Kenobi?
They completely lose their minds there, No Team. I don't know what possessed Griffin to go that aggressively. They had no follow-up. I mean, Vigar is at the point now where you can't just walk at him like that. He has a decent amount of peel to work with. He didn't even have flash, and he stays alive. And throughout all of that, Tryndamere is down pushing in the bot lane, creating more pressure. This is... It's getting a bit spooky for a wildcard here. Like, this, the game should have been over, I feel like, a long time ago, but now you're letting Vigar get to this point. Tryndamere's uncontested now in side lane. Jinx is, while it's, I mean, look at the gold graph deficit that we just got to. Look at this.
Yeah,
This shouldn't be possible.
At the maximum, and now it's dead even. 800 gold at this point in the game means absolutely nothing, Kenobi. So we are very much at an even state here in this game, and Toasty, again, asked to be the carry when Jeremy was set behind and has delivered here, particularly in the last couple of minutes. A very real chance to come back in this game, because, I mean, the later this goes, right, eventually it doesn't matter how far Jeremy was behind, he's going to get his items. He's going to start doing damage.
He'll just be a champion. He'll finally be a champion. After all of this time, he will eventually, like, start to be relevant to this game and relevant in the damage, especially now that they've gotten Hurricane against all these melees. I think it's a wonderful decision. The other thing about No Team is none of them have cleanse. They have to rely solely on flashes. I mean, even that last fight, Cage into 1 WQ annihilated Soraka.
Again, nice anticipation, expecting a Cage to come out as they do fight for vision once again. Here, a little bit of pressure. Next Baron spawning in 6 seconds, and it looks like no team. They're just going to run over to it. They're actually going to give up mid-priority to try to bait this fight. The next Drake also coming up for Soul in 1:18, and they are just baiting. They don't want to start it up just yet. We are going to have a little bit of river back and forth. Farsight Ward will see that they have not started up the objective yet. The mid lane priority does belong to Aces.
Yeah, but the two side lanes are pushing out, so there is going to be that pressure on those side lanes from top and bot, and it feels like the longer that this goes, the scarier it gets. But here comes the engagement.
Luka going in, already into trouble from Rapid.
Oh my God,
but again, Toasty just dominating. It is support for jungle for now. Can they get on to the carry? Not just yet, but the critical thing here, even though they lose support, there is no more smite. This Baron should go down unless Wildcard Aces can pull out a huge contest.
I mean, fighting into cage like this is a very enclosed area, and Min still has ultimate to work with.
He's coming out. Dragoon gonna get locked up. Down comes the W, but Griffin's still alive.
my
Dragoon
God.
in trouble. Getting the heal. The ambulance coming in. Min gonna buy some time. Min gonna get a kill on a Soraka. They've
What is happening?
It's Jeremy this time. He's got the resets. Can Scoop be the hero? He's kiting away. He's so fast. He gets over the wall. Toasty wants to follow, but Toasty can't quite get him. 4 members, excuse me, still alive, and no team. They're falling apart here. They have to defend their own base.
I mean, the gold deficit that Wildcard was in, it's not a gold deficit anymore. It's a gold lead, and this is going to be a second Infernal Drake in their back pocket. No team have completely let this game go from their grasp, and this is actually going to be Baron. They're going to trade out. They just go for Baron. Xin Zhao's just going to go down to the Dragon.
There's right now in the call. They're not going to get the Baron, right? 4 members were hovering.
Okay.
They're going to walk away from the objective. A little bit of delay. I think they could have taken both. They looked like they wanted to, but instead they will back away from the Baron, and they will just stop the Dragon Soul. Another chance will be afforded to no team as their base is still intact in the top 2 lanes. No inhibitors down, in the Baron still on the map.
And what I'm scared about now, in terms of like champs starting to ramp up, 3 items on Jinx now for Jeremy. Also at this point, Tryndamere is in a very good position. Rapid cannot face check this. He needs to get out. They don't want this fight.
Hook did not land from Jashuka. That probably would have been Rapid going down, although some of his teammates were already there to defend him. You can see they were desperate to check the Baron, worried that no team had just started up. And they're just going to go mid. They just want to break the base.
Wait, they can just take this.
They have a lot of damage. This turret's definitely going to go down. No team a little bit out of position. They're going to lose a turret. They're going to lose an inhibitor for essentially nothing, Kenobi. Can they find a fight? Again, tough into Toasty. No cleanses. He'll put the cage down, and Wildcard Aces are going to walk away.
Oh, and now they're going to be able to go back into that Baron pit, secure all of the vision that they want, and this is the worst, this is the scariest potential situation for no team. Walking into a Vygar cage and just getting 100 to 0'd immediately is such a scary proposition.
Gonna get locked up, gonna go unstoppable, just keep the damage from going. Ragnarok's out. I don't know if they continue this fight, but they are gonna commit to it. Down comes the Redemption, trying to heal up. Griffin locked up in the cage. Griffin gets the heal. Griffin's still staying alive. Somehow, some way, but Soraka will fall. Min finds a critical target, and Toasty is still alive on the backside. Dragoon trying to buy some time with the stopwatch, but he's gonna get knocked up, knocked down. Jeremy with the reset, but Scoop has one as well. Scoop's gonna dodge out of the cage. This is such a tense fight. 33 minutes in, Kenobi. Both teams not giving an inch.
Oh, that was so close. It was on a knife's edge between both those teams, and Tryndamere Min was able to live by the skin of their teeth and get out of there. But now it's so difficult for Blaze to be in these fights, and if they're positioned incorrectly, Min just walks at them, 3-shots them. Soraka is so squishy that they can't really deal with the incoming damage from the Tryndamere, and DJ, this is a game state that I did not expect as scooped. Oh, I don't know if you want the scoop. Ooh, mobile ADCs.
Classics. I am glad that you highlight this, because I think Min deserves a lot of credit in these last 2 fights. You mentioned he never really got a chance to get a side lane lead, but in these team fights, on a champion that really is not known for its team fighting, they're so smart in their comms. He knows who he needs to kill. Get Soraka. Don't let the ambulance continue to heal them out. He uses his ult each time in the last 3 fights to assassinate Blaze, and now they're going to try to draw them in for Baron. It's going down very, very quickly. It's already down to core HP. It is going to be gone. Griffin will get here late. He's already used the Ragnarok. Gonna get healed up by the Redemption. Has the ambulances back on. Can't get on Blaze. Toasty is down. Toasty is down by Blaze. Jeremy
Oh,
is down, and the Baron will come at the cost of the game for Wildcard Aces.
Oh, that's a disaster. Min is still alive and looking to go towards this bot side, but the death timers are so long at this point, 30 seconds plus on all of these other ones. But look at this, DJ. No team don't have a wave to work with. This game is not over just yet.
Oh, it might just not be. I might have called it too early here, Kenobi, and that just adds to the drama. No team are trying to get everything they can. The inhibitor's open,
they're going
so
inhib.
they will get it. Dragoon recognizes...
they have to be careful, though. Baron on Min, they have to be extremely careful. Min could just go and end the game.
Yeah, I mean, Dragoon is here, though. Dragoon sees him, right? He's marking him as the siege does go down.
Toasty's up
Still
in 5.
5 seconds on Toasty. They'll have time to get
They don't have minions. They don't have minions,
Where's
though.
Griffin going? He's trying to slow him down. He's trying to slow him down at all costs. They are trying to end this, Kenobi. The drama is maximum. The turrets are down.
The Nexus is open.
Nexus is under fire. Toasty gets one, but Jashuka gets
What?
the final auto. And from the depths of a comeback, no team finds a singular fight and will scrape their way to a Game 1 victory.
I cannot believe that. I mean, that game looked like it was completely in the bag for No Team at the start. Taking Jeremy out of the game, wasn't a champion for about 30 minutes, and then some just, I think, complete miscommunication errors come out from No Team, and they let Wildcard Aces back into this game. They are very lucky that they held on to that one, because that was way closer than it should have been with the lead that they had. I would be sweating right now if I was No Team. That was one that you don't want to have a repeat of.
You definitely do not, right? And hate to come back to it, but that might be the consistency, right? I'm right with you, though. The early game, again, was so consistent. It was so great. The plan was so clear. And even though there were fumbles in the plays, the plan worked. Everything was coming up No Team. But Toasty Alex, man, I mean, he was given the resources. We asked whether he could carry. And my God, did he come, I mean, mere seconds, mere inches away from doing it.
He did, and there was a little bit, I think, at the last Baron play, that felt a little bit like, not desperation, I don't want to say, for Wildcard Aces, but it felt like they overthought their power levels at that point, because Toasty was a little bit out of position. And full credit to Dragoon, who I think understood that, like, Toasty's out of position a little bit. I'm going to just go. I will sacrifice my life for this. I don't really care if I die. I have GA. And they take out Toasty, get a lot of sweet spot Qs on him, and the rest of the team blows him up with the Zeri damage. That was a very good ending team fight for No Team, but it really should not have gotten to that point at all. That should have been very much a No Team clean, crisp win, cross the T's, dot the I's. But Wildcard Aces, full credit to them. They took advantage of some mistakes that No Team made.
Yes, they did. So if that game one is anything for us, Kenobi, it promises even more action in game 2. Before we get there, of course, we need to thank our sponsors for allowing us to all watch games as hype as that one, Kenobi. So a big shout out and thank you to our sponsors here at Unified. And of course, a big shout out to Skulls. Looking to upgrade your gamer gear? Look no further. Start your 2022 off right with official Unified Esports merchandise brought to you by Skulls. Hoodies, joggers, jerseys, armbands, and a lot more coming soon. You have the skill, now get the swag. Skulls.com/collections/unified has everything you need. Gear up, game on, Skulls. We'll be right back with game 2 of this thrilling best of 3 series between No Team and Wildcard Aces. Welcome back, one and all. And oh my God, I'm glad we got a break here, Kenobi. Just a little bit of a break because my heart, man.
For
This is
sure.
what's so great about amateur, but man, my heart, it's already beaten here. We're one game into a potential 6-game day, and what a start to the day.
I mean, an incredible start, and it was a game that went a little bit longer than I think a lot of us, with how the early game went, expected. I got to give credit to No Team, and while I'm a bit critical on how they have, handled that mid-late game, the early game was really good. Like, I think they did such a good job of taking Jeremy completely out of the game whatsoever. Like, he was 0-4 at 20 minutes, down 50 CS to Zeri. It was not a good time for them. And that dive that they made, the initial one at the start, where I thought it was like, oh, it's a little bit of a scary situation, you give it over 2 kills. They gave over 2 kills to Toasty, who ended up being a carry, but they also sacked like 3 minions wave worth of minions against Jeremy. So overall, I think they played that early game impeccably. I think now if you're Wildcard Aces, do not give Zeri over to Scooped. I think we've learned that, especially if it's going to be blue side. I think Wildcard Ace is actually going to be blue side here, so they're going to be the ones with the ability to power pick. But overall, No Team, great plan at the start, shaky in the mid and late game, but man, it was a bit of a scary situation for them, wasn't it?
It was a very scary situation, a very heartening one for the side of Wildcard Aces, because we came into the series, this is their first time in group stages, right? They are the second squad for Wildcard and really stepping up here. We came in knowing that Jeremy could carry. We saw him have a pentakill to get them into the group stage in the first place. We saw him carrying them in several other OQ games. And we were wondering, we see the 75 KP, right? Can anyone else on this team carry? Well, we definitely know that if Toasty is given resources now, he can carry. So maybe it's not even the right strategy to just hard camp Jeremy, because now you got to be afraid of Toasty too.
And I think, unfortunately, there was a part on that in the draft where it's like Vigar was doing such a good job, but like there was that one part by the Baron at the end of the game where Griffin kind of sees this angle where Toasty is in a bit of a precarious position and just runs at him. And through Everfrost and through Cage, you cannot stop Ragnarok Olaf, unfortunately. So they just basically run at Vigar. And I think that while the Vigar did a lot of work and was really good, in the end, Olaf, after 35 minutes, still, while not, there is that meme that Olaf after 35 minutes isn't a champion, can still hit R and run through all of the CC at you and make you feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah, just not quite. Again, inches away, but again, super very encouraging for No Team. We are getting word that there is a bit of a slight client issue for one of the players loading in, which will give us a little time to maybe enlighten some people as to why we kind of saw this early game play out the way it did, right? We mentioned that they were hard camping Jeremy, and so a lot of people I think wonder why sometimes players are hard camped. We actually have a clip that we've mentioned a couple times for the pentakill that Jeremy got to put them in to Proving Grounds. I'd like to play this just to kind of show you how strong he can be and maybe why we've been getting this kind of play. I mean, take it away, Kano. Just like look at the damage he puts out here.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it looks like when he has, is actually a part of the game and has the 12 kills to 13, 2, and 7, gets the quadra, the penta at the very end. I mean, this is when you get Jeremy in a position like this, it is very much a position where they can carry. But to the credit of No Team, I think they did an exceptional job of not letting Jeremy ever be in that position. Even when like Jeremy was at 3 items later in the game, Jeremy didn't get to participate too much. Sure, they were getting like some good damage in, but it was all off the back of Toasty, and you saw once Toasty died in that fight, it was over.
Yeah, it was, unfortunately, with that kind of one carry threat at the moment. So we'll need to see, hopefully, a little bit of two. If they do focus Jeremy again, can we find a second carry? Can Min kind of get up and become a threat as well and make it not as easy to just jump on the one member of your comp, Kenobi, and just kind of end the game that way? But if we're looking back at game number 1 for the side of No Team, right? We mentioned kind of this mid and late game, and we've talked about some consistency. Is this something that you kind of expected from them, or how surprised were you to see this come through for them?
I wasn't too terribly surprised.
We have a draft.
We do have a draft.
Wait, what happened? Okay, we have a draft.
Oh, well, now I don't get to pontificate on that. I get to pontificate on the draft instead. So, I mean, going into this, no team having to respect ban the Vigar, which I think is a good decision because they know Toasty Alex, especially after the performance they had. This is something good. And Wildcard Aces, you can already see that they are very respectful to Griffin. They know the Hecarim needs to go, the Olaf needs to go, and that's going to be, make Griffin sweat a little bit in terms of their champ pool. But the problem with Griffin is that, like, Griffin can just play whatever. Like, even if you're banning him out, like, it feels a little bit like Malice in the sense that it's like, okay, yeah, you ban out these, but, like, what? They can play everything else. They're that good.
Yeah, and I mean I literally asked this question to Griffin yesterday. Typically, like, junglers will have like a kind of favorite or someone they think they're better on in the meta, and I asked him, like, it seems like you can play every meta pick. Like, is there something you favor? He's like, nah, I can carry on everything. Like, so much confidence from such a young player, and it's kind of true. Like, we've really seen him play a lot of different things and be absolutely slam on all of them. So it is really hard to ban him out. But speaking of the bans that have been thrown, Olaf this time back on the table, not allowed. Hecarim, not allowed. And Gangplank for Dragoon, not allowed on red side as a counter. And of course, for no team, the one adaptation from game one. Well, you're on red side, so Zeri, but also no more Veigar.
Ooh, and here comes the Aphelios.
Really?
Which is interesting that that's B1'd because now you just leave open Kate Lux, or like Kate Karma, which also sounds miserable to play.
You can take Jinx too, right? If you like this part of the matchup,
if you want. Yeah. That seems like, again, a very, like, Jeremy needs to carry us, so we're going to give him what he wants to carry, and Aphelios is one of those champions. I'm surprised it's not Jinx. Maybe it's like, I can't play Jinx with how, like it's like a thing where it's just like, I remember what happened last game. Put me on a different, like, champ for the mental, right? Where it's like, I don't want to play Jinx again with what happened. Give me Aphelios, put me with like a Thresh or something, or like a Lulu again, and make this a little bit easier. As Jinx Thresh is going to be the lock-in. I mean, kind of obvious because you don't want to give over Aphelios Thresh. It's just a no-brainer right there. That's too much of a power combo. Now I think if you're Wildcard Aces here, Xin Zhao is definitely an option to take that jungler, and then you can probably combo that along with something like a Lulu, just to make sure that you get a support before the bans start coming in.
Yeah, I think something defensive, right? And I think just smart recognition here by no team that do want to protect him. And there you go. Speaking of protection, right? We will throw the Tahm Kench in here. I think that is pretty smart if they think they are just going to get hard dove. And again, I think it's also maybe a little easier to defend yourself on Aphelios than it is on Jinx. You have traps on Jinx, but if Aphelios has the right guns and has the chakrams in particular, it becomes a lot easier to defend yourself from a dive. So really some anti-stratting going on here in draft number 2, and the Jarvan will also be drafted for Rapid for a little bit more lockdown and early game presence.
Yeah, so we saw Rapid kind of have a struggle on the Xin Zhao early. It was mostly because they had to pocket a little bit and babysit that bottom lane and wasn't able to just go around farming like an Olaf can. Had to play a little bit more of that tankier style and not affecting the map in the early game. As no team going to be picking up the Rise, so they're going to be taking their mid laner. Now this does allow Wildcard Aces to pinch the jungle pool a little bit more. But again, like we just talked about with Griffin, he said that he can carry on everything, but I think here it still would be smart for Wildcard Aces to ban out some of those junglers.
Yeah, and I think we'll see a couple. Probably Xin Zhao off the table at the very least. Diana maybe not necessarily, since they've already picked some AP for the mid lane. Don't really want to double up on that, but we'll see what Wildcard Aces is thinking here. See what Enzo and squad have up their sleeve. Camille is the ban away from no team. They don't want that one picked up by Min. I believe it's the second game in a row they have banned that one away from Min, so really don't want him on that one. And there's the other one that you could take away, Viego. We've seen Griffin very comfortable in this. Almost turn around the game in the OQs against IMTA away with a really sick engage in the bottom lane on this pick. So I think that is smart to pinch away, and just following your advice here, Kenobi.
And I think no team actually has a really good ban here, taking away the Camille away, because something that Toasty does like to play a lot is Galio. So just taking away, so they're just going to take away the combo itself entirely. I was going to say they're going to ban the Camille so that they can't just play like Galio delivery system, but you could still like pick like something like, you have the Jarvan, so it does still offer that ability to have the Galio all directly onto it. That's the respect ban for Toasty specifically, that Galio being taken away. Good reads and good prep from no team right there in that position. And for Wildcard Aces, I would expect another jungler to go. Gwen's already off the table. This could probably be, Xin Zhao. It's not Xin Zhao. So Jin Zhao is open now for No Team here, which would be great pick for them. I mean, if you're No Team, I think you're fine with taking Jin Zhao here.
Yeah, maybe just discussing it there. They're however you give me. I mean, that's obviously not going to happen here. That is not going to be a pick. So we'll see what they do go. I mean, the Jin Zhao does seem fine into Jarvan. We've seen the matchup before. Maybe not something Griffin wants to pilot, and he actually wants to try something a little bit different here. The Udyr will be locked in. That is not something we have seen Griffin play just yet, so maybe showing us yet another wrinkle in an already incredible champion pool. Lulu is the hover. This could be a mid lane Lulu. You could always go kind of TSM strats here. I mean, we saw Tactical over the weekend have what, like 75% damage share on like a 3 enchanter comp for a Jinx, so that's an option if you really want to set up Jeremy to carry, and it won't be Lulu, but it is still a enchanter supportive pick.
Yeah, so this could be mid. There is that possibility for it to go mid. It could also go support, and you move Tahm Kench to the top lane. I know Tahm Kench top has like kind of fallen off a little bit with how prevalent it was once the changes came in, but this is definitely still flexible for them. Now it's just deciding where they want to go in terms of the counter pick, and it looks like Aatrox is going to be the one locked in for Min in that top side. So you're giving Dragoon a counter pick, and a very good counter pick into Aatrox is going to be Aurelia. I think Tryndamere also works extremely well. We saw it in the last game where it didn't really have too much interaction, but you do get kind of a free lane. Like, Aatrox can't really kill you if you're Tryndamere playing it correctly, so I think this would be a decent pick. I would also like the Aurelia on top of it as well.
Yeah, we'll see what Dragoon wants to go for here. It would be very interesting to see him play the opposite side of the matchup. But
that's the Dragoon special right there.
Yeah, I was just about to say we are back to the specialty. It is the set to come through. Give a little priority. Give a little bit of that punching power, the old 1-2, as we like to say, for the set for Dragoon. Bring back Dragoon Smash, right? That's what we want to see. A little bit of Dragoon Smash after last game, Kenobi.
I think it's also good against what they're bringing to the table with the Aatrox. Or not with the Aatrox, with the Tahm Kench. Like, Tahm Kench is going to just get, like, really tanky and really swirled, so you just kind of can take that Tahm Kench, dive into that back line, create a lot of CC and a lot of disruption against a composition like Wildcard that does seem to want to play a little bit more towards being a little bit safer and waiting for those perfect engagement opportunities. I do like in Wildcard the fact that they do have something to walk along with the Jarvan, because there are times where I see teams like draft Jarvan, but they don't have anything that can combo along with it. Now you bring like an Aatrox to the mix, so you have like another threat. Seraphine can ult you from across the screen, so just keep everyone inside of your Jarvan ultimate in the Demacia. So I think this is a great draft from both teams. The one thing I am worried about is that no team has gotten Jinx Thresh. And I think Jinx Thresh is very, very strong. Like, I would say more so than Aphelios Tom, like, going into, like, the later halves of the game, right?
I agree with you, because I think that either Aphelios or Jinx with Thresh is busted. And I am I am a personal purveyor of the Jinx side of this matchup. Maybe probably because I can't play Aphelios that well. But either way, Kenobi, I do very much like that bottom lane. And also, they got a side laner who will probably scale into infinity here in Blaze, right? It's not your kind of traditional like 2 split pushers. You do have a little more conditional kind of side laning in the later stages from Dragoon. But I mean, we've seen the tanky rise. I think even damage rise could be fine here because there's not a whole lot of burst on the enemy composition. And either way, no one's matching Blaze later on in the side lane.
I actually think you just go tanky rise here, and you are going to be so fine in any team fight. Like, the only AP damage right now for Wildcard Aces is Seraphine. She's not that good. Leandry's is fine, but, like, you are not getting consistent AP damage onto a Rise. And against, like, against Aatrox, Jarvan, Aphelios, you're going to be chilling when you get to, like, 3 items and you just don't die. You get shielded and you have so much armor that they can't touch you. Like, you're right. In the side lane aspect of this game, I'm very, very worried because no one's going to be able to, and even in team fights, like, no one's going to be able to touch Rise in late game unless they like charm him and instantly blow him up. But you can't do that with the new Rise build if he goes tanky build.
Yep. The tanky build will be too powerful. But one thing we got to look at again here, Kenobi, for the early game at the very least, is Griffin versus Rapid. Right? Rapid had a kind of a similar situation to in game number 1. He had the Jin Zhao against Olaf. He was always going to get out cleared, so he had to make plays in the early game. Well, that is heavily exacerbated in this matchup.
Yes.
Like, you are going to get hard out cleared by Udyr. Even if it's boring, you will get hard out cleared. And so we might see a very similar strategy from Griffin to just kind of farm his way away from Rapid. So where do you want to see, where should we see Rapid looking to try to make more of an impact and make it a little harder on No Team to just like kind of farm their way into a 3K gold lead?
So I think, I mean, the thing about where we are in terms of the matchup that we have here is there's not too much gank setup in, you know, the mid lane, at least for, you know, when you're rocking with the Seraphine. I think what Rapid will be doing here is probably trying to match and mirror where the Udyr is going, because that's kind of what they did last game, and it did give them a way back in because they were in fights to where if they weren't in those fights, there's no way Toasty is able to like get kills or be able to impact the game as much as they did. So I think this would be, unless they're seeing like something really out of the ordinary in terms of a lane state, like you can potentially gank a Rise at this point with like Seraphine gank setup, but I think beyond that, realistically, just try and keep up with Udyr and at least know where he is on the map. Even if you aren't in farm, just be in a position where you can make the Udyr less impactful if he's going to be ganking early.
Well, my eyes will be on it. As MEC enjoyer over there, Kenobi, I'm wondering if you've seen Cole throw. He's pulled this out a couple times, and I've seen some pretty big CSDs in a couple of those games. So really hoping that that's not the case for Rapid this time around. But of course, he's always going to have the playmaking on this pick. And remember, in that Pentakill clip we saw for Jeremy, he was playing the Jarvan, and he earned quite a bit of space with his ultimate. So the man knows what he's doing on this pick, but we don't really have a lot of time to talk here because Pacus is taking a bit of a rough trade with Chishuka at the moment. He is a tanky catfish, and Chishuka is about half HP as well. The ward placement is earned, and it looks like Scoop and Chishuka can try and control this lane.
We're already scrapping in with the, you know, red guns from the affiliates. Does have the ability to heal back up. Did use a pot early and is going to force one out of Scoop as well. So bot lane, a bit of a scrap at the start. Same with the top lane. I mean, we're already starting to throw punches, and it makes sense because we do have set in this game. So obviously, we're going to be seeing a lot of those.
Yeah, I mean, you know Dragoon wants to throw down in lane with this pick, right? He is just so brutal on this champion that it's already really hard to lane against him. You can see the 2 comes in, Min respecting it, walks away, does not become part of the face breaker combo. Pretty well done to Min there.
You definitely don't want to do that as Rapid. We'll be looks full clear to the top side and gonna start clearing out their bot side as well. Both of these junglers clearing in opposite directions. With the push, though, that No Team is going to have because they do have Thresh and Jinx, this does open up an opportunity for the Jarvan to go towards that bot side after they do Krugs and after they do their red rather, and potentially make something happen.
Yeah.
Udyr is nowhere near this.
This
fight,
is shoved
so
in, though. This is already shoved in. And I think this is what Scooped and Chishuka were, right, when we saw that trading, this is what they're fighting for. They're fighting for the push. They're fighting to get it all the way under turret at the right timer, and they have succeeded.
Yeah, and then the nice cheater recall as well going to be coming out from both of them, as it is a way they are aware that they are doing it, as Min is very lucky that he wasn't at the center of that.
Dude, he has
that
3
would've been
CS.
True damage, and he has to get out of dodge because Udyr is around and rises too.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is troublesome for Min. I mean, this is Dragoon. Right.
Is he dead?
It could flash. No,
I was
not
gonna
worth
say.
it. I think Dragoon's already doing
this
enough,
is
right?
brutal,
Yeah,
though.
he's already done enough.
dude.
He doesn't need to flash. Like, look at this.
They're just bullying the other side of the lane now.
No.
Like, it was like, okay, this time Jeremy's going to be the one. Like, Jeremy got bullied in last game. Now it's the turn for the top laner, and he missed quite a bit of CS. Udyr's going to be able to back, so should be totally fine, but I mean, this is brutal for Min. Lost a lot of EXP, too, off of all of those waves crashing.
Yeah, this is a Dragoon special right here. I mean, just absolutely dominating the lane. Gets a little help from his bully partner in Griffin up there on the top side. And it's not as bad as what we had with Jeremy, at least at this point. He is going to get some CS here, but oof, not setting up well. And now TP advantage, of course, belongs to Dragoon in what's already a winning lane.
Oh, and Dragoon's going to try and go in here, pop out some damage, but it's going to be a trade as... I mean, look at again where kind of like Rapid is just having to hover because he's so worried as... Actually, he's on the bot lane, but Udyr's here.
Okay, nice reposition with the...
Oh, the Grey Health
my goodness, the Grey Health is not enough. A great reposition with the Dark Passage, and Scoop gonna pick up first blood with his really last rocket available now, Jeremy. Run, buddy. Run. The camp is still here. They've got tents in bottom lane. Okay, you've got TPs. They surely won't do this for the 3rd time. They're gonna walk away. Yeah. We're learning. We're learning. We're growing here, Kenobi.
That's the smart thing, but I mean, they get the TP out of Seraphine, so that is definitely a cooldown that they will like to have as Looks like Min has found their way back into this lane a little bit, where it was a bit of a struggle bus at the start, but now even in CS, missing a little bit in terms of the EXP, but I don't think Min, well, he's doing quite a bit here, and that's just off of Doran's shield.
Yeah, but Dragoon has not based him, and he...
Oh.
No, maybe not. Oh, he has to flash. Okay, there we go, man. A little bit of fight back, and Dragoon still trying to hang around. Not sure if he needs the gold for a specific buy. He is really trying to stick around for this minion wave, because remember, he has TP. Now he'll pick one up. He is now headed back to base and will expend that cooldown, but he will be flashless.
Yeah, so I will expect potentially Jarvan to go up there. The thing about ganking set as well is we're going to see a replay in this bottom side.
Oh, no, this poor... the tracking.
Just not in time with the gray health, unfortunately, to keep them alive. That was a poor dead catfish. Unlucky.
A little bit of catfish dinner here to start out game number 2. Kenobi and Scoop will be helping himself to the meal. He's got himself an okay CS lead. Got that first kill. Got a good base.
Rapid's
now he's in
here.
trouble, though. Rapid coming along. Dark Passage. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. There is no Cataclysm, and well done by Jashuka and Scoop. Great positioning in the lane.
Extremely well played from them, especially with Jizuka hitting the perfect lantern to get scooped out of there, and that could have gone from bad to worse if they had stayed a little bit longer in misposition, but they're able to survive. And again, it's a little bit of a scary proposition in the jungle, because Rapid is quite far behind. He, spent a lot of time on that top side making sure that Min could get back into this game, and for that, he's had to sacrifice a lot of his potential to gank early and a lot of his CS. So Griffin going to be totally fine with this lead that they have, continue farming up, just be a complete menace to Rapid's attempts to do anything, as if Rapid goes for this, the Udyr is around.
Yeah, I like the attempt. I feel like Rapid needs to do something right. We're already looking at the CSD. We mentioned this could happen. So I like the fact that Rapid feels like he needs to make a play, wants to use this early power, and they are forcing them off the Drake for now. Oh, they just have to walk away. Oh, there's a base timer. Toasty's out of mana.
Yeah, this is not good. I mean, they can try and steal this. Rapid is only level 5, though, so... Yeah, I think they gotta give it this. Again, it's a force, though, because, now Rapid has spent, so much time just being in this position that he's, again, now even more farther behind. Actually, though, an engagement in the bot lane.
Okay, maybe an overstep. Jashuka has to flash away. Scoop is going for the lantern. He's gonna flash
he missed
to get the Dark Passage. And despite the greedy pathing, no team's bottom lane will stay alive.
Oh, Rapid just not quite connecting on that flag and drag, 'cause that could have been the kill secured there. And this early game in the jungle just goes from bad to worse, it feels like. Wildcard Aces.
Blaze is going to come on in with the Realm Warp, and they're diving in. They're going to be slain by Griffin for the first blood. Jashuka's still alive. It's a disaster for Wildcard Aces. They're going to lose 3 members, and kills are going to go on to Scoop.
Yeah, this is really not ideal, as Min is trying to make something happen in the top lane against Dragoon. Dragoon's low. I think he's just dead.
Oh, yeah, going all in. Going to try to get the ulti out Dragoon, but he will be slain. It's a solo kill from Min all the way back from the level 1 bullying.
I mean, Min does bring something a little bit back in terms of the needle for Wildcard Aces, but still, I mean, you look in the bot lane, that's a 2-0-2 Jinx already. Pretty decent amount of CS ahead. It will be, taken from this wave, as we're going to be seeing a replay of what exactly happened here. This is just, what? They had vision on that. What? I think there's no way they had vision. They wouldn't have done that if they did. I refuse to believe.
Of Blaze coming down?
Yeah, I just might have misread that completely.
I mean, maybe, but either way, you've got to have an expectation, right? He hasn't used the Realm Warp yet, and here is that solo bolo on the top lane. Min, just nice set of Qs, great cage, nowhere for Dragoon to run, even with the Executioners and healing, so a little bit too much. So there is something to work with for Wildcard Aces, but in the first game, it was no team overextending a little bit on dives, and that is an overextension that gets, hard punished.
Desperation feels like as well, honestly, when you're going for something that aggressive in a position where it's like, okay, we need to make something happen. And while you were even on Levos and you had the Noon Quiver, try to make that happen under tower is even harder, especially without your jungler in the midst. So it's a bit of a scary proposition right now for Wildcard Aces to get back into this one because they don't have the bailout that they had with like the Vigar. They do have Aphelios, but 0-1 Aphelios right now. Min is like really the only bright spot that you currently have for Wildcard Aces, and when you look on the other side for no team, like you have a Jinx who's already 2-0 and 2, going to be getting towards that mythic item relatively soon. As again, some more scrapping happening in the top lane, but nothing really should come of it.
Some trading back and forth, and I really like that you kind of call out the potential desperate players. Like, hold on, Min's gonna pop the ulti. Min's gonna go back in. Dragoon still has ult.
Oh, he's
going under turret. And he's gonna get the kill. The question is, does he get out? Yes, he does. And the one bright spot for Wildcard Aces is snuffed out as Dragoons smash again.
And look at all the CS that's about to go into the drink for Min. I mean, he potentially might be able to come back and get some of it with the TP by the time he's alive, but even so, I mean, it just feels like it's forcing plays after forcing plays from Wildcard Aces. Like there, with the Aatrox going in for that ultimate and trying to win the 1v1 against Sent, knowing that he had ultimate still. It's just a really rough situation for Wildcard Aces to be in, as the bright spots like you were talking about, where it was like the Aatrox you had, it's fading a little bit. And Ryze has been given essentially a free lane here against the Seraphine. And one of the things we talked about in the draft was how scary it's going to be in the late game with a Ryze who's going, you know, potentially with this tanky build and won't be able to take any damage. And you look at how far behind all of Wildcard Aces are, it's going to be even more so.
Oh no. Okay, yeah, good stuff, Rabbit. Run. You have no priority. All your camps are gone. All your camps belong to Griffin. And this is why I'm glad that you talked about desperation, because look at no team. I mean, they're just fearless. There's 4 of them here. Griffin's already popping his ghost. Here comes the Realm Warp. Defensive TP is coming in, but doesn't even matter. Already kill over to Shuka. Blaze in trouble. He's going to go down. Griffin has to reposition with the Dark Passion. They are going to run away. Meanwhile, Min gets another solo bolo under the turret in the top lane, and maybe just a little bit of hope remaining for Aces as the fighting has continued. Griffin in a lot of trouble. Triple charm coming in from the Encore, but is it going to be enough? Griffin's still healing in the front line. He's going low. Otto's coming out from Scoop. Jeremy's got the big shield from the Eat, but he's getting chased away. Scoop out of mana. Dark Death Sentence going to land. Kill going over to Pokus. Kill going back. Kill onto Scoop, and this might be the moment. Jeremy should get another kill, and Jeremy gonna be part of the game as he gets some gold in his back pocket.
The sustainability from the Seraphine doing so much in that fight. The recontest. Jashuka's going to get slam dunked right there. And Wildcard Aces find themselves a way back off of the team fight and off of a solo bolo in the top lane from Min. Onto Dragoon's patented set, by the way. Like, this isn't just any set. This is Dragoon's set, and Min has already gotten 2 solo kills.
Yeah, Min really having a good game here. Right? Again, he was bullied so hard at level 1. He got a little bit of help from his jungler, and that's all I needed, right? From that point on, it has just been Min. Yes, he got solo killed once, but I can count, right? I watched Sesame Street when I was a kid. 2's just better than 1, and we're gonna see it here once again as he goes under the turret.
Ooh, good flash. That was a good. I mean, he did miss the other like 2 Qs to start that, but we'll see in the bot lane what exactly happened, as well as this is actually the fight kind of a bit later than it was. But look at Toasty. I mean, this charm was absolutely disgusting, by the way, from Toasty, and they just aren't able to kill the Aphelios. And remember, this is Aphelios with white-purple guns. These aren't the greatest guns for Aphelios to have in a team fight. Definitely the Chakrams are, but purple one not so much, as with Rift Herald being dropped here, potentially a dive might be coming.
This one's going to land, but it's on to Rapid. Will not follow up as Jashuka just trying to pressure. Now they're trying to go in onto Scoop. He's going to walk away, put the trap line down, and now the fighting begins in earnest. Both Blaze and Toasty are here. 4v4 as the turret goes low. Their turret will go down. Gale forced in, but he's going to get rooted up, and Jeremy's going to go down. A little bit of a bridge too far, and it ends up with a double kill for Scoop on top of the first turret.
It's another force from Wildcard Aces there. I mean, the Rift Herald's coming. Obviously, you don't want to just give it up for free, but at that point, especially without Jarvan having ultimate, Kench also had ultimate, I think, towards the later end of that fight, but is it really worth just dying for moments like that? Like, once you miss the cooldowns, you just have to back out. There's no reason to commit to that one. So, it's just, again, Wildcard Aces in a situation where they go, like you mentioned, a bridge too far, and it doesn't end up working out for them. This actually might be scary now.
Nice dodge on the first one. Won't dodge the tongue, but he will get the phase rush boost and the nice little proc of the passive on the spell rotation, and goodbye. He's going to speed on out of here.
Just kind of take stock of where we are in terms of itemization right now. Gorge Drinker has
Oh boy.
completed for mid, and
Oh,
Dragoon
you're going to have to wait on that one, buddy, because Dragoon's in some trouble. Going to pop the ulti early, needs to get the shield out, but can't even do it with the CC. Blaze is here with the Realm Warp to try to pick up the pieces, but he is here just a little bit too late. He's just going to have to pick up the pieces of the minions left over from the corpse of his top laner.
Nice play. I mean, if they're going to try and take someone out of the game, might as well just continuously try and take Dragoon out of the game, but it is still a 5-in-1 Jinx towards that bottom side, and now has 2 items at 15 minutes. Always something you hate to see, because Jinx is one of those champs. I mean, that's a lot of gold. Oof. That is a 1.5k gold lead beyond anyone else in the server. Building Hurricane against this triple melee, love that decision from Scooped in terms of the itemization here. It's going to be very hard, especially with the Thresh in the back pocket of Scoop, to kill this Jinx now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 2k on Jeremy, not what you want to see here. And he's even above Min, right, who, again, has had kind of the best laning phase of the bunch. Scoop going to get hit with the tongue, but there's why we love Thresh, right? There's why the combo is so dangerous. The reposition is always so great on these immobile AD carries who love to stand and auto. Now, again, with the tempo, just going to be no team heading up to the top side with their pressure. They will take down the second turret of the game. The side lane's now wide open for Blaze to start establishing himself.
He's just going to start doing what Ryze does in these scenarios. Jeremy actually gets a lot of games on Scoop.
Scoop is going to go down here. Even flashes away and still falls. Dragoon's going to come in at the end of it, but there's not a lot of damage left. They have to back away, and a bit of a mistake from Scoop, believing he had the cover of the Dark Passage.
Nice little play, as well as Focus once more, and that's a nice root though from Blaze.
3-man Everfrost. The Charm going to go wide, and Griffin, he's just in the middle of 3, trying to tank up what he can. Has to get the reposition of the Dark Passage. Takes a couple chakrams on the way out, but will keep himself intact. And that red-white from Jeremy, at the very least, deterring the follow-up engage while Min works on this turret in the bottom side.
Yeah, for all that, Min wasn't even in that team fight, so we'll get this turret taken down. We'll continuously just keep putting gold in the back pocket of the Aatrox, who... Oh, Blade. Oh, Toasty. Oh, Toasty. You gotta get out of there. Sing
he does
your
not
way
have
out.
Encore. He's gonna get TP. Okay, he's gonna lock him up with Speedy Blaze. One more rotation.
Oh, they canceled the TP!
Canceled
Dragoon!
the TP. Will Dragoon die for it? That's the question. Is he picture in the bottom lane? Dragoon has helped his mid laner, but now Min, he is popping the all-in. He's got himself a Gore Trigger. I don't think there's any way Dragoon wins this. The question is, can he get out? It's not looking like
flash.
His flash is well-timed, but Min doesn't want to let him go. Trying to turn it around, and the turret is nowhere near enough. Yet another solo kill for Min.
I mean, that's not the worst opportunity there for... I mean, Dragoon, obviously, you would have wanted to have lived there, but the fact that you're getting the flash out of the Aatrox, that's actually really good for an upcoming team fight that might happen here, because Aatrox's job now would be to just literally walk to the backline and take out Jinx. Like, you want to be able to get onto that backline member, because realistically, they win here, no team, through Jinx's damage in these team fights. So the fact that he's not going to have flash for this next fight is a little bit of a problem if you can't just flank and walk up from that other side.
You mentioned Scooped will be that critical member. Also flashless after that play in the mid lane. This Dragon coming up in 6 seconds, so there is a bit of a vulnerable AD carry. Jashuka gonna have to position very well once again. He's been doing it, I would say, pretty much to perfection this game, right? Even just that one play in the mid lane, and I think that one got warded. He was still in the right spot to try to keep Scooped safe, and he'll need to be on extra high alert here with his AD carry flashes, as we are getting ready for the Surge Drake fight. Already a little bit of damage done to Griffin, but he's Speedy Boy on the Udyr. He will walk out of the cage from the Aatrox as his team's drawing up their battle lines. Thrown out. And being aggressed here by the side of Wildcard Ace, and they're going to go in. Here comes the engage into the back line. Is Rapid. Huge encore over the top. Toasty gets the first onto Griffin. Blaze is separated, but we have to keep our eyes on Scoop. He's the critical member, but look at Min. Min is doing exactly what you want from him. He's creating so much room. They simply cannot do damage to him, and Dragoon should fall on the backside. Even if he lives, it's a one fight for Wildcard Aces.
That is exactly the fight that Wildcard Aces want. Exactly. Just print that and make it happen every single fight. A huge engagement from Rapid onto the backline members, comboed along with the encore from Toasty, and Min doing what I wanted Min to do, get into that back line, just stand in the face of the Jinx and make sure that she's not able to absolutely ruin these squishies in that back line. They don't want a front-to-back team fight against this competition.
Now we'll take a look at it again, and Jeremy does fall again in this fight, but his teammates really picking up, and yeah, just watch Min, right? Watch him as he comes down to the bottom side of this fight.
Yeah, Min is looking for something here. Rapid has a huge engagement here as well, though. Look at this absolute beauty of an ultimate from Rapid there. And Min, after that, just knows exactly where to go. Towards that bot side, take out Scooped. Is basically taking no damage from Scooped at this point. Scooped is very strong, but against an Aatrox like this, who's gotten this fed, who's got 3 solo bolos against Dragoon, it's very hard to take him out.
Yeah, right. He has armor. He has healing. Scooped does not have either heal cut yet. I don't think he has armor pen with his second buy, so it's so hard for him to do damage, particularly when the member on your team that has the heal cut in Dragoon is just separated on the top side of the fight. So there's no one to cut down Min. It makes it so easy for him to just frontline and gold lead here, right? We see it again, right?
It's a tale as old as time.
4,300 was the lead. It's now down to basically nothing. Although we look back up, and it's still about a K or so.
It still is a significant amount. Not really that significant, but it is still a higher amount, just because that's the way the math works. But Rift Herald will be dropped here in the mid lane, as actually Wildcard Aces might be in a precarious position here. They
rooting up Rapid. Rapid get a nice EQ combo out. Toasty will tank that rocket, and Rapid just has to ult to try to stay alive. Scoop's alone. Scoop, okay, Gale forces in to get the Dark Passage out. But once again, Wildcard Aces, they're trying to re-engage. They got a flank TP. This is looking so good.
My God.
Low. It's just 2 kills over to Aces, making a third and a double kill for Jeremy. They are looking so strong. Scoop is manaless. He can't get away. Jashuka, is he actually? My God, Jashuka is a monster with these Dark Passages. How many times has he saved Scoop's life? But this time it won't even matter. And this time the Baron is up.
Toasty might not be on the Vigard, but is impacting this game so much. With that charm, that Encore hit 4 people, now has the Rylai's and the Leandries, is going to be able to keep the rest of the team alive through all of that. And through that fight win, it's a Baron over to Wildcard Aces, and we keep singing the same song, it feels here, DJ. An extremely flawless, it felt like, early game for no team that has kind of collapsed towards the mid game.
They think they have Rapid, but they just can't quite get him. Scoop goes in for the execute, but it kind of baits the whole team in, right? You can see it again. They're all just chunked out, stuck in this chokehold, just taking damage from the Seraphine. All the shielding and healing is available. Here comes Min on the flank to just guarantee the outcome. And here's really, again, Jashuka is so intelligent. The Dark Passage baits it in, gets max range, and actually gets his AD carry out alive. But that is just minimizing the damage that has been done. And look at Wildcard Aces again. The second roster for Wildcard, here to represent the organization in what seemed like an impossible matchup against No Team. They are looking so good in game number 2. And now the desperate plays they're coming up from No Team. That was 3-man, 4 people committed to the bot lane as a 3-man Realm Warp comes in against the Baron push. That means mid lane is just forfeit to Wildcard Aces.
I mean, this is something that they did in the last game as well, where they just tried making these desperate plays towards the mid type of this fight. As it looks like they want to try it again.
They took the root up, but I mean, again, we don't even want Blaze in these team fights. We love to see him on a side lane, but they just have no nap control.
Oh, the flash!
The flash EQ is huge from the jungler, but Scoop is flashed out of it. Now the fight re-engaging. A lot of time bought by Dragoon, but he has to flash away. Going back in. Grip is so low. There's the charm onto a couple. The shielding is just too much. No one can fall from the side of Wildcard Aces. They're all too strong, and No Team is just relegated to their fountain.
And 5 members still alive with Wildcard Aces, still with the Baron in their back pocket, and they will push down this mid lane turret, take that inhibitor as well. And all No Team can do here is watch.
First turret base will fall in the mid lane. Kenobi, the inhibitor, certain to join it. Now Wildcard. They have full control of this map, and No Team are in a very uncomfortable and unfamiliar position where they're going to have to find a way to make things happen. They still have the Jinx. They still have this Rise, but they have not found a way to win any of these fights through Min and Toasty. These 2 members so big with healing, with the shielding. They just simply can't do enough.
I got to give huge props to Rapid as well for that engagement that he had, where he the flash onto Scooped, who actually had his flash forced out. And Rapid has had a couple, like the last game, Rapid had a bit of a rough time in this early game. But this Jarvan pick from Rapid has been phenomenal so far. So many great engagements from that jungle position. And you're right, there is still that win condition of Scooped. You still have that win condition of the Rise in the side lane in the late game, but it's been a lot of just on the backs of Min holding the line, it felt like, in that early game. While bot lane and mid lane was not really, bot lane was getting dove on continuously and mid lane just had a free lane. It's been Min who has been that stalwart pillar for the side of Wildcard Aces in this game. And now you talk about all the control, inhibitor down in the mid lane. I don't think actually anyone besides the Rise realm warping down to take down the Aatrox is going to be able to kill him. Like, Min is just on another level right now. It's 16-12 in terms of levels for Min. Dragoon's not a champion.
Well, and speaking of sending members to get Min, there are 3 here. Griffin is going to pop the Ghost off of the initial zap. They're going to stun him up into the traps, but he's just going to go right back in. Can he stay alive? He's healing so much. The damage, though, finally here from Scooped on 3 items. He'll shred through that armor. It is No Team. They've finally done enough to take down this monstrous Darkin in the side lane, but as it always is at this point in the game, 26 minutes in, facing a gold deficit, you are going to give something up.
And that's almost like best case scenario for them as well. Specifically that the shutdown gold went over to the Jinx. Like, Scooped is the win condition right now for No Team. They need to make sure Scooped stays alive. As actually, we're seeing a flank with the charm.
3-man charm, but it doesn't do any damage. It doesn't do any damage. They're not here yet, but it has bought time. It's bought time, and they're locked up. Griffin has to run away. The reposition comes through, but there's a reset for Scoop. Can he carry the fight? Scoop's got 2. Jeremy's in trouble. It's going to be 3. It's going to be 4. Scoop may have given No Team away back into the game.
Scooped with the ace. What a gutsy call from No Team, going for that flank, seeing the Seraphine out of position, and while the Encore bought time, it was not enough. And Scooped now, 10 kills to their name. They're the win condition. Give them the ball, and they will carry you to the promised land of a 2-0 series victory.
Oh, and you just promised it, Kenobi. How much better could the timing be? You said Scooped is the win condition, and boy, oh boy, is he. I mean, we talked about it, right? The damage is not quite there, but you think the sustain is enough. You think they've done enough, but here comes Scooped, and I mean, I'm just going to let the rest speak for itself here.
I mean, Jeremy also had the worst types of guns for that fight to start. He had red, purple, and that's like, as a combo, if you're like an Affiliates player, you're miserable with that combo. You want like red, white, you want to be able to push down these members, but because if he has like red, white in that fight and like throws an ultimate with Chakrams, that fight could look completely different, but Jeremy just was not ready with the entirety of Wildcard Aces for a TV play like that. So big props to No Team and their shot calling for going for that, because that was a gutsy call that could have ended the game if it went poorly.
Again, the young team, right, showing maybe some hiccups in this series, but showing that they have the guts, that they have the intelligence. Hold on, we're going to have more, right? We're going to see if they can hold on here as another fight breaks out.
Focus
is very separated from the team, and he's going to go down, and guess what that means? It's reset time for the Jinx. They're flashing in. Can they get the Scoop? No, they can't. He's alone in the backline with Rapid. He's going to get 3. He's going to get 4. Again, it's a second quadra that's stolen away by Scumbag Blaze. But No Team has retaken control of Summoner's Rift.
And Scooped is too big right now to fail, it feels like the banks in America in 2008. There is no way to get to Scooped here. It is absolute pandemonium, as it looks like No Team are just going to run this down to the base. Death timers are so long right now. The next closest up is Focus with 6 seconds, but they can't hold this here, DJ.
Oh my god, Scoop is doing so much. The charm comes out. Toasty immediately has to flash away, but he hasn't taken anyone down. Griffin's just taking the damage as they take the turret.
That's it.
Scoop is the only member that matters here. They can't get to him. He's just going to pad the stats at the end of the game, at the end of the series. Scoop, as you said, is too big to fail, and No Team will open the group stage with a 2-0 win.
No Team, it wasn't pretty in the first game, wasn't prettiest in the mid game of this one, but at the very end, it's what you need, that W, and No Team take a 2-0 series against Wildcard Aces, who put up a hell of a fight, had some phenomenal team fighting and some engagements with Rapid and Toasty, but when they needed him most, Scooped was there on the Jinx, 15 kills at the end, past 30 minutes. It's almost impossible to beat those.
Man, oh man, what a performance from Scoop there in game number 2, right? And we were asking whether this team would show the wherewithal, would show the heart and spirit to come back from a position that they're not in very often. And again, we kind of see the maturity, right? We see mistakes happen throughout the game. We see issues in both games, but in both games, no team finds the way to win. They understand what they need to do to get the critical kills, right? In game 1, it's Griffin running through the cage, finding Toasty Alex in the Baron pit. And in game 2, it's the entire team making these TP calls and recognizing, protect Scooped, let him carry us, and it works wonders.
I mean, hey, Scoop, raise the puppy. That's exactly what it felt like towards the end of that. That TP play, I think, broke the back. It felt like a little bit of Wildcard Aces, where they weren't ready for a fight like that. And after giving Jinx so many kills, just a gutsy performance, I think, from No Team, who I believe will learn a lot from this series going forward, with how hard they had to scrap for it in that first game, with how hard they had to scrap for it in the second game as well. I just cannot... Towards the ending, like the clutchness of this team, they still have that kind of clutch factor, even though the mid game struggles a bit. But when you get to late game and the game is on the line, No Team has the members to bring them over that finish line.
Yeah, they certainly do. And we are waiting just a second here to see who we will be interviewing at the end of the game. Being tossed around a little bit behind the scenes. I think everyone wants a piece of the mic. Again, this is this is an energetic, this is a fun team. And so looking forward to see who we do get on that interview desk. But before we go there, right, any kind of final thoughts on Wildcard Ace's performance in this series? Could begin. I think a lot of us came into the day. You saw the caster predictions. Only Emery's dog believed in Wildcard Aces. And I think at the end of today, there's going to be a lot more believers.
I definitely, like, I was going to this, like, oh, Wildcard Aces here. Big Brother's not around anymore. Regular Wildcard to, help you out. But Wildcard Aces put up a fight. This was a 2-0, but it was much closer, I think, than the scoreline indicates, right? That first game could have gone either way, especially with how Toasty was playing. Toasty impressed me a lot, especially on the Seraphine with those engages. The Vigar was an absolutely nuts performance from them. Overall, I am very impressed with what I saw from Wildcard Aces, but No Team just had that, like, last little bit of clutchness to push them over the edge. But Wildcard Aces' team, I think we'll probably be seeing again. I mean, we definitely will, because this
definitely will. I mean, fortunately, not an elimination match.
In the future, these are players that we will be seeing again.
A very apt prediction, Kenobi, that we will be seeing Wildcard Aces once again in the group stages. Unfortunately, we will, to see if they can build on some of these positive performances. But unfortunately, it is a loss for them today, and they will have to bounce back. But we will get to hear, of course, from one of the members of the winning squad in an interview. This time around, it will be the jungler Griffin. So we will take a very short break, but stick around. When we come back, Izzy will have the young superstar jungler, and we'll be able to give him the grilling.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I am joined today by Griffin of No Team. Griffin, how are you?
Good. I mean, not actually. It's actually not good because, like,
not good.
because like we should have beat them like a lot harder than we should have, like than we did. But it's still good. It's still good.
So break down what happened for me. Kind of, give me your play-by-play.
Oh well, play-by-play. First game, we had a good draft. Yeah, good draft. I mean, we kind of just stomped them until like we threw a little bit, then we got tilted, and then we almost threw the game. But I'm the GOAT, so no, I'm kidding. But all right, we pulled it through at the end. Like we should not have won that first game. Like considering like we got outscaled and like we threw our lead. Like we should have lost, but we found a really good angle, bro, and it was fun. It was huge. And then second game. So second game, basically what happened was that we saved advanced Seraphine and Galio's second phase, and by 80k, bans Camille. So we just lost the draft, I'm not gonna lie. So due to our 80k, like I think he like misclicked, I don't know what happened. So he griefed our draft. So like it made the game hard.
But he did get 15 kills on the Jinx, so
yeah.
I think maybe an apology, maybe a
Yeah, I mean
extended
Nah, I just carried him, but yeah.
No.
No, yeah, he made up for the gameplay, but like he griefed the draft, but yeah, that was basically the 2 games. And then we also played like way less bad or way worse than we should have. Like we were really unclean, like a lot of bad stuff. But overall, we won at least, so that's good.
Yes, a dub overall is very good. Now, you guys went down against GGA in the first circuit qualifier. Good news is GGA's not in Circuit Qualifier 2, or good news for you at least. What were your guys' big takeaways from that first Circuit Qualifier?
I don't know.
How are they kind of shaping up in like this one?
Yeah, I mean, first qualifier, honestly, I think if we were in our form where we were right now against GGA, well, if we played better actually, like today we played bad, but like if we played at our peak today against GGA, we would have won. But GGA actually improved a lot from the time we beat them, so they probably would have still win because like right now, because they probably improved a lot. But biggest takeaways from our first qualifier was that like I don't know actually, I kind of forgot honestly. Probably the biggest takeaway from my first qualifier was that we would lose like player gap, like that's the only way we lose, I think. Well, against 100x we got like player gaps in all roles, so like as long as we didn't get player gaps like hard early game, like we just beat them, like. And we just win. Honestly, yeah, that's basically it. As long as we just didn't like all lose lane, then we're good.
Yeah. Well, the casters and I were gossiping after game 1. According to Pukar, you've been coming up with catchphrases to torment Dragoon with.
What?
And one of those catchphrases being, "It's like I know what you mean."
Oh,
is that true?
No, I don't know what this guy. He's this Pukar guy. I don't know. He's misreading information.
You don't know? Rumors?
It's a rumor probably. I don't know. It doesn't really get to. No, I mean I say it once in a while. Maybe once every like 5 minutes ish. But like, it doesn't really chill Dragoon. If anything, it probably motivates him. I can tell by like his voice. Like he's very motivated, and that's why he performed so good the second game today. And so
it's
like we're chilling.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny because they told me the saying, and I was like, that unironically sounds like something I'd say. Like,
yeah, it's like I know what you mean. It's like I know what you mean when you say that. Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, great job today. We look forward to No Team's performances throughout the rest of the event. Thanks for chatting. We're going to send it to a quick break before draft for the second best of 3. So thanks for chatting with me today, Griffin.
Bye. Bye.
until you hear my calling. Waking up in the morning, I guess I miss you yawning. 5 in the morning.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second day of group stages here in the PGCQ circuit number 2. We just got off of what was a really, honestly, nail-biting series between Wildcard Aces and No Team Kenobi. A pretty thrilling start to the day, and now we just get to keep it rolling here because we've got third party taking on Maryville Saints, right? Maryville, of course, running 2 rosters in this tournament, so we just saw them over on the Academy stream take down their matchup in Nameless Randoms for 2-0, and now we will get to see the Maryville Saints squad taking on third party here on Unified Live. While again, over on Academy, you can go check out Taco Gaming taking on Supernova. And remember, it is Tuesday, and not only like regular Tuesday, but like TWO Tuesday, 2/22/2022 Tuesday. So get you some tacos. Yeah, make sure you're standing with the boys.
Also, Taco Gaming is not playing Immortals AoE, so they should win this, is what I'm...
Very true. The Taco buff is real, unless against Immortals AoE, and that has influenced the predictions just a little bit here, Kenobi, as we'll see them back on screen, right? We saw the whole no team gambit for game number 1, but you look at the bottom there, that is all Taco Gaming, and I am betting you at least a couple of these casters have done that specifically because of the Taco Gaming
100%.
Honestly, Supernova's been looking pretty good, so I am a little surprised that it was all Taco Gaming across the board. But like you said, it is Tuesday, and it is special Tuesday, so there might just be that little extra buff going on.
Yeah, I mean, you can't... It's hard. Unless they're playing IMT AoE, you can't bet against Taco Tuesday on a Tuesday. But me and you do differ a little bit with how we see this game going. I have the Saints winning, while you have third party taking this one. And I think that this game, at least on paper as we start this off, it's a lot closer than I think the previous series was. Now, the previous series was very close in the game, but like on paper, it felt like it was very much going to be a no team win. This one, I think, could very easily go either way between the Saints and between third party. We got to talk about, on the Saints specifically, like they have a lot of really good talent on this roster, even though they are a different roster than like the main Maryville roster, quote unquote. They are still a very talented roster in their own right. And someone who I'm very excited to see is Zyko on that support role in the bot lane. Someone who is relatively new. We got some information about them. They were brought in because of their ability, because of their work ethic, and their mechanical prowess. And I am extremely excited to see how they're paired up with Evan RL.
I am as well, right? We have been pretty excited about this bottom lane. Of course, we've seen a lot of Evan, but this will be a new pairing for him. And one aside from Shady, someone who also does like to play quite a few engaged champions. We actually got to see him a little bit last year in the later stages of the Proving Ground circuit on AoE Kenobi. But this is, again, just round 2, and he was brought in specifically by the coaching staff at Maryville, by Jensen, for this kind of combination and for this roster because of the reasons that you just highlighted. So I do agree that I'm very excited to see how he has progressed and where he is currently standing. And of course, you talk about support, you talk about a support on a Maryville squad, right, that loves to play for side lanes and loves to play for macro and has that kind of infrastructure and coaching staff. You got to talk about the jungler too, because those two, they're a tag team.
Yeah, I mean, I really like what Kind Jungle has been doing on the jungle matchup. I mean, usually is playing on that side with APA, but now not anymore as much is on this team instead. But I think he and Get Back actually do have a chance to actually have a really good synergy with each other, but I am more so interested in the synergy he has with Zyko, because I think jungle support will be the best idea for them to move forward for Maryville Saints here.
And before we do get into draft, as we are hearing the players already, you've seen our predictions, but you've already seen the theme of the show, right? It can't just be us. Animals have got to be involved because that's just better than having humans involved. So let's take a look at what the animals have to say about this matchup.
Rebel. Okay. If you eat the treat on the right, you pick third party. If you eat the treat on the left, you pick Maryville Saints. Okay, you got it? Yep. That's a Maryville Saints win. Let's go!
What a loyal companion, Kenobi. Clearly, two beings of the same mind here.
I mean, he gets it from his dad. You know, that's all I gotta say. Good genes.
Good genes indeed. And prediction here from Rebel for the Maryville Saints. As we are hearing that we are ready for drafts, we'll be heading on over to there. But while we're doing it, we haven't really touched on my prediction, and I have kind of been a third-party stan as of late, Kenobi, and a lot of that has to do with the mid lane in Messages. I'm very excited to see what Messages brings out today. I think he was kind of a highlight player in the OQs, which I actually got the chance to talk to him a little bit last night, and he actually didn't really agree with me. He didn't really think that he had the best performance in group stages, even though a lot of his stats had shown, which just makes me wonder, what is this guy's ceiling?
Yeah, what is considered a good performance if it's not been what Messages has done so far in OQs? Because, I mean, this third-party team, no slouches whatsoever. They might not have the same kind of name recognition as a lot of the Maryville guys, but they were 4-1 in OQs. They only lost to No Team, who we saw a little bit before this, but they beat EGP and Winthrop on the way to that 4-1. This is a team of relatively new members, or new members kind of to like the scene and stuff. But now they have some, now coming into this tournament, they didn't make it the last one to the group stages. Now they are in this group stages. They have some competitive level competition under their belt, and they have two, I think, really stellar pieces of their roster. It's in Messages, like you mentioned, but we also, I think, should mention Lunar, who has been somewhat of a rock in that bottom lane. Not the flashiest at times in the early game, but if you need to rely on someone, you've got Lunar to rely on in that bottom side.
Yep, Lunar going to be a rock in that bot side for this third-party roster, which of course will be very important when he is going up against Zyko, right? Whether Zyko is trying to get on him in lane or whether he's roaming around the map, you got to have your AD carry behind you. And it's going to be super important for third-party who are kind of finally on this hot streak that I think was a little bit promised in PGCQ1, but they fell just short, right? And kind of talking to the coaching staff and the players, there was a sense of relief when they qualified this time around, when they hit the 3-1 before even pushing on to the 4-1 that they did earn for themselves. And I think it goes to show how confident this roster is in themselves and how creative they can be, because they again, it's not a sense of elation or excitement. They were relieved because they believe they should have qualified in PGCQ1. They qualify here, and they've done it in a very interesting fashion, Kenobi, with a lot of picks that no one else is really showing.
Yeah, I was going to touch on that as well, where it's like they have a lot of non-traditional picks that you don't necessarily see as much of. I wouldn't say non-meta because they can fit in certain places, but like we've seen Rengar in the jungle. Haven't seen Rengar in the jungle in a gazillion years, it feels like. Fiora we saw on the top lane, Riven we saw on the top lane. Like there are options for this team to throw wrenches into the game plan of an enemy team. If you're not prepared and someone comes out with like a Riven or a Fiora you're not expecting, that's a very easy way to take a game away. And at this point, when you're best of 3, that one game could be the difference between you going forward and going down to the losers bracket. So I definitely think as we go into this draft here, DJ, we should be very wary of the fact that there can be some wrinkles thrown into this draft that we might not be expecting.
Some big wrinkles indeed. And I'll be excited to see what third party does pull out. And I tell you what, if you want to be pulling out some of these kind of wrinkles and some of these, counter matchups, Red Side's where you want to be. Yep. And they do get to start on Red Side. Of course, they were the higher seed because of their 4-1 record. So you can tell they do want that Red Side because they do want to continue to look for some of these hard counter matches. Remember, both their coaches and their players are mentioning these are things that they're just comfortable with, but they're even more comfortable when they get them into these kind of hard counter pick matchups.
And you can see already the focus right now for third party seems to be pinching that ADC pool. Obviously, we saw what happens when you give Zeri on B1 in the last series. Very scary to deal with. So definitely don't want to be giving that one away. As the Rengar was banned from the Saints perspective, because that's a respect ban over to Munchie. As Jinx is going to be picked up, probably the best ADC that's left in the pool right now for that blue side power 1 pickup. So now if you're third party, probably thinking about Aphelios. Most likely is where you're going to be going next. Lulu would be something else to combo along with that since you don't have a Karma. Tom Kench, another option, potentially. So it will be the Aphelios locked in. Now you could potentially pick a jungler, I think is where you could go. Xin Zhao, Jarvan, those types of junglers are usually what we see most of the time on that R1 side to not give too much power over to the other side of Maryville Saints.
Yep, this is a pretty typical opening to the draft that we usually see. We will see what the option is for third party. Nothing really counter-pickable just yet. Of course, we did see that Rengar banned away. A nice little respect ban coming through from Maryville Saints. And as you mentioned, hover on the Lulu, there is that kind of classic pushing lane, popularized all the way back in Worlds last year when T1 busted it out against 100 Thieves. Double exhaust lane, of course, much to my consternation against the Nami and Lucian of FBI and Huhi. So won't dwell too much on that unfortunate memory here, Kenobi, as we are waiting now to see where Maryville Saints are going to go. They will hit on that Grave, someone we actually haven't seen today, despite how meta he currently is, but they're also going to go for the Zoe right away to put some pressure on that mid lane, on that bottom lane when you do roam down. And of course, that Grave's still a flex, so pretty nice opening here from the Saints.
I definitely agree, and I think that one of the things that's good about Graves, who's kind of rise in popularity, is the ability to play that Hullbreaker build, just being a split-pushing menace. No one can really contest you in a side lane, it feels like, late in the game, because of just the raw amount of damage output you have. As third party, will be bringing out the Syndra, so picking that just to make sure they don't get the pool pinched inside of the mid lane. As third party busted a Blitzcrank bang. I wonder if that's a Zyko specific thing where they're just like, we know something's fishy with that Zyko. We don't want them to have that one at all. And for Maryville, now you just start pinching the jungle pool. I would expect this is probably going to be a Jarvan comboed along with this, with the Xin Zhao ban, just to make sure that you're taking away the most prevalent junglers that you can that are really powerful picks in the early game.
Yeah, the junglers will be pinched away here. Of course, you don't necessarily need to play Graves in the jungle, so kind of see what is remaining here for Maryville Saints as they do target one more, and it will be that Jarvan. Both early game junglers are removed as both of the hook supports are taken away from Zyko. So yeah, very clearly a focus here, Kenobi. Yeah, wait, all three. Wow.
Three hook supports are banned. Zyko's a nut, it must feel like, probably on one of those, because they really do not want him to have any chance at getting in either of those. As haha, Master Yi hover,
I mean,
it's not Tarek funnel meta. No, okay,
oh
no,
my God,
that's got to be a mistake. There's no shot.
Checking.
No
okay,
shot.
We'll wait here for a second, but oh my God, Kenobi.
No,
did they just slap you in the face?
No.
This would be hilarious.
Take me back.
Yes.
I don't want to be in this timeline anymore.
Yes. Come
no
on.
shot.
Master Yi to start.
We talked about it. I mean, we talked about it, DJ. There's gonna be some weird picks, and Master Yi comes from the depths of Silver Elo to play against Maryville Saints. in PGQ. What on
Oh
earth
my
are we about to
God.
witness here?
Okay, now hold on here. So, if this is something like super wild, like hear me out on this. I have
Don't say, like,
I have a
top
couple
lane
friends
Yi.
that play Yi top.
Oh, is it top?
I think
Yi?
it's too wild, but again, these maybe this is a hard counter pick that they know against Graves, right? There haven't been a lot of counters. Into
Wouldn't you
Graves.
just get
He's
like
pretty
I feel like you
safe
just
in
get
lane?
plastered early? Is like
I mean, I think so too, but like I don't necessarily know. Who knows the Master Yi matchup? That's the thing. Okay, no,
it's jungle.
it's definitely jungle, and this is a rumble into this Graves. And okay,
What a
like, the
draft.
first thing, I know. The first thing we got to point out here, like, is super obvious. The early game is going to be so important for third party. They spent this pick on messages to try to let him play the lane.
Yeah.
You have a Syndra and a Rumble that both are going to hard fall off with the AP scaling, but can team fight like madmen in the early game.
I don't. So, I'm sorry for those in chat. I'm not really like the biggest savant when it comes to like Master Yi versus Rek'Sai matchup in the early game. All I know is that Master Yi, when I'm in silver down there, I ban him out every game because games go to like 40 minutes and then he hits Q once and I die. So that's my extent of knowledge in Master Yi when it comes to a competitive setting. I remember, Tarek funnel was a thing at one point, but for third party, the thing that I'm worried about for them is that they don't have any like front line to stand in front of Aphelios, which I think would be nice in a situation like this to like have someone to just be that frontline tankiness. But the amount of burst potential that you get out of third party, kind of nuts. Like almost it feels like there's not a possibility to escape if like Rumble's there, Master Yi's running after you. Good thing that Maryville, Saints have busted out some CC because you're going to need that against Master Yi, but my mind is blown completely that we're seeing a Master Yi in competitive right now. There's got to be some hidden like dark tech that third party knows about.
I mean, I'm right with you, Kenobi. I've literally never seen this pick since
Funnel.
Tarek Yi funnel meta.
Yeah,
which, thank God that is no longer a part of the game because it's just toxic as hell.
Yeah.
But this is fascinating. You can kind of see the workings of it, though, right? They have these two pushing lanes that they've drafted for. You're almost certainly going to see that from Zamudo in the top lane on this Rumble. Messages can win the push on this Syndra against Zoe in the early stages, and you need that because he's a hard farmer, right? This is a hard, full clear. You are the most important part of your composition, which, again, to your point, we'll see how much Aphelios is. Maybe it's just kind of a late game option for them. But you have to think that this game is about this top side for third party, and it will largely be what are Kind, Jungle, Get Back, and PCL going to do about this? Can Zyko get out on the map to help them and try to shut this down?
I wonder if this is also going to be like an instance where we see something like Hullbreaker Yi. I know that sounds cursed, but like he does
He's
wave
alone,
clear.
technically, yeah.
I mean, he does split push pretty well towards the later halves of the game. So, I mean, is it like an option where you're just like, okay, we need something to match like Graves, and this is just a little bit more unorthodox? Like, I do get the idea is definitely there for like third party and just having the ability to survive until like the later game. They've drafted quite a bit of disengage on their roster where they, you can throw down Rumble ultimate in front of you so they don't walk up at you. You have Scatter the Weak, you have Polymorphs from Lulu and Wild Growth, so they can survive until like E becomes a problem towards the later half of the game. But I could not tell you. Even if I had a crystal ball, I feel like it wouldn't even matter. This Master Yi that we're having right now is something that is either going to be the most brilliant decision that's ever happened, or it will flop. There's no middle ground with this Z pick.
I mean, I'm 100% on board, Kenobi. It's going to be fascinating. I love to see this from third party, keeping the identity that got them here intact for game one of the group stage as we run out onto Summer's Rift. And, I when we were talking to the players and coaching staff yesterday, right, they mentioned that Lunar is a big shot caller for this team. And Lunar has kind of put himself in this position as being the late game option, but not going to have a lot of appeal. So he has to have been comfortable with this Kenobi. They have to have been thinking about this strategy. This is third party to a T, and I am just thrilled to see how they can now execute on it to keep their excellent PGCQ2 form running.
I mean, I'm still baffled at the fact we're getting Master Yi at all. Like, just thinking about it. To be fair, it is like the next most played for Munchie specifically after Rainbow. in the jungle in solo queue. So there is that.
Oh boy.
wrinkle too.
Okay, just a little bit of poke. They don't want it. There's a ward placed down. That's going to be important for tracking the E, although I can't imagine you see anything but a full clear from Munchie at the early game.
Yeah, there's
what,
no.
what
I mean,
does
what
a Yi do in a gank pre-6?
Yeah, you don't get. I mean, like, what are you gonna do? Gank the Syndra lane? I guess you could, but like, why? Why would you do that to yourself? It's just this. Like, the jungle pathing will just be farmed to 6. Kind jungle will be in a position where, because they are Rek'Sai in the early game, have a little bit more autonomy in terms of being able to set up ganks by themselves. But this is just going to be Munchie full clearing for the next, like, probably 8 minutes, and then get some items, get some gold. Potentially Shadow, I think, is another thing that they could do, where they could just mirror the other jungler and make 2v2 fights a little bit scary, as Zamudo is getting Gravesed. Wait, what? Zamudo?
DCL, I mean, this
Wait,
is not going well for Samudo.
What is
he is in a lot of trouble. He's in the wrong part of the lane. He's trying to use the minions, but one more auto would really do him in. He's going to flash away, and not the start you want to see for a lane that should be pushing, I would imagine, here, Kenobi. Oh, no. Flash against DCL. He doesn't get it. He takes the turret shot back. There's still Ignite for Zamudo.
Oh,
meanwhile,
and we see
Lunar in some trouble. We'll just kite away as the level 2s came in for Evan, but a big chunk out, and my goodness, we are going straight from the excitement of draft right into an absolute belter of an early game.
I mean, so the thing is now that he does have an avenue to gank, right? Because you couldn't just, like, stick yourself on a Graves in the early game without flash. That is something that we do have to be aware of as Get Back gets Everfrost. That's broken. That shouldn't be allowed.
Cleanse. Okay. And
that's gotta feel
going great.
so bad for messages.
It feels so bad.
I mean, just you get absolutely RNG'd like that in the mid lane by an Everfrost. You're just like, ugh, I can't do anything now. Help.
Yeah, nasty there to get an Everfrost passive that early in the game, Kenobi. Nevertheless, the laning phase going pretty well at the start here for the Maryville Saints, and again, that is just going to enable the other jungler that, again, with the Yi pick, maybe we haven't mentioned as much as we should, but Kind Jungle, he is the man that is often a big carry for this team, and he is on a Rek'Sai that can make these early plays, that has all this agency. Well, guess what? His solo lanes are doing pretty well for themselves right now.
Yeah, not too shabby. Flash has been taken away from Zamudo, so definitely a potential expectation that Kind Jungle could go towards that top side. Just repeat gank it. Munchie moving down towards... Actually, no, just going to recall here. I mean, yeah, why am I expecting a Yi to gank pre-6? Like, or pre, like, 5 minutes. Like, there would be no shot unless they want to, like, really be, like, aggressive and dive or something. But even then, like, it's going to be a precarious position for a Yi to ever be in a position this early where he can gank.
Okay, here's Rek'Sai running around the jungle, right? Using some of this power. He's got a good angle on messages. Yeah. Still has flash, does messages, but this is what you love to see from Rek'Sai. You love to see it from Kind. Hovering here, level 4.
Oh, no scatter, no scatter.
Here he comes. No scatter. Instant flash from messages. That's pretty decent respect, knowing how much damage Rek'Sai can put out. But Kind Jungle, great pathing, great decision-making, will earn yet another flash.
Great timing as well. Waiting patiently, perfectly for the moment when that scatter of the week was going to come online. And actually is still hovering around this area, just going to try and potentially... Kind Jungle has flash. This is doable if Get Back hits this Drowsy.
Wave in an awkward spot. Here he comes.
Oh, he missed the knockup.
2v2. Does not hit the knockup. Here he finally goes in. Drowsy comes through. Munchie's going to have to tank this, but he doesn't. Messages is almost going to...
Oh, what?
Messages gets first blood! There's no way that they outplay this, but third party is outplaying everyone's expectations.
Oh, no. That's disastrous there. The knockup just a little bit too late. If that had hit on the initial knockup, the Syndra dies way quicker, and there's no possibility for a recontest like that, but it's a 2-for-1 for third party. Yi gets a kill early. That's never a good sign. And third party, like you're saying, outplaying the entirety of the expectations, as we're going to see the replay here. I mean, this is just so unfortunate for Kind Jungle that he doesn't hit the initial knockup.
Drowsy, he still tanks this. How does he get this kill? Oh my god.
Messages also hits a fat orb right there too. Like,
yeah,
directly onto Get Back as, or not Get Back as, or no, it was Get Back who was flashing in like that. What a start to this early game we have here, DJ, as in the top lane, Pancake Lord just doing their thing as Graves, farming up, trying to make himself strong. Has Vamp Scepter in their back pocket, so there's really no threat of him ever getting killed in lane. Most likely unless he gets hit by an ultimate from the Rumble. Why did that escape my mind for a bit? But the Rumble, and I mean, on the bottom side, the good thing about what Kind Jungle is going to be doing here is that they're pushing all of this vision forward. Actually going to be looking for a dive in the bot lane, potentially. The wave isn't terribly stacked up, and with Aphelios having the blue gun, there's... Yeah, okay, you can just clear it.
Yeah. He's got the Gravitum too. Gravitum's really hard to dive against. You get locked up, you can just give away a lot of kills. They will get some bot lane control, of course, as they get a little bit of the push now with Psycho. Having all 3 abilities becomes a little bit easier to shove this wave in with the threat of an all-in, and PCL this time on the wrong side of the lane, but he's just fine. Again, not really under a whole lot of kill threat with that Vamp Scepter already in, but this Rumble not really there to get kills. It's there to push, and it's there to be round for team fights. Of course, the first Dragon up. This could start at any time, but I got to imagine that this third-party side, the way they've drafted, you can see they're not really interested in contesting for this Drake. I would much more expect them to be looking for a Rift Herald instead.
One of the things I really like about the decisions in terms of summoner spells for third party is the fact that Lunar and Messages have both gone for cleanse. I think that they understand that the way that they lose a lot of these fights would be just like locked down by Zoe, locked down by Leona, and they need all of their members in a team fight to do the damage and burst them down to let Master Yi just be a problem. So the fact that they've kind of sacrificed their own laning, in combat to a little bit to help themselves with a cleanse, I think is a really good decision from them. As look at the map again, Psycho waiting patiently in this bush. Kind Jungle is around, does not have flash anymore for an engagement.
Wave is pushing into third party right now, so a little bit tricky to do so.
I don't think he saw
lane gank happening from Munchie at the moment. He is off vision. Ult is baited well. There's the ult. Double ult. Slowed down his PCL. Is there enough damage? He's going under the turret. PCL is down. Does he get the return kill? No, the Triumph will keep Munchie alive.
Oh.
Rocket, rocket, rocket. Evan RL, how's your sniper today? It's not quite calibrated, and Munchie's gonna walk away with another kill.
What a perfectly placed ultimate do from Zamudo, who basically gives the Graves no way out of there unless to flash, and a flashless Graves against a Master Yi who's running at you with ult and has flash of their own right. No way you're getting out of that one. Beautifully played from third party, who, against all expectations, Yi has 2 kills already.
1K gold lead here for third party, but on the tempo of that play, Kind Jungle has just started up the Rift Herald, keeping up his objective game. He's got that first Drake a minute or so ago. He's just soloing out this Rift Herald. It looks like his team, Psycho's already up here. They've got the pressure. They're actually looking for a vision play.
They're going?
Munchie is going to get sped up. Okay, here comes all the barrage. I think, oh, actually they had to pull, they pulled off of it, Kenobi. A little bit of threat from Munchie, and it will keep the Rift Herald on the map.
Wow, that's interesting that they actually...
No, he did take it down. Okay, it just didn't pop up on our screen. Yeah.
He took. I was wondering. I was like, did they just not get it?
We toggle vision. Okay, whew.
That would have been even worse if they just didn't get it at all, and they had like secured a Rift Herald but didn't get the eye. That would have been a complete disaster. And one of the other things about this that's good in the sense for third party is that with a Lulu on this team, Master Yi becomes even harder of a problem to deal with in team fights.
Yeah, Wild Growth is pretty nice drug, right? For carries in team fights. Yeah. And like we're almost certainly going to be the person who gets the Wild Growth, right? Again, we mentioned like Lunar is on a pretty hard scaling carry champion, but the composition not really set up for him to get a front-to-back team fight. He is looking much more like an accessory to damage and going to try to do what he can, but you draft a Yi. You better be playing around a Yi, as we see one of the broken things about Rumble in a lane. He can just drop that equalizer, clear away any wave he wants, and Munchie there to shadow just in case of dive, but both of them will be returning to base for the minute 42 till the next Drake.
You see a little bit of a lane swap here from the side of third party, and one of the interesting things about the builds here for both these teams is
Zamudo suspects something, but he can be in trouble. Okay, he's going to find them on the ward nicely, though. You can see his spidey senses were tingling there with this turret under duress, and will keep himself alive.
And, I mean, the turret will go down. This is going to be a lot of gold injected into the Jinx, which is good for the Saints because they do want to be able to have the Jinx as a option in the late game to carry. We saw it in the last series as well when we saw Scooped 15 kills on the Jinx, completely carrying team fights. The thing that's interesting to me about specifically what Messages has done is Messages has opted for the Lucidity boots instead of something like the Sork boots, which we usually see whenever we see Syndra's because it, procs on every single ball that you throw inside of your ultimate. This feels like, to me, it's like more utility, right? You want your Scatter the Weaks back earlier. You want to kind of just pump out as much damage as possible in as like a most amount of time as possible.
Yeah, a little bit more of a focus on utility from Messages. We'll see how that continues. Again, I think they do recognize, right, there's a point in this game in which the only people that matter are Munchie and maybe Lunar, right? Like there is just a point at which these AP champs, they deal the damage, and that's what they got, right? Especially for this Rumble, who, as we all, once level 16's in and you've hit your third part of your ultimate, you're just leveling some like shield damage. Like you're not doing a whole lot with the rest of those levels. So it is really important that they continue to impress upon this early game. But in MU Saints, right, they have just been farming up these objectives. Kind is right on the second Drake on spawn, and they are the ones with the slight gold lead here at 12.5 minutes.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be important as... Oh, he gets hit by that. The Drowsy nicely played.
Just
that's
flashing
going to
in.
be a dead Master Yi.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a shutdown into Getback's pocket. Nicely played from the Saints. And the one person who doesn't have cleanse here, DJ, it's that Master Yi.
Boy, I just love Zoe. I love how she just like puts people to sleep and is all cutesy and has these voice lines. And I can't remember the exact copy pasta, but just kind of a perfect encapsulation.
Zoe. I hope she wins.
Of why this champion is just so annoying. But it is Get Back here. So often the heart and soul of this Maryville Saints squad. So often the shot caller who finds a critical play in this sort of late early game portion, shuts down scaling Master Yi. And again, gold lead starting to grow a little bit for the MU Saints. 21.5, 1,000 gold lead is now flip-flopped on its head.
And they all have... The thing about the Dragons, too, is incredibly important because the fact that the Saints have now a win condition with the Dragon Soul is Zamudo actually...
Equalizer comes down. He actually gets the shield. PCL's flashing away! And Zamudo! He is fully online. He's probably going to go down here. Yeah, there's the Drowsy. I think Getback's got this. Okay, nice cleanup from the Maryville Saints mid laner, but I mean, this is Rumble and Oboing talking to clean up. Munchie's here, but he's being chased by the literal whole squad of Maryville Saints, and he will have to flash away. The Summoner expended, and Gang Squad is still on the roam here, all 4 members, and my God, look at these lane rotations. Evan RL is, he's having a feast right now. Missed that last
there is a lot of gold that is in Evan RL's pocket, who's basically had somewhat of a free lane. As we'll see a replay here of what happens. PyKWord thinks they have it, but the amount of damage and as well the fact that you had the cut with the grievous wounds does not let PyKWord back into that one. Zoe just comes up. My favorite champion. I hope she wins. Munchie's in a... I don't know what Munchie was thinking being around here, but... he definitely don't want to be there. And now he used Flash as well, so it doesn't have that ability to just flash engage onto the backline.
Doesn't quite have the cooldown. PCL will walk away, and that's just a turret for none. So we got 2 turrets for Saints, 2-0 for third party. And we have a nearly 2k gold lead. So things going fairly well for the Saints, despite all the hype around the composition. Munchie got those early kills. He's not been able to do much since. All he's got for himself is a 20 CS lead or so, but Kind Jungle has been all over the map. 3, I believe, objectives completed. I'm looking to see if he has Rift Trail. Don't think he does, but he has really dominated kind of the Rift overall.
It feels very much like this composition from third party is just like, get to the late game. Like, we don't care about objectives, don't care about any part of the macro. Like, there will be a point where we get to Yi on 3 items, Aphelios on 3 items, Syndra 3 items, where the gold and the deficit won't matter. Right? That's what it kind of feels like for this team competition, because they're bleeding a lot of objectives and a lot of gold, and it's going into the pockets of people you don't want to have. You don't want Jinx to have as much gold as they are standing-wise. Getback has had a pretty decent time on Zoe because they've had somewhat of a free lane to work with, so while this composition does have an identity in terms of third party just being able to burst down members quickly, it just is in a position right now where you have to survive.
Survival, the name of the game for third party at the moment. You can see Zamudo maybe looking for another cheeky solo kill. We saw how strong Rumble really is in these early stages. All he needed was the sword shoes and a half item to be fully online. But PCL, he's got the big item, right? He has our favorite little hole breaker here.
He doesn't
in the side
die
lane.
anymore.
Might be a little harder now to take him down and get that lane wide open. A little bit harder for Zamudo to get to these locations. We haven't really seen them be a part of any fight, right? They haven't gone to any objectives like you mentioned, Kenobi, which is an interesting decision with a Rumble in your composition. They really are just kind of setting up for a late game carry, but I'm kind of wondering if they even win the late game when Evan is this vet.
And I think Maryville Saints are doing something so smart here. They know that they have such an advantage in terms of the side lanes. They're just taking away all of the vision from third party in their jungle, because they know like that the one way they lose this is someone just comes out of a Rumble comes out of Fog of War, or Syndra Scab comes out of Fog of War, and they just get instantly popped. But the macro game for MU Saints is so good right now, and it's completely dominating third party. That's the tier 2 taking on that bottom side, and now there's so much lane pressure unless Saints get caught here from this flank from Zamudo.
Equalizer comes in, lands on a 3, heal immediately used to get some distances. No one else quite able to follow up, means the spell's just down. Messages, 2-man stun. Great disengage from Zyko. Is it going to be enough? Has to flash away from the Graves ultimate, and now truly on here. Got to keep your eyes on Munchie. Meanwhile, Lunar has a full stack Chakram set. He's going to get the wild growth. He's going to get knocked up. He's going to get taken down. Munchie's burning on the backside, but a lot of damage done by Zamudo. This fight is so close. 4 members, but all flow.
Get back.
For third party. Get back. Flying over the wall. Get back. Going to get hit with an orb. He has to run away now. Evan, out of mana, but looking for a reset. Has Evan gone too far? Great Drowsy from Get Back, but he can't follow up. Evan's going to get the reset, but in exchange for his life, and the fight has been won by third party.
Those scrappy fights are exactly what third party wants there. What a engagement that they had with the ultimate coming down from the Rumble, forcing out a couple of heals and flashes from Outwit, and now the sole win condition for MU Saints gets put on the back burner. And what did we talk about, DJ? It's really scary getting into this late game as we see the fight happening. This scatter of the week that's going to come up from messages is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, big 2-man scatter. He has to flash away from that Graves ultimate. PCL almost taking him down, but Lunar just buys so much space in this fight with how many chakrams he has, and then as it splits up, you can see Munchie picks up a couple of kills. Once those 2 kills are down, now it's just Get Back and Evan trying to play at range, but there's no one to protect them, Kenobi.
Yeah, and I think another thing about Get Back is if Get Back is like a little bit stronger in this fight, I think it looks completely different. He's hitting like every single skill shot. He's trying his absolute best, but in the scrap, that's where third party really, really thrives, is in these really elongated fights that kind of go all over the place. The CC doesn't necessarily hit all the time, as Zamudo is just barely dodges that rocket. But Psycho's in a bad position here.
Oh yeah, Psycho is okay. Yeah, he is gonna go down, but Munchie overextended himself. He's gonna fall in return, and that's a big carry. Now it's all on Lunar, and there is a big Rift Herald here. Zamudo, he's gonna go down to PCL. That's gonna be a reset for Evan, as the second Rift Herald will get a charge. The backside messages gets caught out, and it's falling apart for third party. 2 members against 4 as the Rift Herald pushes in. It's going to get a charge on their next, or their inhibitor turret, excuse me, in this top lane as the pressure comes out. Lunar getting chunked by Get Back. Another Drowsy from Get Back, who's just dominating this game.
Get Back is playing absolutely out of his skull, mind you. I mean, this is unreal. How many, I wish we could see like a stat at the end of this, how many bubbles he's hit, like the percentage of it, because it's absolutely insane what Get Back has been able to do on this Zoe and just picking off members of the fight. You can't have cleanse up every single time. You can't have flash up every single time. And if you're fighting in the jungle, you've got to be extremely aware of Get Back and these Drowsies. And now is on 4-1-4. Has the book in their back pocket, working towards a death cap on the side of it as well. Man, oh man, is Get Back really, really carrying.
It has been an absolutely stellar game from Get Back, and you can see it there, right? That a lot of that gold is earned, right? Evan got a lot of the plates just like kind of farmed into him by rotation. That gold from Get Back, that is on kills, that is on assists, and look at him. just bugging Lunar over the walls. Bubbles flying at everywhere, and Zamudo, he's in a bit of trouble here. Kind going in, and oh, this is just Rek'Sai stuff. But oh no,
wild growth?
Zamudo, he's got the wild growth. There's a huge stun for messages. Kind is gonna go down. That's the jungler of the Saints that is falling. Oh my god, stop it. Stop it. This champion, I hate this champion. I hated watching it. I'm not even playing against it. I hate it playing against it. I hate it watching it.
I mean, throughout all that, yeah, sure, they get the kill onto Kind jungle, but doesn't matter. Pyke Lord is in that bot lane, taking up as much gold as possible, pushing out those waves, not giving third party an avenue back into this game. As it feels like everywhere third party walks on the map, they need to just be wary of a bubble hitting them. Get Back is unreal right now with his percentages of hitting these.
And I mean, it's so hard, Kenobi, because you mentioned, right, you have to be afraid in the jungle. You have to be afraid when you can't see. Well, all their turrets are gone. Like, all you're walking through is jungle. All you're walking through is MU Saints vision. Like, how do you get a foothold in this game if you are third party? You are entirely reliant on Munchie and Lunar to carry these fights. Because, again, we're reaching these 2 item marks now. And at some point, Zamudo and Zamudo Message is going to fall. Yeah.
They have to be, I mean, dude, like, you can't walk up to it. You cannot walk up to Zoe, and if the lack of vision, like you were talking about, is just such a problem. You're walking into Leona, Zoe, what's this? I almost said Kaisa because like the void brain in Rek'Sai. There we go. You're walking into all of those champs in Fog of War. There is no possible way that you have a way to survive through all of it.
And lane turret going to go down underneath the pressure, and there's just like nowhere to stand at the moment for third party on this map. Zamudo looking for another kill in the side lane. 2 items on.
He has ult.
Yeah, 2 items as well. Zamudo, he is going to pop it down. Equalizer will slow PCL up. Doesn't take a lot of damage from it, but going in anyway is Zamudo. How close was B? Collateral damage comes out.
Oh,
PCL's flashing in, and PCL has got his number. Eclipse and Hullbreaker, way too much, and I think we might have hit the timer now for Zamudo. Already pressure on the Baron from Maryville.
You know, I think if Zamudo had a Hullbreaker there, he might have won that.
Oh my god.
I think that was the difference. I hate this item. That's just gonna be Baron. That's just gonna be Baron. They're gonna go try and kill PCL, and they're gonna go try and get a Drake, but they're sacrificing that for Baron, all things considered, and this is looking like a macro differential coming out from the Maryville Saints here, who have been playing this so expertly well.
Yeah, it really does. And okay, PCL's out. Yep, Baron powered recall. We'll get him to safety, and oh boy. Get Back's been pretty scary on regular play, and now it's a siege situation, Kenobi.
Yep.
That is, how should we put it? Bread and butter for Zoe, absolute terror, nightmare fuel for Zoe's enemies. I feel a death by giggle coming on right now.
Do you know what the other thing that's really nightmare and terror for third party's composition is? They don't have any range. So what are you going to do against all of the range that Maryville's bringing to the table right now? You can't walk up to Zoe. You can't walk up to Jinx at this point. Aphelios has to basically play so carefully, or else just be threatened of getting hit by Leona, hit by Jinx, hit by a Zoe bubble. It's just not a fun time for anyone on third party unless they just run at the enemy team. And even then, you're running into Baron, you're running into so much stuff that for third party, the way back for them is very difficult. It feels like it has to come off the back of one singular play as Get Back.
Okay, good shield. Not quite enough distance there, but I mean, already out of wit, out of HP. Just a little bit at another one. This might be okay. They're actually gonna pan away here. Not quite gonna be able to follow up, but I mean, look at the damage. The turret's already down. Like the siege is just terrifying.
There's no anti-siege either. Like there's Syndra and like Rumble, but Rumble has to get close to be there. And you can see third party are kind of just like trying to figure out where to go. They're doing a great job though for Maryville Saints playing this 4-1 split.
Oh my god.
Okay,
oh my god. Psycho lock up, Get Back, take down, and now Lunar with the red-white trying to go in, trying to get the damage down, but he doesn't get the execute. Here comes a TP into the base. This might be an overstep for PCL, but he's just going to kite back into his team. Here we go. Can the Yi pop up? Already 2 kills. He's resetting.
No.
He's resetting one more. It's not quite there, but now Lunar is free to fire on the back line, and a little bit of an overstep from PCL gets some kills over to third party. Oh boy, get back. You wouldn't. Okay, you can't.
Oh, I think hero minions. Hero means Lunar was could have potentially been a dead man if that had hit, but a little bit of an overstay, and you can see the power of what happens when third party get fights like this, where it is, very scrappy. The ultimates are not necessarily there for for Maryville Saints to stop the incoming damage coming out from the Master Yi and things like that. So there is a way back. It's a very, very shaky way back, but it is there. Munchie is on 10k gold right now, so, and as well as Lunars, so there is a potential here for third party, but Maryville Saints, if they play it correctly like they have been with, abusing the fact that they have all this vision control, getting these bubbles from get back, it should be a very difficult mountain for third party to overcome.
They are still only down about 3k gold here, Kenobi, so not a significant gold difference in this game, and the gold's on the right members. I mean, Lunar's got an absolute crap ton of CS, to go with some of this power, but again, the real power in this game right now is just the map state. It is 8 turrets to 0. 8-0. Like, that is all of the turrets except for one and your Nexus turrets. That is an insane amount of map control. I mean, look where all these engagements are happening. Like, at this point, if you're third party, you're basically like waiting for Elder or like late game, because like even if you win 1 or 2 fights convincingly, like you have so many structures still to work through.
And I mean, look at all the vision towards this bottom side of the jungle, right? Look at all the controllers they have. Just a line all the way down so that there's no, shenanigans with the flank. If third party wants to walk forward, they have to be so incredibly careful. I mean, it's all just darkness.
Oh my god.
Another bubble's gonna hit.
He's dead. Zyko's gonna lock him up. There's a rocket. One more would do it. The collateral damage is just not enough, but it costs the wild growth. The message is low HP too, and now the inhibitor bottom lane is under siege. This should go down. There's no equalizer here to take advantage, but run out of the wave. Gonna take him a little bit longer. Now Zamudo walking back. You do have to respect the equalizer still.
Have to be so extremely careful here, and if you're Saints, this is what you just keep on doing right here. You just keep sitting behind this wall, having get back throughout these bubbles.
Oh my god, that's on the Lunar. Okay. Step up with Zamudo. There's no wild growth this time, and now Zamudo's 25%.
He can't do anything.
He's going to have to go back to base again. It's just an inhib. This should be an inhib turret. Will it go down? It will just barely stay alive. One more auto from PCL would do it. He's just going to annihilate this wave. He should get it on the next wave as Zamudo has to return. It's just beautiful siege play, patient play, and oh no, turret goes down. Another bubble, not going to go in. They recognize all 4 members are there, but, job done. Like, there's your 9th turret. It's literally just the Nexus turrets. 3 open inhibitors.
And, I mean, Maryville Saints have been playing this so incredibly well. Like, it can be hard a little bit, like, getting thrown a curveball like a Master Yi like this, but Maryville Saints have played around it immaculately. Just abusing the fact that they're going to have so much priority in the jungle. Yi isn't going to really be relevant until way later in the game, so Rek'Sai can do whatever they want, invade the jungle, get all of that vision secured for themselves, and third party just do not have any type of way range-wise to contest this. Scatter the Weak is like the only thing that they can use to like potentially get close to Maryville.
Yeah, it's Scatter the Weak hit, or like you have to set up equalizer, right? And they're doing such a good job of just marking Zamudo. Every time he comes up, they're hitting him. They're knocking him out. They're not letting him stay in the base. 2 inhibitors down. I mean, 3 inhibs would just be death. So they have to spend everything here, do third party, to keep this last vestige alive. But they're already supers coming into the base. And I mean, the map's just full of just free for Saints. I mean, look what's up. Baron's up. There's a dragon up. There's no contest whatsoever possible for third party.
They're just like, it just feels like they're like death by 1,000 cuts, right? Like, it just everything has gone the way of Maryville Saints, and PCL is just going to be staying high in that top lane by themselves, not really worried about anyone being able to contest him unless it's a 5-man. But where's your engage here as well? Like, it's the engagement for third party is you hit a Rumble ultimate and then you go in with the Master Yi running with his ult, right? Like, that's essentially what your engagement is, or you hit like Scatter the Weak or something right now. There's not really, like, unless Maryville Saints lose all of this vision control, get caught out, take a scrappy fight, they should be able to just basically bleed third party to their Nexus falling for the rest of this map, especially with Baron now. It makes it even worse. There's no anti-siege on third party whatsoever.
Oh, and They are still just consigned to their base, like having 1,000 tons of water on top of you, just feeling suffocated. Our third party at this point in the game. You can see the siege prepared once again, this time in the top lane. A little bit of Rek'Sai poke will get rid of some of that shielding. Now all that remains is this third inhib. Baron is on to all of the members. They have the vision over the wall. The minions begin their work. We need a huge play from third party. Got to keep your eyes on Zamudo here with the equalizer. Psycho, there's the equalizer. It's going to cut off. Evan early has to flash immediately. Good flash from Evan, but Munchie, he's going in. He gets stunned up. He's on to Evan, but he just gets CC'd down, and this looks like the death sentence coming through from third party. It's a triple for Evan RL. He's looking for 4. Nobody here to help Looter, and it will be the shutdown for Getback, who deservedly gets the final kill as he has dominated this match, and Maryville Saints have a convincing opening win.
Third party will be having nightmares about Get Back Zoe. Definitely something that you have to be looking out to ban in this next game of the series, because oh boy, I don't feel like he missed any of his bubbles. It was just bubble after bubble, putting people to sleep there. And third party, a draft that is, you know, we talked about how they throw curveballs at people, right? This one felt like it curved out of way out of the stands. Like this was like, it was good in the start, but like there was a point where Master Yi just like, it didn't end up working out. They need to get so far ahead or get to a late enough stage of the game where they would be able to take fights at 3 items, but they never got there because of some fantastic play from Maryville Saints, understanding how to play against a Yi like this and how to basically cut down every single opportunity for third party to get back into the game.
Yep, it was an exciting start on the Yi with a couple kills, but not enough, and Maryville Saints will open with the win as Getback was just collecting skulls throughout. And speaking of skulls, we here at Unified always got to thank our sponsors for being behind us. Looking to upgrade your gamer gear? Look no further. Start your 2022 off right with official Unified esports merchandise brought to you by Skulls. Hoodies, joggers, jerseys, armbands, and a lot more coming soon. You have the skill, now get the swag. Skulls.com/collection/unified has everything you need. Gear up, game on, Skulls. Welcome back, everybody, as we are getting all set up for game 2 in this best of 3 series between Third Party and the Maryville Saints. And Third Party has been kind of identified by use of counter strats and some pretty unique picks, particularly on the red side so far this tournament, Kenobi. But I think looking back on this one, the Yi counter strat, the first Yi pick in probably a year and a half in competitive play, might have just been a counter strat too far.
Yeah, I think that bridge too far is definitely where I would be taking that one. I mean, I like the idea that they had. I could see where it would work, but it felt like you had to really rely on fights getting so scrappy and Saints not being able to play around it and being thrown so for a loop that they kind of were not going to be able to play the game to the level that we know them to be playing at. And also, I think you have to ban Zoe. If you are Third Party, do not let Get Back get a hold of this champion again, because I cannot believe how many bubbles Get Back was hitting. It was just an absolutely crazy number.
Oh yeah, and remember, like, Get Back is largely one of the large shot callers on this team, so a lot of the macro play has to be credited to him as well. Just a huge performance in game number 1, and a little bit from Kind Jungle as well, right? We mentioned we were all hype on the Yi. He got a couple of kills, but Kind Jungle had every objective. I mean, he was just everywhere on the map. He didn't care about his CS. He was setting up plays. He's scouting out the vision with the Rek'Sai for everyone to hit, right? He, Zyko, and Get Back were kind of just this, like, death squad in the mid to late game, just, like, sniping people out.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job of understanding, like, look, we know that he's going to be a problem, but we've drafted, at least in the last 2 picks, like, we've drafted enough to where we can get, like, a lot of peel to deal with him, right? So I think they had a really good understanding of how to play that as we go into the draft. Resh B1 by Third Party. This usually feels like a place where we see ADCs, but there aren't a lot of them left on the board, to be fair. Like Jinx, Caitlyn, Zeri are the ones that you would usually see here. So I can kind of understand going for that. I'm surprised actually it's not like a jungler or something like that, but it is Munchie. And the fact that he brought out Yi last game, there's definitely the ability to just, like, not pick the jungler until later in the draft. Like, it seems like they can play anything, as Zay's going to be locked in on the other side. Definitely a good champion in terms of just being able to farm up, get free lanes, not really too counter pickable. So
yeah, and I think this is sort of preempting an Aphelios pick, right? Because again, we see the Zeri as third party's gone over the blue side. We see Zeri, Caitlyn, and of course that Zoe that you asked for, banned away. Jinx is gone, right? And so Aphelios is really the last one left. And with the Thresh coming up, you think, okay, hyper carry, right? No, you don't need this with Vayne.
Not into Ziggs. Not into. Okay. So I'm again extremely worried about the lack of range now. Like, so they're opting in for Vayne. Like, I get it, where it's like, okay, we want to get like hyper carry Vayne. You are not going to be able to do anything in this lane. It's going to be miserable for you. You have to figure out a way to get out of lane. I would also expect Zumudo to not even be playing in lane that much. I think he's going to, or not Zumudo, rather, out of Wit. I would expect him to grow because, like, what are you going to do as Thresh in this lane? You're against Ziggs and then, like, another support, probably like a ranged one. There's nothing you can do. You're going to get just poked down, and it's going to be miserable for you. And there's a potential that you actually also get dove because you're going to get pushed in extremely heavily, as the other 2 picks are going to be a Ryze and a Jace. So again, a lot of range that I'm seeing out of Maryville compositions, or Maryville University's composition, and not a lot that I see from third parties.
I mean, yeah, look at the response. I mean, this is like classic Maryville too, right? You've got the Ziggs who Evan RL and Azog throughout all their time at Maryville have just been able to play perfectly. And they're just set up for split push, right? You have all this poke, you have all this split push. Maryville's never gonna is never going to want to nor need to take a fight to win this game. They're basically just trying to, like, this Jinx, or excuse me, this Vayne is so early. Like, Maryville's just got 3 picks to say, okay, we're just gonna like not let Vayne like participate in this game.
Do you think it's like shenanigans where it's Vayne top? Like, do you think there's ever a world where that's like, it is third party?
I mean, yeah, so, like, if Zamudo's feeling
they picked
confident,
Master Yi last map, a game. Anything is possible, it feels like, at this point.
You know what? That could be a thing. They're going to need to draft support for it, right? Whenever we saw players like Viper, right, picking this up in the past, you need to have things that can support it, that can provide wave clear, and of course a jungler that can actually shadow it as well, and make sure it doesn't just get ganked over and over again. We are already into phase 2, right? The Rek'Sai and the Blitzcrank taken away, so some comfort picks banned by third party. Riven and Malphite the bans away, so they do not expect this to be a top lane Vayne. They are banning top laners, and Zyko will just go nice and easy on the setup once again on to this Leona. Now, what do we see from third party? They are hovering a gangplank, which would definitely help with any bottom lane plays. But again, gonna need to see some things that can deal with some side laning.
I'm not the biggest fan of the Leona. I think actually like something like Karma would have been bonkers here, but I think they just want to leave that last pick open for Pyke or PCL to figure out if they want something to counterpick the top laner. Even so, like I think Leona also into Thresh feels really bad. So not the happiest part with that draft as Jin Zhao somehow makes it to B5.
I was about to say, yeah.
Never happens.
Also, I have to. All Reliable back in the draft. This is our first time seeing All Reliable tonight.
No shot. There's no shot. Yeah. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
I think this is fantastic. I actually, besides Leona for Maryville, I am loving what their draft is like here. There is zilch in terms of range for third party here, and Zed can literally just like go into your team, do a bunch of damage, get out, get them low for Evan RL and for PCL, or the other way around. Like there is. I'm worried about the engagement from third party beyond the fact that it's like Vex going in with her ultimate and getting a huge fear. Like when I look at Maryville University's composition, like you have the ability to go in with something like the Leona. You have that like engage button. You don't really have that necessarily with third party.
No, the engage button, like you said, really is the shadow surge, right? You can put the cannon barrage down as well to slow them down, but that's really the only option. Munchie and messages, pretty much the only ones with agency to go in outside of a hook landing in the mid game. And on the other side of things, right, we see the Leona, not that big a fan, but it is at least an engage tool for some lockdown that can help Zed get in, that can help Rise lock up, that can help PCL land those shock blasts. And of course, you don't really need Zyko to be in the lane. That's the best part about Zig. So he can just be out on the map on this pick and looking to lock people down like he was last time around. I mean, sometimes we have questions about where drafts are going, Kenobi. I think at the very least, we're very clear on what these teams want to do with these two comps.
Yeah, one of them wants to play from range. The other one wants to just kind of, again, it feels like a very much like a scale up. Like Gangplank, you get scaled up like to infinity. Vayne, you scale up to infinity. Getting towards the late game is definitely going to be something that third party wants to do more so than anything else, because there will be champions on Maryville University's side that do fall off. You know, Zed at some point will, make it a lot harder to be effective. But to be fair to Maryville University Saints, they still have Jace going into late game, Rise going into late game, who we know if you build tanky Rise, it's very hard to deal with. And there's not a lot of consistent AP from third party. It's all on burst. So unless they blow up the Rise early and he gets to 3 or 4 items, I'm very scared about getting him killed.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to get him killed as well. He's going to be super, super hard to deal with in a side lane. And really, again, there's no one to answer them in the late game. Right? The late game scaling largely from third party comes in team fights. It's really hard to answer the Vayne. She does have peel and protection with the Thresh and the Crescent Guard. So all those options are there. But the question is, can third party actually get the map state in a place where they can take a fight? It was not the case in game number 1. Maryville just putting on a master class of macro and using all of their levers and tools to the maximum effect. And it looks like they're set up to do it again. I mean, they have the perfect kind of split pushing comp. They have all this poke. PCL's on his old time Jace here. He's comfortable on this pick. It's looking like a classic Maryville situation.
And I think the other thing about this composition for Maryville Saints is the fact that they are going to absolutely obliterate turrets. Like towards the late game, like Rise in the split push, Ziggs in the split push, Jace as well. If they win fights like decisively and effectively, the base is going to get absolutely obliterated for third party. And that's something that Maryville Saints did so well in the last series, right? They were they didn't lose a single turret on their side, 11-0.
Yep.
It was bad.
See if third party can do a better job in the turret count this game. They have once again opted for, I guess not necessarily the counter strats this time around. Like Vayne is rare, but it's not like out of left field like I think a Yi quite was. So definitely a little more in the realm this time around for third party, but still a lot of questions to be asked and a lot of answers that we will need to see if they want to keep their momentum going and extend this series here, Kenobi. This is day one of this group, right? Falling behind early on into what is one of the lower technically seeds in this group. Not what you want to see from the 4-1 team from OQs.
Yeah, this is much more of a standard draft for third party, which is interesting because kind of the way that they got here was playing these, weird and different compositions that people weren't expecting, bringing out Riven, bringing out Fiora, things like that. And it didn't work in that first part as PCL and Zamudo going to be trading it out. This does, I think, favor a little bit the gangplank, but with pots for PCL, shouldn't matter too much.
Yep, those Qs really obnoxious at level 1. Gangplank is actually super strong at level 1 with the true damage on his passive and the Q, and then takes a little bit longer to scale on up. Usually see as kind of that weak side farmer Kenobi, but trying to flex it while he's got it is Zamudo. Munchie starting on this top side, headed to the bottom, and Kind Jungle, again, right, we mentioned him, kind of one of the members that can carry a game for this Maryville squad. Well, he's settled on a pick that can definitely get it done.
And I do like the early vision that's been placed down by the Saints here. They have put a deep vision by the Raptors of Munchie, so by the time Munchie gets down to Werther, if he is full clearing, they will know that Munchie will be down there, and they can play effectively around that because...
Gonna land. Little 2s are in, but Zyko feeling just fine. Vayne requires a little bit of time to get that damage ramp up. Doesn't quite have it just yet. And they are trying to get that shove in, but it looks like the wave in a decent spot for Evan and Zyko.
I wouldn't expect too much to happen in a lot of these lanes at the start. I mean, unless there is some kind of jungle pressure coming in from a Jinzhao or something, or fear from messages. Those are really the only options that they have, as it's going to be looking like a full clear from Munchie here alongside the Zed. Zed definitely makes sense. You really want to be able to get that level 6 before you start making anything happen.
Oh, nice play there coming out, but a good bomb. We'll knock him back. Still just trading in general from this bottom lane. Adawit a little bit down in the HP bars, as it really looks like Lunar and Adawit are trying to shove this in, but meanwhile, Kind Jungle, he'll walk over the ward. Zamudo gonna retreat. He's only level 2. I'm actually a little surprised they didn't just go for that with level 4 and double bust, but it looks like Kind just gonna head on over to this Scuttlebug and try to continue his full clear.
That wave is in a very, very precarious state for the Gangplank, it feels like. And this is actually, with the cannon wave coming up here, PCL can build this wave up, and it could potentially lead to a dive onto Zamudo. With a Zed and with the Jace, you definitely have enough burst damage to just completely obliterate him.
Oh, and here he comes. Wait. Okay, Action's just going to shadow the base for the moment. Not going to bother. They would definitely both need to do this to get the kill. So just going to shadow the base. They'll both take their recalls, and they're happy enough with that. Yeah, CS lead PCL's built up for himself, and a very nice first buy for the top laner.
He's going to be able to get some pretty good items there, as we do see a deep ward placed in the jungle of Maryville Saints. So again, just tracking as to where this Zed could be in these situations. Because actually Get Back is doing quite a bit of damage to messages here.
Good trading. Good trading indeed from Get Back. He has used his TP, so you would expect that a little bit. But the TP also used messages actually just TP back in. But oh boy, here's Munchie again with the early play, and Zyko looks definitely dead. The question is how much more. He's flashing away. Kind though. Kind is level 4 as well. And there's red buff. Kite away. I don't think Kind can find anything, but they have turned it back around at just the cost of Zyko's flash.
I would like to point out that Glacial Augment might be one of the most busted roots in this game. Like, the fact that the Glacial Augment came out there is actually, we're seeing a trade on the top side from PCL. It won't amount to much, but the Glacial Augment actually from Zyko was able to save Evan RL because the 3 Talon Strike was prepped for Munchie, but he was slowed and not able to complete it. So it gave enough time for not only Evan RL to leave, but for Zyko to get out and for Kind Jungle to get there, so that they, had to retreat for third party. So well played from Zyko in terms of picking up the good route. No Aftershock. We are Glacial Augment gamers, and I will say that till I die.
Glacial Augment gamers. Nice interrupt there by PCL. Will make this base a little more obnoxious for Zamudo, but not much more. Zamudo going to be just fine, I would say, farming up in this lane. Of course, Gangplank always a big threat the later things do go on. And yeah, I'm kind of with you on that Glacial Augment, right? The fact that every support and their mother wants to pick that one up now in the bottom lane if they are engaged, in lieu of something like Aftershock
Good
has been the
timer.
standard for so long is a bit interesting. And speaking of Zyko, out on the roam, we'll get to see this Glacial Augment if he does land the Zenith Blade. He will not. There still might be a kill here, though. Zamudo does not have Flash. Only has the oranges. He's been slowed up, following, and not enough. So the disconnect there gonna land, and Zamudo just walks away despite all the effort.
Yeah, Zyko probably kicking themselves that they weren't able to hit that ES. Actually,
Okay.
Getback is here, and Zamudo is going to get zoned off of a lot of this wave.
Okay, what's the price for this, right? We saw third party kind of struggle to find trades last game. Zamudo will walk back now as Get Back has to retreat. He does have Realm Warp Get Back to midwave, and should be in plenty of time to just pick this up. Yep, there he goes. Just Realm Warp back to mid to pick up the wave.
Zamudo lost a lot, though. Like, an extreme amount. He lost a cannon and a few minions on top of that, along with the EXP. Great roam from Getback, who was actually aggressed on in their mid lane and had to flash out of there, but took that disadvantage and turned it into an advantage on the top side for PCL.
PCL now. But that's Serrated Dirk working on the tier, the classic 2-item spike for Jace, given a nice boost by the rest of his team. And again, this is classic Maryville, right? Evan RL super comfortable in the Ziggs. He's got the satchel to keep himself safe. He can farm from range. He's low econ. It's just world's the oyster here. Everything's great for Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, Zyko doesn't really need to be here in a lot of these moments. Can, just for the sake of being able to keep the Ziggs alive, or if there's going to be some jungle interaction on that bottom side, as we do see both the junglers are conversing towards this bottom lane. Lunar does not back and is actually opting to stay, but both the junglers look like they are going to be moving away. Nope, jungle still here. They do not have vision of it. Oh, they do now, because past the control ward and past the scuttle, so
Yep, you can
they
see
know
a
where
little
kind of
bit
jungle's at.
You can see a little vision too on Get Back. There's a little spot him out now messages. Give him the comms that Zamudo might be in trouble, and a lot of trading here at Get Back. Dude, he is looking good today. Everything coming up Get Back. His trading's been awesome. We talked in length about the Zoe game, and he's looking good on the rise in the early stages here too.
He's hitting everything with this, like you know, especially on these mages like Rise, like we saw in the last game with the Zoe. If you're hitting everything, it almost feels like there's no point in playing. Like, it's unstoppable. As PCL, I get a lot of this turret. The gameplay help will be committed to just get some of that wave potentially, but this has been... an engagement in the bot lane.
Yep, out of wit. Doesn't really have any support, but this might be the one detriment to Ziggs. Not really any consistent damage to follow up if someone's caught out of position.
Just get your 1/6. You get your one round of spells and then it's over, unless it's a really, really long team fight. But now look at Kind Jungle, who, I mean, we've been talking about a lot of these other members of the team, but Kind Jungle throughout this series, or throughout this game and the last one, especially the last one on the rec side, where they had a great idea of how to counter jungle against the Yi, just create openings and create the ability to basically macro third party to death, it felt like, in the last series, and now is doing similar things, you know, taking advantages where they see him, putting down vision, knowing exactly where Munchie is at all times, especially on something like a Xin Zhao, who is now level 6 and hasn't, I mean, ganked once and got flash, but hasn't really been in that much impactful throughout the rest of it. It's just been really good understanding of the jungle pathing of getting a jungler and keeping that vision and keeping them on lock.
Yeah, this game's been a lot of farming, right? We got that little bit of advantage at the top lane thanks to some of the tempo from Maryville, showing that macro muscle once again. But otherwise, everyone here just pretty happy to kind of kick it in game number 2. Kenobi, they're chilling like your namesake on Tatooine for like 20 years.
It was probably more than 20 years. Guys.
Speaking of which, I was thinking about this. Do you have like get in like different mindsets? Do you have like an old man Kenobi personality and like a young
you mean
Kenobi
like an Alec
personality?
Guinness and a Ewan McGregor one?
Yeah,
like, yeah, sometimes. I can be curmudgeon.
Hold on here. As a little bit of curmudgeonly work for Zamudo. He's got to dodge out of this. Ult already popped. Nice footwork from Zamudo. He's still taking a lot. He will juggle the turret appropriately, and they will get first blood, but Zamudo trades back in a 3v1. He'll still lose a lot, but that's pretty big time from Zamudo.
Oh, and that's going to be a lot of EXP, a lot of minions off the back of Zamudo, who did get that kill, but this Rift Herald will potentially get another charge, and it's been a bit of a rough time for Gangplank in this top lane. It felt like ever since that first exchange that they had where PCL,
okay, messages. Nice knock away from PCL, and he flashes away. That's really well done by PCL. It is now flashless Jace, so he will have to be a little bit safer in the coming minutes, but cannot fault him for the mechanics, keeping himself alive.
And kind of like I was saying, whereas we're going to see a replay of this dive in the top side, really good job from PCL just taking this down as quickly as possible, and Get back coming in with the Rune Prison just to stop basically any idea for Zamudo to get out of here.
See it again here. You see PCL juggles his turret really well. Get back then tanks it, and he he gets a little minion block there at the very end. That's sad.
Has to be the most tilting thing. For
where
I cannot imagine what Get Back.
Where is RMC? Did RMC predict third party today? I need confirmation on this from production. He is clearly in favor of third party there. That was a caster minion.
That Get Back's like, oh, I feel myself, I'm playing so well, and then a caster minion just gives him a death over. That's gotta feel so bad. But it feels good if you're Maryville Saints here, who are accruing this gold lead. It's about 2K at the current moment. Now with the top turret busted open, they'll be able to just go into the jungle, create more of a vision line for themselves. You can see Zyko has basically left Ziggs in the bot lane by themselves, and this is what you kind of do with Ziggs. Ziggs just sits in a lane, doesn't really have to be worried about anything because he's going up against Vayne Thresh. If he dies, it's on him, it feels like, at that time. Or, you know, Out of Wit makes the sickest Thresh play I've ever seen.
Yeah, and he's actually just roaming up here, allowing Maryville to flex their muscles on this top side. 4 members basically hovering here while the Ziggs clears the mid wave, and Lunar's just freezing, right, at this point. And that's great for Lunar, right? Again, this is a big win condition for third party. The CS is, I think, nigh perfect for Lunar at this point because this wave has just been in his control the entire time, but it is allowing this part of the map to be assaulted by Maryville. Fortunately for third party, to this point, they have not broken it open quite like they did in game 1, but this is a wide open top lane now that Zamudo has to work with.
Yeah, that's a second top lane turret, tier 2, before 15 minutes. You never want to see that, especially with Baron coming up in a few minutes like we're going to be seeing at the 20-minute mark, because then it's just free real estate for the entirety of Maryville Saints to take all of that vision that they want. You can already see the quadrants of the jungle up there are taken completely over by vision from Maryville Saints, and third party will position here for this Drake, and with the Vayne, most likely will take it down. So third party, a win condition is set for them not only in the Vayne, but now you also have a win condition in terms of getting Soul, and it is Ocean Soul. Here comes Zyko, potentially onto Lunar.
Comes the Solar Flare, gonna lock up the jungler in Munchie. Munchie's in trouble, good Crescent Guard, and a flash away from Zyko. Has to respect the death sentence and the cannon barrage that comes in from Zamudo, always able to affect the map from a long way away. That was a bit of a hopeful throw out on the Shadow Surge there for messages trying to spread that dread, but not really anyone in the area looking to take on that energy.
Yeah, this turret's gonna not be long for this world, as Ziggs and Jace will just take it down extremely quickly here once Satchel is up. Will they? They should.
No, not yet. Okay, Shinobi, let's look at the map here. So we got a 2.5k gold lead for Maryville, which is good, right? But still working on some of those turrets. It's 2-0. Zamudo's just fine farming up in this bot wave, and of course there are these 2 Drakes for third party. So I know we were potentially a little negative on their draft in the beginning of this game, but let's start from Curmudgeonly Kenobi. How is Curmudgeonly Kenobi feeling about third party state in this game?
Curmudgeonly Kenobi is feeling that drafting during the draft, it was a mistake to draft so much lack of range. That's really what he's feeling right now, because while there is the ability to engage, you know, with the Vex Shadow Assault, a little bit with the Jin Zhao, you know, you can get in there alongside of it. Beyond that, like, you don't have too much, and Vayne has to play extremely far back and position around a lot of incoming damage, position around a Zed, position around a Jace, Ziggs damage. It's just going to be so hard for Vayne to maneuver around a lot of these fights because you have to get up close and personal, and if you get extremely close, you're walking into Rise. So it's a very difficult proposition for third party. Now, that is to say, when we go back to you and McGregor Kenobi,
I was gonna say, how does
that
young Chad jump into 1,000 droids and General Grievous Kenobi think?
He thinks that, look, we have Vayne, who's had a pretty free lane, almost near perfect CS for themselves. If we get beyond 30 minutes, Lunar is going to be in a position to carry. Straight up.
All right, there we go. We've got the hope, right? We've still got Chad Kenobi is still in there. Chad Kenobi still believes that this game can be won by third party. They're still just a couple K down, so they certainly can't fight. Next trade coming up in 2 minutes. Okay, no smite. Nicely done. Messages gonna flash the pig here as well as he walks on out with that scuttlebug. Okay, messages. You need to walk a little faster, baby. Yorta legs. Move. Okay, Yorta legs are just big enough. They're good. We're fine.
I mean, Messages is level 12 to the level 10 of PCL at that point, so we're in a very
there are 4 members here. Dude,
Yeah,
Maryville, Maryville just loves bringing 4 members every part of the map. They literally just leaving Evan on an island. Meanwhile, though, the lockup coming through, Get Back having to flash away. Kind Jungle having to dash through the shadow, but the Vayne spotting on the backside. They have not spotted the Vayne just yet. Lunar splashing forward. He's looking for Get Back. There's no way out. That's 2 kills for Lunar, and young Chad Kenobi is looking like he's the one to win out.
Lunar comes from the flank. No one expects the flanking Vayne in a scenario like that, and Maryville Saints lose that fight. Zamudo also throughout all of this going to get all of this top gold from the tower and from all these minions, and from a point where they were so far behind was Zamudo, now they're back and they're relevant to this game again.
1 minute now on the Drake Kenobi, right? As we'll see the replay one more time, and just great lockdown.
Yeah, Messages does a really good job here. As you can see, Lunar is late, but Lunar obliterates a member right there. Nice flash away as well to get on to Get Back. And I think Messages has had a relatively quiet start of the game because, you know, Vex hasn't been doing too much. It's been a Vex, Rise, mid lane, not too much to talk about, but through all of that, leading in XP over everyone, has CS'd extremely well in lane, and Messages was a person that we talked about here, DJ, right? Where it was like, Messages is the one who has surprised us the most, or has impressed us the most throughout third parties' time in the OQs, and now on the Vex, they're given a way to impact the game from a carry potential standpoint.
And really the only one in the early game, right? I mean, last game was kind of tasked with just shadowing the jungler, shadowing Munchie, who was given the draft resources, and this time around, it looked like Lunar. I was like, you know what? I was mad about having a Felios and not having any frontline in game 1, so I will give myself Vayne. I will make this call, and I will take the champion, but still, Messages having enough agency and really starting to deliver, drawing them in, getting the lockdown, and that Shadow Stir's still available is no contest for the third Drake. Maryville is just going for this split push, this macro win again. They do have the Rift Herald.
Ziggs is not here just yet, though, so they won't be able to just insta-kill it as the Shadow Soul goes in. These Messages going to follow. No, they won't.
So, this is really interesting, Kenobi. They're still going to press this. All 5 members of Maryville Saints are here. Will there be a fight? Out of it, looking for the death sentence, not quite gonna land. Nice positioning from Kind Jungle, and now Messages just
the fear!
Let's just get the fear! PCL's just gonna go down instantly as the Cannon Barrage comes out, because with the fight in Munchie, he wants more. Lunar's dashing in, has the final hour pop, that's already 2. Double kill, going over to Munchie, and a huge death sentence from Out of Wit. Kind has to dash away, but he has no shadow. The flash play, Kind Jungle is down, and the Baron belongs to third party.
Third. Oh, no Baron. I mean, not yet. Hey, soon. 12 seconds. They almost got it. I mean, Soul is in their back pocket. No, they can absolutely do this in time before Kind Jungle gets back. Because of the fact Kind Jungle was the last one to go down, they're going to have full autonomy to walk forward into this Baron pit. Evan RL might be the only thing that can stop it with his bomb, but beyond that, this is a Baron. This is a free Baron, should be, for third party.
Okay, there's a TP to the bottom lane. PCL is trying to bug them. Psycho's walking in, and they are going to peel up. They are not going to risk it. And I have to say, so long as the Saints don't just turn straight on this and take the Baron themselves, I think this is fine for third party. Okay.
Oh, the Shadow Surge.
Shadow Surge. Messages with a huge pick off onto PCL. We just highlighted him as the one with agency, and he finds yet another kill.
Messages is saying, we lack engage. What do you mean, Curmudgeon Kenobi? We have all the engage we need with me and these Shadow Surges that have been hitting pay dirt for Messages, and who is in position right now to help his team carry. Doesn't look flashy on the scoreboard with a 1-0-5, but those 5 assists are doing so much work for getting the Vayne ahead, the Xin Zhao ahead, and this Gangplank is now relevant once again in this game after a disastrous early game. Third party are looking poised, especially with Soul coming up in 3 minutes to bring us to a game 3.
And I think that's why they don't go for Baron off that pick, right? I get all excited because I'm thinking, okay, well, there's your pick. There's the Baron, right? But I think they're waiting for this Drake, right? Lunar is nearly on 2 items, and honestly, thus far, leave a 3K gold lead. Like, thus far, they've played this out so well. Their base is still intact. Yes, their side lanes are a little weak. Their top lane is without turrets. Their bottom lane only has 1 remaining. But Zamuno's just absorbing it. And I don't think Get Back quite has what it takes yet to get on top of him and kill him. So there's really no threat. And no one has even gotten close to threatening Lunar anytime there's an engage. He has literally just popped Final Hour and run straight at them. And now they're 9-1, nearly 2 item Vayne, 3 dragons. Like, this is a great spot for third party.
And you can see as well, Zed has actually gone for more of a fighter balance.
No.
This is another
Messages, come on.
Shadow Surge.
Okay, wait, there's members coming. Messages doesn't quite know yet. The flash in from Zyko gets the flash away from Messages. Cannon Barrage will see him out. It does not kill PCL. And then it's a big cool down not available.
PCL is eating these Shadow Surges for breakfast, it feels like. Like, every time Message is hitting one, it's hitting one directly onto PCL, who, throughout all of that, somehow, some way, didn't use Flash, which I am baffled by. That is some extreme patience on that Summoner spell to not use that in a scenario like that. So we'll be able to keep it for this next fight, which is going to be around the Dragon, coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And we see Lunar has got Cleanse, has got Flash, has got their Wit's End as their second item. Someone has to make sure that they take out this Vayne, or she will ruin the entirety of the Saints composition.
You know the drill. Vayne spotting is the name of the game. A minute now until the Drake is up. Kenobi, obviously the big prize in the eyes of third party, and they still have a mid turret to work with. Like, they're in great shape. Control of the river right now belonging to the Saints. They've got a decent vision line. They have on red buff. They have it in the back end of the bottom side jungle, and they will see the approach from third party to this Drake.
Yeah, this is actually great from Maryville Saints to set up here, because the one thing that third party doesn't want to do is face check into vision, into Ziggs poke, into the poke as well of PCL. So this is a really good setup already from Maryville Saints, making sure that third party will have to work extremely hard for the win condition of this Ocean Soul.
Thinking about face checking. TP to mid is here. 15 seconds on the Drake. Mid prio looking like what third party is trying to take. They could consider giving up this Drake and just taking mid turret.
They might just take mid.
I mean, it looks like they're going to get it. They don't need to poke their. I mean, what does one Drake do for Maryville? They're gonna poke their heads in anyway.
Through these chokes, it's so difficult as well walking into a Ziggs like this, but damage just isn't there just yet from Evan.
Kind jungle on the flank. Kind on the flank. He has to find the Vayne spotting. Going in. Crescent guard goes up. Kind jungle goes in, but Lunar's already got one. Can they find Lunar? Lunar's still alive. Out of win. He's going in. He's going into the back line. Lunar's just carrying the fight. It's 2 kills already. Third party is unstoppable in any team fight, and now they've got an Ocean Soul to boot.
Lunar is absolutely unreal on this Vayne, and Get Back is going to be a lonely rise right here, just trying to clear wave as much as possible. Oh, out of Blitz over here, but Phase Rush will get them out, and a 13-2 scoreline for the Saints. This has just been an amazing team fight from them every single time we see it. And the way back for Maryville Saints looks so scary. We're going to see a replay right here. Zyko goes in, but against the Vayne who's this fed, you just get 3 shots.
He's just untouched. Like, he's flashing in. He's flashing in to get the condemned. He's just completely untouchable. He knows how powerful he is. And this, is, I guess, is the weakness that we did not identify in draft. With shield bow up, no one can kill him. There's no consistent damage to kill Lunar. He can take all of the burst that they put out. Once the fight starts, he's free. He's been free in every fight. And I'm sitting here and I'm hearing Chad Kenobi, young Kenobi, patience patience, Anakin. Like all early game, just patience. It's fine. It's fine. And it
Eventually
is
you'll get
really fine.
I mean, it's extremely fine right now. It's Ocean Soul as well, so the Vayne becomes even more of a problem and even more unkillable. All of the jungle just belongs to third party right now, who are making this draft that I was a bit suspect of work like a charm. And Maryville Saints, I mean, the way back for them is extremely difficult. Zed is
just hopping
falling
on it.
off completely, and now it's a Baron. This is going to get shredded so quickly.
Yeah, like what are they going to do? The Saints don't want to fight. They don't want to 5v5, but they're going to get drawn to the objective. Zamudo is just taking, and Zamudo is dishing the damage. The orange is going to heal him up, and Looter, it's just a 3-shot. Goodbye,
the
PCL.
flank.
And now a flank TP. They have no idea. Evan RL's in trouble. Messages has a huge setup. The Everfrost, the burst on the Shadow Surge. He hasn't even taken it yet. Goodbye, Evan. Kind Jungle is flashing away, but can he even get back to contestants? This Baron, outside of a miracle steal, will belong to third party, and they're only even sending 2 members. Zamudo's just flashing in. Great stuff by Get Back to keep himself alive. He is calm to get the route, to get the speed up, but still, 2 members are all they need to tank this. And Messages. Don't do it to him, Messages. Let the man play the game. Let the man walk the Baron. He's not going. He's going to chase him to the ends of the earth. He's even taking turret. He doesn't quite land the fear, so it will be Kind Jungle surviving. But for how much longer? Kenobi, third party is Ocean Soul. They have Baron, and they have equal amounts of turrets. This is their game. It's entirely their game 100%. To win now.
100%. Vayne on 3 items. Gonna be getting GA relatively soon, it feels like, with how much resources are being pumped into this Vayne. And at that point, it feels like the game is over. The breaking point right now for third party is Vayne getting GA. Also, huge, massive credit to... Nope, not going to see any engagement. Maybe Psycho looking for something, just trying to get some wardage down and some vision. But really, a lot of credit should go to Zamudo, who had a extremely rough early game. Lost both of their turrets at the, before 15 minutes, but froze the wave and got themselves back into this game. That was an incredibly smart move. And because this team needed Gangplank to be relevant for it to work. And they're doing absolutely that right now. Get Back and the rest of Maryville Saints just trying to get what they can. But Messages on the flank. No one else is here, though.
Hey, Shadow Surge is trying to get himself out, right? Here comes the Realm Warp to lock him down. They should be able to get this kill, but he's going to buy a lot of time.
Though.
A lot of time being bought here. Messages get some damage down. He will fall. Oh, did someone just pop a stopwatch down there? I'm not sure if they did. Maybe a little bit of fat finger. Doesn't really matter. Zamudo, he's pushing in. Maryville found a good timer. They will get back to base to defend most of this. Oh my God. Zamudo, dude. Stop it, man. He is at such 17. A powerful point. 3.5 items. Okay, he put his ult down. It did not kill BCL. That's a big cooldown not available. Imagine what that would do for the siege, with the turret going to fall anyway. And a small prize for third party. But look at Get Back. Maryville giving themselves still this split pushing win condition, this macro win condition that we saw net them game 1.
Yeah, and one of the things that's good about this composition for Maryville Saints is that they can defend. If Baron isn't an option right now, with the Ziggs and with the Jace, they can just straight up defend pushes way better than third party can. Third party, one of the things they lack is that ability to siege, unless Gangplank is in the same lane and just hitting barrels consistently, or Vex is there. So there is a way back with the use of these side lanes for Maryville Saints, but they have to hold on for an extremely long time for it to be relevant. Ryze is on 3 items right now, so he is relatively tanky, but you're up against a Vayne who's going to be doing true damage anyways. So these types of picks, what they're going for right now, holding in these areas of the jungle, are really where you're going to be coming back from if you're Maryville.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can be as tanky as you want on this Ryze. Yeah, Vayne's like the one champion it's not going to matter against. It just, yeah, I like the stopwatch buy instead to make sure he can actually make a play, right? And you can see they're trying to split this map. Okay, they're going to lose an inhib for this, but they are looking for this pick. I think Messages is aware. He's just sprinting back into his own base. Now the resets are coming. They're trying to stop the backs. I mean, they're going in. This is a weird champion to go in on. I mean, Messages, he just turns that one around. He's not going to die. Like, surprisingly tanky, of course, is this Vex. It will cost an inhib. So inhib for inhib. Vax are stopped, but I mean, still, they don't have Baron powered recalls anymore. But that's all it is inhib for inhib. And now control. Elder is being sacrificed here in favor of any type of split push win.
Yeah, I mean, Jason's still with PCL is still on the top side, and there are 3 members of Maryville Saints by this Elder Drake, but they can't. I mean, they have to give it up, but
They are
feels
going to
like
try
if
and walk
this-
in. There's no way they win this, though, right? I mean,
they just lose. I mean, now they have to play so macro heavy that they cannot lose. They could try just stop backs here potentially as.
Wait,
So
Messages
they're
is
going for the
TP
game.
to bottom lane. Okay, they have Zamudo in base. That's enough. It's going to chase him back. Oh, no, get back. He has a roll more.
Lunar didn't back.
No, he doesn't. He has to
so-
flash. We're okay. We're having a bit of fun right now at 31 minutes. Kenobi, everyone trying to kind of figure out their place on the map. Third party, of course, very concerned, trying to make sure they do not drop a game to a split push backdoor win condition, because at this point, that is the only way they lose this game. That's
all Maryville
literally it.
Saints have. I mean, your Elder Drake with a 5-0-4 Vayne at 700 bounty, and I mean, you can see Kind Jungle and PCL. They're just trying to figure out a way to end this game, maybe through a backdoor, because there's, like you mentioned, really no other way back for them beyond that.
Okay, you can see Out of Wit is out of vision, trying to base. But there's the Cannon Barrage. It's just going to clear the wave away. Even through the supers, this allows pressure to keep coming in. There's a couple seconds before the next super wave arrives. What can third party get that? Oh boy, Kenobi, we are... Okay, we're going to have an exciting ending here. The kill, I don't even think matters. But what it does allow third party to do is send an extra... Oh my god! Oh my god! Samudo, just stand up, buddy. That was just an absolute deletion. I mean, that's game. This game is over.
Yeah, it's over.
And what an exclamation point on the game from Zamudo. The biggest barrel you might ever see for the double kill. Take a bow, third party. We on the desk did not believe, but the faith is strong for the third party crew.
Unreal play at the end there from that gangplank from Zamudo. I mean, that barrel combo was so gross. What a performance from third party. Like you said, I doubted their draft, but man, did they make it work. They waited and bided their time. You said it. Patience, patience, patience. That's what they needed to do. And it worked out so well for them in the end. No one could get to the Vayne. And third party take us to a game 3 here, DJ. We asked for it. Now we're getting it.
What a way to end the night, Kenobi. I could not be more thrilled. But we will take a very short break here before we get into what will be our final game of the night, one way or another, the tiebreaker, the decider between third party and Maryville Saints. Hello out there in Twitch land. It is time. The moment I think a lot of us have been waiting for. We get a best of 3 series. We had a couple of them yesterday, Kenobi, in one group in particular. But we get to see the full extent of these two teams in Maryville Saints in third party as we are going the distance after really a fascinating game 2 and just a spectacular comeback performance from third party.
It really was. And I mean, it feels like these two games were so incredibly different, right? The first game, we had Master Yi just picked, you know, just randomly to start this off. Master Yi gets picked, and then the game kind of just falls apart for third party. The second one, it feels like we were going a little bit the same route, but Lunar and specifically, I believe Zamudo, Zamudo on the Gangplank, absolutely smurfing it. Like, Zamudo had such a ridiculously hard early game, and to be able to freeze that wave, come back into it, be relevant as a Gangplank, absolutely phenomenal performance from third party. And now we go to our game 3, and it all comes down to this to see if you're going to be going through the winner's side.
And it just makes it so fascinating to see what's going to come out in this draft. We have heard that Maryville's going back to the blue side, right? But we've seen two just pretty different looks, right? The scaling available on third party in game 2 for team fights just netted them everything they needed. And we saw, right? We mentioned it, like patience all through the early game, just like silent meditation as Lunar farms up, as Zamudo absorbs pressure. And in every team fight, I mean, we highlighted it there. That was like the Chad, because as soon as Lunar got an item, every time they had a 3 or more person skirmish, he's just running forward. Like, he's invincible. He just knows he's invincible.
I mean, it makes sense as well that, like, it was the Gimgoon skin that he was wearing, the FPX one, because that's exactly what Gimgoon did when FPX one rules, right? Just absorbed so much pressure. So hats off to the entirety of third party for that last game. But let's see a little bit of predictions. Let's take stock of what we're looking at right here, because I know everyone had some different views on this one, and it looks like right now there is some momentum for you, Smacks, Beatdown, and Travesty, and potentially here Rebel Fox might not be looking at another perfect day.
Might not be. We're still waiting on the final result of that Taco Gaming series. I know it was 1-0 when we went to break, and we hear that Taco Gaming has 1-2. So everyone here so far on the graph, you can see all 3 predictions are perfect. This is the only game that will decide who is right and who is wrong on day 2, Kenobi. And of course, most importantly, it will decide whether your dog is right or wrong.
I mean,
and you can either shame or reward Rebel.
Yeah.
See, look at him here.
So the left one is the one that he's going to take, and that was the one for Maryville. So he, if you know what the deal is that if he is able to get this prediction correctly, he gets the other one. But if he
there you go, right? See, there's
a lot of pressure on you, Maryville, by the way.
Yes, there you go. Do not
You're going to be the reason my dog doesn't get a second treat. So win this game. Also for my predictions.
Come on,
my predictions too.
Do not deny the dog his second treat. I mean, come on. They're now fighting for the double Rebel, right? Rebel Fox predicted them too, so they got to fight for all the Rebels in this game, and they are on the blue side to fight that battle. So let's take a look at the bans as they come through. Third party's back over red side. Guess what that means? According to Darian Dell, you're in ban prison. Means you have to ban Zeri, and you have to ban Caitlyn from teams that like it. So they're off the board on the other end, though. Very quick bans. No Lee Sin for Munchie. No Rengar for anyone on third party. And this time for Zamudo, no Gangplank.
Good call. Also banning the Zoe away. Definitely don't want Get Back to have that one, because he was hitting every single bubble in that game 1. Jinx is being hovered right now for Maryville Saints, and they are going to be taking that one off the board. Now this is where I would expect potentially a Thresh Aphelios coming out, which I am a bit scared of if I am Maryville Saints, because Thresh Aphelios is a very potent and powerful bot lane to deal with. So
is it just Thresh Vayne again? No,
it could
not
be Thresh Vayne
Jinx,
too.
right?
We do have to. That is a possibility. They could just, R1, R2 Thresh Vayne and have Lunar pop off. The thing is, I don't think Lunar would get the same free lane.
Yeah,
as
against Jinx,
Ziggs, right?
Yeah, I was
gonna
say
a lot harder. So it's Aphelios. Yeah, okay. So it's Aphelios. Makes total sense. This is where I would expect the jungler to come out from Maryville Saints here. Jin Zhao, Jarvan, those types of junglers. Very high potent ones that are highly impactful in that early game, because Kind Jungle, I think, when he was on the Rek'Sai in his early game, was extremely good when we saw in that game 1.
Yep, the
Combo
setup,
with
the
Nautilus,
objective
though.
takes were a big part of Kind Jungle's game number one, but instead it will just be the support match for now. Of course, 2 picks have to come in, so we will potentially still see a jungle pickup for Maryville Saints as Nautilus is there to answer the Thresh. Of course, that kind of soft counter, right? Your hook comes out a little bit faster. You do get the slow on your hook, and wow. Okay, it's mid lane. Get Back is feeling it. He wants to take over this series, and he's taken away the potential pick from Messages that we saw in game 1. But hey, man, the Vex right back over. He played a pretty good Vex game in game 2, and Messages wants the agency once again.
Yeah, this feels a little bit like we're throwing down the gauntlet right here between both of these teams, right? You're getting what you want. I'm getting what I want. We've got a Nautilus here to counteract the Thresh you were talking about. And the other thing as well is I think Syndra versus Vex, it feels like a little bit of a skill matchup. Don't expect too much to happen in terms of just like kills or anything like that. The draft will be continuing with bans probably focused towards the jungle. You can see third party respect the early prowess that the Rek'Sai had, so they're going to be taking that one away from kind of jungle. And I think the pools for the junglers is going to get significantly pinched here between both of these teams. But
yeah,
the thing is, Munchie does have a ton of junglers that they can play out of their back pocket. I mean, we've seen Master Yi, so I mean, I would expect anything, any of the jungle pools.
I will say this
Willump, you know?
This is pretty fascinating because right, we do not see a lot of games in this meta where jungle is not selected in phase 1 in particular, right? Both junglers, and now both junglers are left to phase 2. No like counter picking here, so we are potentially going to see a very different jungle matchup. And you know, as I say that, there's still a few on the table, but Trundle and Rek'Sai are the picks away from kind jungle so far. Jarvan, one more ban available to Maryville Saints, taking their time with this one, trying to think about what they want to take away. The third party, they're on the R4. They still need a jungler, and they still need a top laner.
Yeah, at least he's not going to be on the board here. Tryndamere is going to be taken away, so that's potentially a top lane ban. Also could have been picked in that mid lane if you so choose. It does do well, I think, with the Vex, where you can just go in with them. I do want something to kind of go with the Vex here, like, so it's not just Vex going in alone. You know, Xin Zhao, I would actually really like to kind of combo along with that. Something that gives you a little bit more of that engaged potential, so it's not just Vex going in by herself. You do have something to supplement that. I think Xin Zhao is where I'm looking, but it's going to be the Zed, actually, in the jungle.
Okay.
I mean, there is burst potential up the wazoo for third parties composition.
That's a spicy noodle. Not only is it the assassin in the jungle, but it's just taking what kind jungle played last game. So if you can take what he played and just show him up with it, like I am truly the superior jungle to take the series to start group stages. So what a spicy one here from Munchie in the draft of game 3. PCL though, he'll hop right back onto this Graves. It can still be a jungler. No. I would expect it to be a top lane, of course, with Hullbreaker as strong as it is, how much we've seen Graves in that top lane, and how well PCL played the first game in general. So a lot of hovers. Gwen. We haven't seen Gwen all day. Yep. It's not banned. They're hovering it. It's such a strong pick, but they're actually gonna veer off and go for all reliable. It's Xin Zhao on the other side for Maryville.
I mean, we did it in the last game too, where it was B5. Like, this is another Xin Zhao that's made its way all the way to B5 as third party.
Yes.
Oh, they're bringing out the mouth. Like, this is just the burst composition. I love this. This is just the go in comp, create space for Aphelios. And even if we don't get like bursted kills, we do enough damage to where Aphelios is just going to be able to pop you from the backline. Like, I love this comp from third party. It's just very straightforward, mono red from Magic. Just go in, hit your cooldowns, and someone's going to die on the enemy team. I am in love with this. And there's not really that much appeal for the Jinx here. It's just going to be off of the Xin Zhao and off of the Syndra. There's no way else to keep this Jinx alive. So that win condition that we usually see Jinxes get to, like that 30-minute mark where you can take over a game, you now have to do that, but you have to be careful of every single ultimate in this game. It's just going to be incredibly mental RAM demanding for Evan RL to carry this one.
Zamudo has been, dare I say, rock solid here today so far, and now has a chance to make it a trifecta to get on top of Evan RL on this Jinx. And really, I look at the Maryville comp, right, and we have PCL who will be a threat. We know that Maryville's got a mean macro game. They've showed it all night tonight, right? Just not quite able to really kind of get over the top in the necessary gold and turret lead in game 2. But there's really only one split pusher right? They can only really match one side, like throw one side lane, and Messages should be able to absorb that pressure the later this game goes. So I definitely think this is going to come down to team fighting. It's going to come down to execution, and there's a lot of agency on the members we want to see. Kind Jungle has an aggressive jungler. Get Back has a playmaker, has a setup, right? Evan is on this carry pick, and on the other end, Lunar back on a team fighter. Messages back on a high agency pick, and Munchie on one of these crazy assassin junglers. So I am just thrilled to see how this series is going to wrap up, because everyone's got what they want. I think this has to come down to team fights, so we're going to see some blood shed and some lives lost around these objectives.
I definitely agree. I think team fighting will be the most important part of this, and I just love the simplicity of the Malphite here, where it's just like most likely Malphite's going to be fine, like in lane, into Graves, like nothing's much going to happen. Then you hit level 6 and you become a champion and start like moving around the map and impacting it. I just love the ability for Malphite to just like go in, hit R, you hit R with your Z on top of it, hit R with the, like just hit all of your Rs. All of the R's just go in onto one target and that target's going to die. And for Jinx, if it is Jinx, there's no appeal for Jinx to stay alive throughout all this. So, or like anyone else. I mean, Syndra can, you know, scatter the weak yourself, but you can only do that once. And if you're third party, it would behoove you to try and make it like a little bit, you know, you want to make it rotative in terms of your engagements, not just go all at the same time. So for Maryville Saints, you have a lot of comfort here is what I'm seeing from them. A lot of comfort. And when I look at third party, I see mono red, I see blood in the eyes, I see this is just a team where your execution of this is so incredibly easy.
Well, no longer any need to posit, to ponder here, Kenobi. It is time for the final game of the night on day 2 of the group stages. Maryville Saints running out on the blue side, third party running out on the red side, all to play for to start groups off again with all these points, qualification of the playoffs. All of it could be on the line in just the very first match, depending on how the group plays out later on down the line.
In terms of just looking over any types of runes and stuff that we're seeing from both of these teams, nothing too, you know, surprising. I have been seeing a lot more PTA Aphelios than I have been seeing things like the Conqueror that we usually see on him. This tells me that like it's most likely just like we want to get burst down really fast. You can also play for lane with it a little bit more. So definitely think that it's something that is not as used to, but I think it's still good. And the difference for I want to see in Get Back as well is that he has the Summon Airy and not something like the Electrocute where you want to just be bursting people down. You just want to poke out this Vex, make her life a little bit more miserable than it would normally be, as one is potentially here. Oh, Outwit gets caught.
Here we go, Psycho with the hook, but a nice play away. The question, though, is Lunar has to flash away. Kind of takes a chunk from the PTA, but that's going to be it. EB carry flashless to start this one off, and they're even going to continue their assault on the blue buff. This might chase Munchie out. Is he going to come back, or is he just going... Actually, I think he's starting Wolves, so I think he is giving this up. Now the question is, this is all in Kind Jungle's hands. He can be looking for a 3-buff.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely can, and he can also just, you know, try and take this one mid if he wants to. Messages is extremely low, has to pop a lot of pots in terms of their cooldowns right now, as we'll just be going to their Wolves, not making any aggressive level 2 plays like you sometimes see with some other amateur junglers out there, especially on the Jin Zhao. Winston, looking at you.
That was a very specific call. I can't disagree with you. Winston is pretty hyper-aggressive. He loves to be in your face. He does a pretty good job of it most of the time. So see if Kind Jungle can maybe emulate a little bit of that here in game number 3. She will walk over to the red buff. He will get this one, no problem, but it looks like at the end of the day, there is a ward on the red buff, so he knows it's still available, but I think this will just be a 3-buff for Kind Jungle.
I mean, they do know, they are aware of where the Jin Zhao is, because they, you know, he's not by his red buff, so he has gone, looks like the quadrant. Here comes the engagement.
Hey, level 1, hook gonna land into the traps. Outwit's flashing, but it's first blood for Evan RL.
Oh, and what? I mean, this is the scary parts about this Nautilus Jinx lane. You step out of line just once, especially because Outwit did not use flash and flash over those traps, just was not able to stay alive, and that's a first blood over to Evan RL. And if there's someone you don't want to give first bloods to in compositions like that, it's definitely a Jinx of the caliber of Evan RL.
Evan off to a nice start along with the rest of the Maryville Saints squad. Already nearly a 1K gold lead. This will be absorbed by some farm as it goes on, but again, not exactly what you are hoping for if you are third party or their fans in this game. Number 3, the gold going on over to Evan, who didn't really get a chance to do much on the Ziggs in game 2. That's looking like it's not going to be the case here in game 3.
We're seeing already a pickaxe in the back pocket of Evan RL, so this lane is not doomed, I don't want to say, but it's going to be very hard for the Aphelios to even fight out of any of this, and they definitely don't want to be taking any fights, especially with their summoners down. This could be an angle where they start sending some members of the Saints to go to that bot lane. Kind Jungle can definitely repeat gank this if they want. As you can see already, jungler for third party Munchie is around this area. This is a cannon wave stacking, and Lunar is pushing this quickly. So they might be looking for a dive, but Kind is around this area.
She does have one camp up. So he might be losing a little tempo, but not too much, as this one does get shoved in, and maybe just a shadow messages was on his way down as well in case Kind Jungle was around, but for naught, as he is just farming up his camp, so we'll return to that farming state. You see top lane out. We're not going to see a lot of action up here, are we? Are we, Kenobi? This is
Malphite versus
Farm
Graves residency. Malphite doesn't really become a champion until level 6 anyways. I mean, it does, you know, the cheese wheel does hurt a little bit. This Ocean Drake will be our first Drake, and
what kind of cheese is it?
Rock
It's base skin. So
literally
what
kind of cheese? It can't be any other. Like,
that makes sense.
There's no other way.
Good shout. I should have seen that one coming. I made it too. I set the bar too low there.
I'm French, like I have to know like what that is.
With the tempo earned from the bottom side, Maryville Saints, they're going to take away the first dragon. So far, the team been taking dragons in this series, has been the team winning, so maybe another good omen for this Saints side as Kind Jungle. No problemo, we'll take it away and we'll head on back to base.
This does feel like a very Kind Jungle thing, though. Always in the early game, taking away these early objectives, and Munchie will counteract that by just trying to take away some of the camps that are left on that top side from the Maryville Saints jungler. As you have an engagement. Oh no.
Oh boy. A lot of damage coming down. Ignite is procced, but Out of Wit will just stay alive. The pressure still mounting, though. He is a level down. Being shoved in. Both are pretty low on HP, and now Munchie has been spotted as well. He is a level up. Doesn't have red buff. And now they know they can continue to press 7RL. Zyko fearless here. Continue to mount. They can just stick around. I mean, there's no reason to leave. They know that Munchie can't be here.
Syndra's coming too. Syndra's here.
Oh boy. And she's level 6. Get back is really looking
they have to leave,
to ignite this. And yeah, calls in. The comms are there, but it doesn't really matter. The damage will still be done.
Oh, and this is brutal because Jinx shreds turrets. Like, this is a very scary situation. I feel this is going to lose off all of this gold as well in XP. And I am really impressed with the way that Maryville Saints played this early game, especially towards that bot lane. Getting those flashes early, level 1, knowing that they had somewhat an advantage if they wanted to scrap. And early in the game, when it's like Nautilus and Jinx versus Aphelios Thresh, like, there is a little bit of an advantage, especially if you hit level 2 first. So since that one advantage that Maryville Saints have had, they just continue to move it forward and continue to put pressure on that bot lane, getting so much more gold over to Evan RL beyond just the singular kill that he got, and also taking Aphelios a little bit back in terms of his positioning in the game, because he is down about 15 CS right now. Will recoup on a little bit of that as Evan RL comes back into this
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the understanding, right? The macro awareness of this organization, of this roster. We also talked about, of course, mechanical prowess, the lading skill of Zyko, who netted that first blood with a couple of nice hooks, and all paying dividends here for the Maryville Saints in Game 3. This decisive Game 3 is, oh boy, Zamino ultimate isn't going to be enough. The flash away, collateral damage is not enough. Boy, they are both so low. Is healing on this Vampiric Scepter for PCL. They both should be just fine.
I'm totally fine here, just waiting patiently for them to heal back up as Munchie is back down here I mean, it seems like he's always hovering, you know, thinking that Kind Jungle is going to be around here, and it just never has worked out for him with this read, and this is going to just be a free take of Rift Herald.
Rocket, Sniper. It's close.
That would have been godlike. I would have
Okay,
That
he
would've been
missed. He missed the one in game 1. That was a moving target too. That was really impressive from Evan.
Not able to quite yet to just take that away, but I mean, Zumudo kind of is in a really bad position now, especially when he got knocked that low, because he kind of just has to stay here or get pushed in pretty heavily. He doesn't have TP either. Like, he can leave, but like this is going to be a tank or a cannon wave going into that turret, and the more that he stays here, the more it becomes easier for just the priority of MU Saints to just move forward, take as much as they want in terms of vision.
Definitely going to cost third party a bit here. Fortunately, it is just the Malphite, right? Going down on CS. Maybe not the worst thing for the Rock in the top lane. He is a big walking R button when it comes to team fighting. But I mean, you look across the rest of the map, and that's really where it is. I mean, look at gold lead. Nearly 1.2 thousand here for the Maryville Saints just from laning alone. And you're on a Zed, maybe not the thing you want to see. I mean, look where the gold is. It's on exactly who you want it on. This Jinx. Evan
They're
RL.
significantly ahead.
Yeah,
That's like,
and get back.
I mean, it's about a K gold over the affiliates on the other side. And again, like I talked about after that first blood, it's like, if there's anyone you don't want to be accelerated in games like this, it's Jinx, because she's already going to be a monster in that late game as third party, potentially looking for something. Zumudo has their ultimate available to them, so does Munchie.
Spot on the ward. Munchie trying to sweep it away, trying to be a little bit clever, but not enough as PCL doing his due diligence.
Here comes
setting up that nice vision line. Messages walking up. I still don't think this will be enough. They'll spot PCL coming down, but they don't really have the tempo anymore. Base coming through from Munchie, and back to our farming ways. It might be interrupted in just a little bit. Nice scout of the week. Not a lot more there, just some poke, but poke might be important here, Kenobi, because 20 seconds remaining until the second Drake comes up.
It's going to be the Mountain Drake as well, so one that you definitely would want to have in your back pocket, as it looks like Maryville Saints, with the priority that the Get Back has now in lane, gonna start creating a vision line here to take this Drake and start securing, again, that win condition where getting these early Drakes and then moving that into and converting it into a soul whenever that ends up coming up later in the game. As again, on the top side, not much happening, especially now that like Zumudo has boots. Oh, well, actually, this is scary for PCL.
He's going to smash him down. Still some healing on PCL. He will pop the ultimate to get distance away from a potential unstoppable force. But meanwhile, his team again using that power, that gold on Evan and Get Back. Uncontested second Drake. We mentioned the Drakes have been important in this series. Anyone who's been taking them has been winning the games. Little unfortunate, though, on the RNG roll for Maryville Saints. It's a Cloud Soul that would potentially be on the table. Fortunately, again, Kind Jungle, he's got the objectives. He's got a Rift Herald, and that's just first turret. That is in Evan's pocket.
Yeah, I mean, while it is going to be Cloud Soul, that's going to be a lot of gold in, like I mentioned, Evan RL's pocket. He will continue to just become increasingly strong. And for third party, we talked about last game where it was a lot of patience, scaling up. They don't necessarily have the same type of win condition in terms of like a Vayne, right, at 3 items. Aphelios is very strong, right, where it's not like you're going up against something like a Ziggs where you aren't really matched in terms of just your overall DPS output, right? You are going up against a Jinx who is going to get Gale Force already, has their tier 2 boots, and is extremely ahead of you in terms of gold. And you can be in danger a little bit of just losing this to a snowball.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the Jinx, the much more important part of why sitting around might not be the answer, right? The Ziggs was a good wave clear. It allowed Zyko on the map, but it was a free lane for the Vayne. Almost no way that Evan could have killed you. But this time around, it's a Jinx. One reset. And, I mean, we literally saw it earlier, right? No team looked down and out, and then Scooped on the Jinx pops up and says, hello, I'm still here, and I can absolutely carry the game.
Definitely can, as trying to take stock a little bit in what we got in terms of items right now. Eclipse has been completed for Munchie, so if he does manage to get onto that Jinx, there is a possibility that he can pump out enough damage with the rest of the team, along with the Malphite engagement. They can make something happen there, but you can see Evan RL is playing incredibly respectful of the potential of an engagement right here. Not, stepping out of bounds, not green for waves, knowing that really the way to lose this game right now is if I get caught. So doing the smart thing and just making sure that they're in a position to where they can just carry the game from a safe spot.
Yep, Messages and Lunar partnered up in mid lane, but they don't know the 3 members are here. There's a stun, flashing. Oh! No!
I heard the chat pings. I heard the chat pings rapidly. Like, so, that's got to be some of the most tilting things. Oh no.
That's harsh. And
That's
the
right.
funny,
I mean,
the
that was a
funny-
kill. That was easily a kill.
The funniest part is when we talked to messages yesterday, he mentioned that their support's the one playing on a Mac PC. It looked like it was Zyko there.
That wasn't Zyko.
Speaking of there, I know it wasn't. I'm just making the joke, Kenobi. I'm just making the joke. Apple PCs.
Leave a man alone.
Apple PCs. I was making the joke about Apple, not about Zyko. We've seen that happen with Terrain before. Nautilus Hook as a big hitbox.
Yeah, if you go on August's Twitter, though, it could, you know, be thankful with what we have right now, because it could have been way bigger in a lot of those tests.
All right, we got to look at state of the game here. Maryville's almost up 3K at this point. Kenobi, that's quite a big gold lead, right?
Yeah.
Don't want to discount that at 15 minutes. Oh
It's substantial, and it's also
This
substantially
gold
on the people that you would not want to see it if you're a fan of third party, because it's Evan RL who is extremely ahead. Lunars is at 4.4k gold, and Evan RL is about a K and a half above that. It is an insane gap right now in terms of just gold in that bottom lane, and the way that this becomes, you know, we get back into this for third party is if you get a fight where you get the miracle engagement, not the miracle engagement, but like the perfect engagement, right, where you can go in with the Malphite ulti, Aphelios ulti on top of that, with the Infernum. Like, the best way for third party back into this is a team fight where they're able to just take out one of the key members of the Maryville Saints. But then it's like, how are you going to match Graves in the side lane? Who's going to be able to do that at this point? There's Malphite needs to be in
Messages can.
Messages technically can, but what if Graves just decides, hey, I'm going to walk at you. I'm going to start walking at you, and you don't have fear? What happens then?
I mean, you should probably have fear of.
Messages doesn't have Hullbreaker, so
I don't think Hullbreaker is the end-all, be-all in the side lane. You can build some armor. I think it's doable.
Nah. Hullbreaker is the best item in the game. Send tweet.
Send tweet. Okay, I mean, send it. I mean, you have a Twitter. Send it out. I would be fascinated to see what some of the players either in this game or around the pro scene would say about that. There would definitely be some that agree with you probably, but I wonder. Third Drake is up though, and it looks like third party want to fight. They finally want to arrive at a fight. They do not want to give a soul point over, even if it is just Cloud, Soul, and do have Gale Force onto Aphelios, so there is a possibility there. We're gonna have to keep our eyes, of course, on Evan and on these engages. Messages on the flank. The Mudo, of course. PCL's trying to flank, but I don't know how strong a Graves flank is. He tries to come in the back line. Messages will lock him up, fear him away. But he will chase off the flank from Messages. So PCL doing some good work. This Drake is started up. It is a little bit of HP off Samuno, but I think he'll be just fine. Battle lines have been drawn. PCL being chased away once again. Munchie down to about two-thirds HP. Evan RL, the critical member.
Oh, the scatter.
Still have flash, but there's a huge scatter, and Evan's already going to reset. This is looking disastrous for third party. PCL's got another 3 kills already. Make it 4. This could be the clean ace. It will just be Messages limping away from the fight, and Maryville Saints on Soul Point with a huge lead.
What incredible patience from Maryville Saints there. I mean, they were waiting so long for anything to happen, looking for a way into that fight. Third party were desperate, it felt like, for an engagement there. They were trying to find Evan RL, but Evan RL, again, to his everlasting credit, is playing so safe and basically respecting the engagement that third party has, and a really good flank from Get Back is able to secure that fight win with a huge scout of the week, and now we're starting to see the snowball coming through. Syndra's is online as heck right now. So is Jinx. It is no kills for third party at 17 minutes. This is a disastrous situation for them.
We're in perfect game territory. There's no turrets. There's no kills. All the objectives belong to Kind Jungle. This is perfect game territory right now for the Maryville Saints, and a lot of it behind Evan. A lot of it behind Get Back in that fight. Oh, they're looking for more. Zamudo, he just going to find out, but it's all too late. Zyko going over the wall. In comes the damage. The burst is beautiful. Maryville Saints are just running them off Summoner's Rift.
They're putting the pedal to the metal, and they are not stopping. Rift Herald is still available for Kind Jungle. Will most likely be pushed down right here to give more lane pressure on that top side, give Jinx more gold. Outwit is getting so
Oh, he's
close to
flashing in for the
play.
play. In goes messages. Trying to get on Evan. The heal comes
Evan!
through. Evan flashes away. He's still
No,
alive.
I missed
It
the
doesn't
Moonlight
hit him.
Visual.
Lunar can't connect with the Moonlight Visual. And underneath the turret, Kind Jungle is going nuts. The turret's now gone, which means Lunar is gone as well. Red, white, doesn't matter when you're surrounded by minions, and Zyko has a hook. All of the members except for Munchie once again fall, and the map just opens up even further for Maryville.
I mean, that felt like it was all they had. They got the engagement, messages hit the Shadow Surge directly onto Evan RL, but the Moonlight Visual not in time. We're in a good position to take down the Jinx, and Maryville Saints lose the perfect game, but they still keep their hold on the entirety of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, classic caster curse. Like a minute after I say it, it finally gets lost. 4 members there at the top of the gold charts for Maryville Saints. Beautiful stuff so far in this game from them, and you're still looking for any fight back from third party. You can almost feel the tension, right? They've been so freely playing in these first 2 games, it feel like, and maybe just a little tension in this third. They've been unable to really find anything across this map, kind of in their own favor or by their own choice to this point, Kenobi.
We're going to see a replay here. I mean, Wit takes a ton of damage just to start this thing off. Rift Herald gets broken down. So turret's not really an issue here. Wit just kind of goes for a desperate play with this Flay, and it's a good engagement, but the flash and the heal and this Moonlight Visual, Lunar will be kicking himself that he wasn't able to hit that one.
So close. So close. I'm wondering if production knows how much HP he had. Well, we'll see if they can put it in chat for us, but it was, probably close to single digits, if not just small doubles. So close to getting that big shutdown. He's got 350 gold on his head. How much HP do you think that Evan RL had at that point?
I mean, definitely, it looked like it was pixel. I don't know if it was 0 or in the single digits, but it was definitely low tens for sure.
Yeah. 40 is the number from production. Survived with. Nice scout of the week, can get back over the wall. Won't do too much damage, but it will just chase Lunar off once again. Baron now on the map means any big mistake from third party could just mean the rest of their turrets. It's 5-1 turret count, looking like a repeat of game number 1 where they just lost control of the map. You can see PCL starting to work on that top side once again. All 5 members of 3P are here. Adowit looks for the death sentence, does not connect, but at least with the extra member, they are going to brute force this turret down. Has to be respected. Zamudo's engaged, so they should get the turret. It just will have to answer. I mean, PCL's in the base. They're going to lose an inhibitor turret for this. Maybe even inhibitor if enough bases are stopped.
Messages is on the flank looking for something.
Psycho
The Shadow Surge goes in.
Okay, Shadow Surge, they're going to go for the play here in the 5v4. They will lose an inhibitor for this. What can they get? Psycho flashing away. Munchie's already slain get back. Messages goes down in the front line. Evan's got to reset. But there's Zamudo, and there's the shutdown. 700 gold into the back pocket of Lunar. He'll connect with the long shot. Zamudo, the Q, he's going to get him. With
PCL,
the
though.
It's a big win for third party, but again, the price is paid with PCL on the base. Inhibitor is down. The Nexus turrets will survive.
At what cost? I mean, it's a good kill. The shutdown gold goes all the way onto Lunar, the perfect person you would want to have it, but at what cost for the inhibitor, for some of the inhibitor turret? Luckily enough, Munchie's going to be able to get this Cloud Drake and stop Soul from being a problem for Maryville Saints, but oh boy, it's close. Those fights, you see how kind of back Evan RL has to play, and even though you step forward like that, Malphite hadn't used ult yet, as we're going to see this engagement messages. I love how patient messages is being here, just waiting for the perfect moment to go in, try and get that reset. Really nice use of the trinket from Zyko there, but look at Evan RL, just not. I think he just didn't know that the Malphite had ulti still.
I mean, you would assume it's been used, right?
Yeah, especially with how long that fight lasted. It's definitely good thought that it was probably used.
Patience by Zamudo, knowing he needs that spell for Evan RL. They do finally get the shutdown. Again, it's a price to pay, but I think one inhibitor, honestly, with that gold deficit, with so little gold on your carries, I feel like it's worth it for third party to get themselves back in a state where they can fight, right? Because again, this 5v5 for them is so good. So many good R-But, so many good ultimates. Big question now, is PCL in this side lane, right? They have given up a lot of space to him. They have this open lane in the top side, and he's starting to do work on the bot side. Maryville right back to their side lane, their macro win condition, stretching the bounds that third party can play on.
Yeah, I mean, I think if anyone had gone and gotten that shutdown instead of Lunar, I think that looks way worse than it is. But because Lunar got the shutdown specifically onto the Jinx, I think it makes it completely worth it for them, as, again, this is the scary position where PCL can just literally sit in a side lane. No one at this point can contest him with Eclipse, with Hullbreaker, and Maryville Saints could just abuse the fact that they can walk around the entirety rest of the map and, you know, threaten a Baron, threaten some other objectives, because PCL is going to be unmatched here. And now that they know that Zamudo is down here, there's no threat of a Malphite.
Zamudo does have TP. He is 2 levels down. He's taking good chunks from PCL, trying to work on the wave. I mean, he can't even get rid of this cannon. There's still a lot of pressure here, and they are just pinging on the Baron. They're hovering around it. Have not started it just yet. I mean, you can see what this is doing to Zamudo. He doesn't have any lifesteal, of course, just armor on this Malphite, but there will be Shred even coming later on, and now the Baron has been started. Zamudo has been sent back. He does have TP. Will they be able to pull it out of Messages? Is back in base. He has TP as well, but are they just going to lose this Baron?
Yeah, I mean, what can they do? It's either they lose the Baron. Wow. I mean, luckily, they do enough damage to stall, and PCL just going to be dueling here with Zamudo again. Good on third party to be able to stop that from happening, because this is going to be something that they're going to have to deal with for the rest of the game. This idea that PCL is just going to be in a side lane as Graves. One of the good things, at least, about this for third party and the fact that they've lost this inhibitor is that all of the gold has been funneled into this Aphelios. So Lunar, you know, who was a little bit lower in terms of the gold, is now starting to creep up a little bit, and actually has a little bit more EXP than Evan RL. So this Aphelios will be relevant, but now with the resets, Baron is just on the table. This is gone. They have no idea.
Yeah,
third party has no idea.
Be gone. I don't think there's any way they get here. Kenobi and Maryville's macro once again coming in clutch. You can see they're not even rushing over there.
No idea.
They do not know, or they know and they know they can't get there. But this should just go down. 3 members. Munchie's gonna walk in right as it goes down. No, he's not. He's gonna walk on to his red buff. They see it going down. Out of wit, throws in a death sentence, but it does not matter. Maryville's macro is immaculate in game 3, and they now have a Baron and a chance to break open the base even further.
Fantastic understanding in Maryville, understanding the resets that were coming in from third party there, and just going straight back to the Baron. They know that Maryville has to send, or third party rather, has to send someone to contest PCL, or he will just take these turrets. And because they know Zamudo's not there, who can just ult into the pit and maybe make something happen, they just take the Baron, and now it's free for them to roam around this map. A minute's going to be left until this soul is up. They're going to push out these waves, and this Drake should be free for Maryville Saints with how well that they've macroed this game.
Being established by Maryville as they begin their push. Third party up against it here in their first best of 3 series in Proving Grounds. Remember, this is a team with minimal competitive experience. Jungler, I believe top laner, do not have any. Mid laner only has the 1 split since October. They have never been in a group stage, failing to qualify just barely in the open qualifiers of PGC Q1. Now backs against the wall, looking for a comeback. They still have the tools, Kenobi, but they have to find the miraculous play.
Going for the flank!
There's a flash in. Shadow Surge going in. Double stopwatch. Will it be enough? Evan RL is flashing out. All he needs to do is get a reset, and this fight can be won. Out of wit will be the sacrificial lamb, but it's a 1-for-1. And there's Munchie going in to get a second.
Still alive.
He has to kite back, but the rocket will take him down. And now PCL is coming from the flank. He's already got 1. He's already got 2. And this is the death knell. Maryville Saints are marching into the enemy base and marching on to a 1-0 start to the group.
Maryville Saints off the back of PCL and this fantastic Graves and Evan RL on the Jinx. The early pressure on the bot lane took the Thresh and the Aphelios completely out of it. The win condition just not there at the end. Not enough damage. With a great flank from Zamudo, just unfortunately the wallets were too big for Maryville Saints, and they will be winning and going forward.
Rebel will get his second treat tonight, ladies and gentlemen. As is Maryville Saints with a very clean game 3 to close out the series, showing no signs of hesitation or doubt after the game 2 loss. They're right back to the strategy. They are right back to Kind Jungle dominating the objective game, and they are up to a 1-0 record in this group. We will be going straight to an interview as soon as it is ready. Just waiting another minute here for the players to be selected. But before we head on over there, any final thoughts for third party in this series, Kenobi?
I think third party is a very interesting team because of the fact that we saw Yi in the first series or the first game, and Yi was just not play. I think I understood a lot of the way that they were drafting. They drafted really interesting things in terms of this team fighting composition, the R button comp and everything like that. It's just the execution to getting to the breakpoints of these compositions felt like it was a little bit lacking. And while I think that against some teams Qs where playing those types of compositions may work really well and catch people off guard, in a series when it's BO3, it kind of loses its luster a little bit. So in BO1s, I think it's very strong. In BO3s, when I think a team like Maryville Saints, who are extremely good in their own right, get a read on you, it's very hard to kind of catch them off guard.
Yeah, certainly looked like it in game 1 or game 2, a much better. But before we head on over, let's take a look at a replay that we've got here from our final game. I believe a cinematic replay of this final Baron fight, Kenobi, or Dragon fight, excuse me.
I mean, look at where Get Back is. This flanking position, they have no idea he's here, and this scatter of the week is absolutely bonkers. I mean, 2-man stun specifically onto the Zed and the Aphelios. Lunar just can't be in this fight anymore and gets taken out. And after Lunar's gone, where's the rest of your damage? It's not there. Get Back is probably, for me, the MVP of this series, especially after the performance that they had on this Bowie and now on the Syndra. I think Get Back had an unreal series in that mid lane and definitely showing their stuff. But credit to a lot of the other players as well. You talked about Kind Jungle, right? Kind Jungle in the early game, absolutely obliterating early game objectives. And Zyko, I think, had some good performances. That bot lane at the start when they were level 2 and they went aggressive like that, that was all on Zyko, being the aggressor. So I think while Get Back is kind of the star, they do have some great pieces with Kind and with Zyko, who impressed me a lot from this series. And going forward, I think the Maryville Saints team is a team that is going to be one to look out for.
Yes. Still a couple of games for them to show their stuff in this group and potential for third party to come back as Maryville Saints will move up to that winners final. We will have the third party squad head on down to the losers bracket. But what we do have for you now is an interview with your player of the series in Get Back, Kenobi. So let's throw it on over to Izzy to close out our night with the interview.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I'm Izzy. I'm joined today with Get Back of Maryville Saints. Get Back, how are you?
Pretty good, thanks. Pretty good. Just more relieved, I guess. We won that than excited. It's more feeling of relief.
Yeah. Congratulations on the series win. Now, Maryville announced the addition of Coach Jensen in mid-January. In the second circuit qualifier, how's it been working with him?
He's really good. He has his systems and the way that he views the games, and he's very good at preaching it. And it kind of feels like anytime you have a question about it, he's super fast to react and answer to it. So if you say, okay, what about this? He'll pull up some game from 2 years ago that has that situation. And so I think it's been really beneficial for all the people here. He's also good at putting his foot down in the right times, but he's still kind. So nothing but praise for him. Honestly, he's been a really good addition. So.
That's great to hear, and he's coaching both of the Maryville teams, which is a new thing for Circuit Qualifier 2. As the leader, per se, of this second Maryville squad, introduce this audience to Maryville Saints and your goals as a team.
So let's introduce them. We just got 5 players. We got some new guys coming in here. We're all students at Maryville University, except for Pi, PCL. We just had 9 people here on scholarship, so he came in to fill in for us. He's been a great help. He came to visit at some point. Zyko as well, played some amateur stuff before. Evan and Kind, I think, have been around the scene for a while. So all the guys on the team are very nice, and we all work really well together, and we're very happy to bounce stuff off of each other. So our environment's super good, and with Jensen's teaching, I think we're definitely more of a long haul team. Like I think that our team is very receptive to new information, and so I think that we only started scrimming maybe as a whole like 4 or 5 days before the tournament, because before that we're always mix and mashing teams, so everyone played with each other a bit at the school. But we only went into separate teams for this tournament, and so I think it's a team that even throughout this tournament will just keep getting better and better, which is like why I'm just relieved we make it through each game, because I think each extra week we get a practice, we have a higher chance of doing better. So yeah.
Yeah, but you guys for sure showed your guys' talents today in these matches. Now, Third Party is a team known for their more unique comps and picks, as seen today with the Master Yi in the first game. What was Maryville's response to that? What was going on in the comms and whatnot?
We kind of, so to be completely honest, I'm pretty new here, so I don't really know any of the players. But what I heard from my teammates was this guy plays. It was like I think it was 4 champions, and it was Rengar, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, and Yi. And so in that second situation, when we pinched all the other champs, I think it was kind of like, is he game enough to actually pick Yi, which is just a completely worthless champion, even though he's good at it? And so we're kind of a little bit surprised, but not entirely. I kind of respect it. I think being willing to play those like weird picks if you're confident on it, and he had a pretty good game, honestly. Like I wouldn't say it was the main reason they lost that game or anything. Yi does kind of suck though, so
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
So.
And, things got a little dicey in game 2 with the scoreline in favor of Third Party. So how did you guys bring it back in game 3 to secure the win?
Oh, we're really confident going to game 3, especially after draft as well. In my mind, I'd already settled and decided that we had won because it just things that we're good at. I think what happened in the game 2? We had a couple of big mistakes, and we kept playing heavily into the GP as well. Like we were playing 2 lanes, and we were playing into GP, and then GP, would ult the wave, and we'd have to run across to the other side, and we're kind of getting pulled around and not playing well around maybe some of the tools that they had. And then we caught one too many Vex ults as well as a team. I caught some, Jace caught some, so it was mostly them mid top as well. Made their game hard for us, so well done by them, I guess. So
yeah. Well, you still came out on top with the victory. Now I have to let you know that our caster Kenobi, we've been doing pet predictions.
Sure.
So we have casters and people on the talent team send in videos of their dogs predicting or cats predicting how the series is gonna go. Kenobi's dog Rebel did in fact get the correct prediction of Maryville Saints, and Kenobi, he's a great boy, and Kenobi told me that he would get an additional treat for the correct prediction. So I just needed to let you know it's the highest honor.
Oh, of course.
Anyway, yeah.
Very cute dog as well.
Very cute indeed. Thank you so much for chatting with me today. Get back, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
We're going to send it back to the casters for a wrap-up of day 2 of groups, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, we're right back. It's us. It's me, DJ, and Kenobi. Hope you have enjoyed our faces all day as we are finally done with day 2 of the group stages here at PGCQ number 2. So let's take a look at the ultimate results. We know what happened here in this series. Maryville Saints pulling out a 2-1 victory. But there are your caster predictions. And of course, everybody across the board accurate on the other 3 matchups. And then us 4 members who did select Third Party. Unfortunately, we will go home disappointed with another point dropped as it was Maryville. Both of those M's picking up victories. Of course, no team in 2-0 fashion. Maryville against Nameless Randoms was in 2-0 fashion as well. And Taco Gaming against Supernova, also a 2-0, this series being the only one that did go the distance. Kenobi. So over to you, buddy. Any final thoughts on the day as you see the predictions, you see the results?
Even though you guys were wrong, like you smack, I'm gonna call you out. You smacks, beat down, Travesty, you're all wrong. You should all bask in the fact that Maryville won, and my dog gets another treat because he was actually correct in the prediction. So, take that as solace, I guess, but to the fact that you guys were wrong on your predictions. But it was a great day of League of Legends. I am extremely excited to see all of these teams move forward past the group stages into the playoffs. It's going to be, I think there's just a lot of depth in terms of talent in the region right now and in amateur. So I can't wait to see what more we have in store next in the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, apparently Kenobi's dog has more midichlorians than even I do, unfortunately. So we'll have to live that one down. But before we do head off for the night, I do need to thank our sponsors one last time. So thank you, of course, to Atlantic, to Palti, Gangster, and of course, Skulls for sponsoring us here at Unified and allowing us to produce all of these wonderful streams and bring you all of the incredible action and intrigue that is a part of the amateur circuit. Thank you again for joining us here tonight on this wonderful Tuesday evening, the 222 Tuesday. We hope you have enjoyed all the games. We hope you go get some tacos if Taco Bell is still open around you to celebrate this wonderful day. And we hope you have all have a wonderful, wonderful night.